And I come to the conclusion that a third of the people involved were serious professionals in emergency management, things like this. A third were veterans that, like Vietnam vets who were just trying to relive their glory days. And about a third were emergency. I'm sorry. Then about a third were just paranoid. So I do wonder when I hear stuff like this, when they start calling people feds, I wonder, do they not take their crazy medicine?
Well, I think the same when people say that people are getting paid to be here as Globers. I'm like, nah, dude, they're just really that psychotic on their own. You got to give credit to the human condition. People are really butthurt about people don't believe what they believe, and they always got to be up in their business about it.
It is interesting, the conspiracy that is ascribed to a lot of Globers. There's no doubt about it. I can't imagine that anybody pays a Glober to come around and hang around Discord. I don't know what that would solve, but I'm sure that people like McToons and others have had subsidies that, because it seems like for some reason the big name anti-flat earthers stopped producing content 7 months ago, and they've got a couple things here and there from then. So I do find it coincidental that they all stopped, but then again, that could just be a YouTube thing. And I did ask, I need to dig back, but I did ask ChatGPT about McToons, and I put in his real name, and so it was interesting because ChatGPT more or less just kind of hand waved it by saying that a lot of various commenters on various things in YouTube aren't actually commenting on the topic. They're just working to get views, and they do it through not always representing things the way they are. And that was untrained chat session, so that's not one that I trained to talk about flat Earth or anything else.
I'll be back in like 20.
Guys, there's a new bar opening up near me called Bar NASA. Should I go?
Sure, why not?
It's just propaganda.
God, dude. Dude.
All right. I opened my mic to talk and I have nothing to talk about. Heh.
Well, obviously you did, or you wouldn't have said anything. I guess your thing to talk about is that a such a verbose man has nothing to talk about. That's something I would actually talk about as well.
Oh
So,
man.
did you hear earlier what I was saying, Yoder, uh, about some aspects of cosmology and discussions about the shape of the Earth are ineffable? Uh, so, somebody who's never proverbially left their parents' basement can't understand it. They unless they actually experience certain things.
Yeah, like how do you come into direct knowledge of anything except by experience? If you're a brain in a jar and there's no outside world to interact with, then what will you learn?
Yeah, like for instance, when I was in Indiana talking about this subject with a friend of mine, I was explaining to him about what it actually looks like when you look on to the distance from the beach. And
Yeah.
I started seeing his eyes glaze over, and then I realized that he's never been to the beach or a large body of water before.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked with a guy yesterday who brought this up about boats disappearing over the horizon. And I gave him my personal account growing up on Oahu, where from across the street where I lived, I could walk to the beach and watch Navy ships pull in and out of Pearl Harbor. And then I asked him about his experience. He's like, I saw a video on the internet. So how does he distinguish a general case from a real case? How does he, or like a specific case, how does he doesn't, obviously. And if you watch boats drift off onto the horizon in different parts of the world at different kinds of climates, you're going to see different things throughout different times of year. There's a lot that goes on. Like, I think it's important to bring up the fact that within a very tiny, narrow viewing angle, there's a lot of information packed in. There's miles and miles and miles of ocean, hundreds of square miles of ocean packed in to, like 0.1 degree angle that a super zoom camera zooms in on and brings into focus. You lose a depth of field. So who knows if between you and maybe a boat 30 miles out that there aren't a series of successive waves, maybe some standing water, some shoaling, if even, that's a 5-foot eye height. And maybe there's an interference pattern of waves. It's about a 5-foot eye height. It's blocking the bottom of a boat that's tens of miles beyond it. And then without the camera, you're not going to be able to resolve those waves. And then when you zoom in, those waves get flattened because you lose the depth of field. I mean, that's just one instance where you can present something that looks like a boat going over the curvature of the earth, and it's not. But then the miraging effect that takes place commonly above the surface of the water, that's something that is very often studied. The NATO Sapphire trials, that information that I post in 24/7 with the two teams, the Dutch team and the German team, who came to the Chesapeake Bay and did surveys, they were studying the effects of the marine effects just above the surface of the water throughout all times of day, especially at night. That was the whole point of what they were doing, trying to come up with a model to characterize and predict the path of light over that surface. And another thing too is when you see further out into the distance, the surface below your feet extending to the distance rotates. It's kind of hard to describe because if you look straight down at your feet, you're looking perpendicular to the surface. If you pick an area far out in front of you, that surface may be at about, a 30-degree angular tilt. And as you gaze out further and further and further to the horizon, it's tilting and tilting and tilting further. So you have such an oblique angle of view that things start to disappear, and it reaches that limit, that diffraction limit of your vision, because the angle's so narrow. And that's how we see. It's obviously not how the world really is.
No doubt, my friend.
So you're going to be seeing more of the side of things facing you, objects further out in the distance than the side of things that are closest to you. You know, if you're standing directly over something, you're seeing the top of it, and you're not seeing the side at all. And as you move it out, you start to see more and more of the side and less of the top because of that rotation. And what do they claim with terrestrial refraction? But a simple curve. A simple curve around a curve.
Yeah, and now,
When if you're yeah, go ahead.
no, continue on, brother.
Well, the curve around the curve, I think, is oversimplifying what their own claim should be. Because if you're going to be seeing objects that appear to be lifted up far off in the distance and flattened out, it's going to be the same as if you were no longer standing 5 feet off the ground, but you had to be standing 200 feet off the ground to see over the curve of the Earth. And this means that angular tilt relationship would have to be different than what they portray. And because it's not, it means that curve is, in my opinion, not following a simple curve, but a complex curve, like a net shape, which makes the whole claim even crazier. Never mind that every point from the observer to every point in a variable distance requires the light to follow a different arcing path modified by the environment itself to do so in such a way that the entire scene for potentially hundreds of square miles gets flattened out. And then it just so happens to be that other observers in your vicinity are seeing the same thing, even though they're standing in a different place. So each of those paths of light are modified to be observer-centric. So when I'd watch these boats go out to sea from Pearl Harbor, I mean, it's a humid place, man. And many days there was just kind of like a haze. And the boats would just fade into the haze. They'd get really small, but then they'd just disappear. It disappeared to that atmospheric fence. The light gets absorbed and scattered, and voila, it's gone. It's gone. And that point is reached before the diffraction limit of your vision. In many cases, in these kinds of environments, humid environments. In my mind, one of the best places to do a long distance observation might be a cold desert. A desert that remains cold for most of the year. So maybe a high desert, something like maybe Mongolia or something. Mongolian steppe. Or maybe some of the plains of Siberia.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that there's a lot of different ways that you can go do observations. But no matter how you do them, the GT is going to try to come up with some funny explanation rather than actually seeing what the experiment is doing. Well, not really experiment, the observation and how the observation was performed. They're going to come up with, like you say, things. They're just going to pull out refraction or whatever else, and then their explanation of how the refraction worked is going to be sketchy at best, if they even have one. If they even have one. So, obviously, the ticket here is that no matter how much the lamestream science community has bloviates, they still have yet to reject the null hypothesis that the Earth is flat. They have allegations and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and well, that's not really in my field of expertise. I'd love to talk to you about that portion, but that's not my field of expertise. And so, my thought comes down to who grabs this bull by the horns and starts to wrangle with the bull. That obviously in mainstream science, they're encouraged to not get outside of their field of specialty, but yet they do. They do when it suits the cause for them. So, how do we hold their feet to the fire and hold them accountable for the things they do and say? Simply when lab coat makes a statement of some sort, and we know that it's dubious at best, how do we start in a more organized way of calling them to account and trying to get some organization like Retraction Watch to put this stuff in their site?
Oh, I mean, the most we can do is ask them if they're recounting a real experience or something that they saw secondhand, or like on the internet, or recounting from somebody else's claims. And there are plenty of people on our side who are guilty of this.
Yeah, and as far as retraction goes, I am entirely agnostic.
I mean, when it comes to asking about their knowledge claims. But
Yeah, and I agree. I think that it would be more effective that even if they don't, say, officially respond, that it would be really interesting to start, holding their feet to the fire. Okay, was this a personal observation? How exactly did you come up with this? What did you rely on? And what standard did you use to rely on that? And force them to either not respond or to respond And, because right now there's a group called Retraction Watch who they've been pretty well agnostic as to the content, best I can tell. They're just sincerely looking for retractions, and they start reporting on requests for retractions and this and that, and they don't stop talking about the issue until it's either retracted or upheld. And the short story that ends up being that not nearly every one of them are retracted. Now, of course, I don't know what they're not reporting on, so to speak, so I don't know if there's more to the story or what there, but from what I've tracked with them, they do a pretty good job of putting those people on blast. And so I wonder how we slowly get them to hear us out and retract things like the distance to the sun calculation. The whole bouncing radar off of Venus.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I think the path to get there is a long one, and it's not straight.
Well, it doesn't have to be. It's kind of like you've probably heard me talking the other week about Wikipedia. On Wikipedia, you have two entirely different sections. One is the actual discussion page, and one is the talk page. And serious researchers on the topic read both. Your casual person just reads the Wikipedia page, but your serious researchers on any topic go through and read the talk page. And so, for instance, if we started going in and disputing the neutrality of some of these pages and such, it would, and even if we ultimately lost, it's logged in the talk pages in perpetuity. And so serious researchers then will be drawn to what we're saying. And so...
Well, for that to happen, what we're talking about has to reach critical mass. Because I'm not going to be the one to spend all day on Wikipedia doing this.
Yeah, we need exactly. We need about 6 or 7 people who can just take one page, do an edit, watch for it to get reverted. Somebody else comes along, re-reverts it, and then the third person comes and requests a lock on the page and disputes the neutrality. And now, whether we win or whether we lose, like I say, doesn't matter. The Pyrrhic victory there, however you pronounce that word, Pyrrhic victory or whatever you say, is that it's all that's logged in the talk pages in perpetuity. And the Wikipedia process is more based upon not on credentials. It's not based upon any of that sort of thing. It's more or less based on just good old-fashioned show of hands. And so...
no serious researcher actually reads the top portion of Wiki anyway.
Yeah.
I think Wikipedia is just small potatoes. I mean, we need this issue to be so prominent that finally somebody says, you know what, we need to actually we need a university grant, we need a government grant, whatever the case is, to once and for all do a direct measurement of the globe.
Well, here's where you end up. Graduate students do read Wikipedia, and they do read the talk pages, and they do go through the sources cited. So I think the Wikipedia talk page is a very critical asset that we're kind of letting go to waste. That those are the people who then go to their department chairs and say, "Hey, look, I need funding for this." And the first
Because
couple that do
Wikipedia
it,
says so. Come on.
no, it's not because Wikipedia says so. It's because they
I don't
read
know,
through
man.
the sources and they read through. I will tell you what, we would have a lot better luck at getting people to follow a call to action on a Wikipedia talk page than we would on Discord. You put that on enough pages after having, like I say, we just need 6 or 7 of us to go through so it's not all one person from one IP and it's not traceable as any kind of sock account, that it's legitimately different people commenting. And there's a graduate student who will come across that eventually. And I think it could be one of the absolute best ways of getting people. The professors are just going to be reading the textbooks and what their cohorts say. The graduate students are the ones out looking for this stuff, and graduate students somewhere along the way is going to say, "Hey, look, I now know how to shut these flat earthers up forever, and what will that do for us?"
I'm pretty sure that Wikipedia admins have been caught deleting entire threaded discussions on certain topics.
Well, what makes that sort of thing harder when you have a few people continuous to bring it up? I don't think you need that many. I think what happens is that these other people that have done other topics, they've they've gotten to a certain point and they've given up. And I think that's the key is to not give up, is to continue it. And I think that's the key.
The internet is so inauthentic. There are multiple groups, mass controlling bot farms by the millions to craft sentiment, synthesize support for topics that people normally wouldn't otherwise support.
Good old fashioned astroturfing.
Yeah. Battleground, I don't know, is going. I don't think it can be won on forums and in text format with tweets and things of this sort. I think it's through authenticity, through videos, through interviews, live people, real people saying real things that people can watch.
And ultimately, I don't disagree with you. I think that regardless, we have an uphill battle because the Google algorithm, the Chat GPT algorithm, all of this stuff is stacked against this subject, whether it's intentional or not. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. The result is the same, that it's stacked against us, and we frankly need a multi-facet approach. Discord alone doesn't do it. Twitter alone doesn't do it. TikTok sure in the hell don't do it. The question is what do we do? We have to do something, but the question is, what do we do? Do we just continue with status quo, or do we try something else? Status quo could work, but it doesn't appear to be.
Yeah, well, in all cases, and people say, "What do we do?" It's what do you do?
What do you?
What are you doing? What are
Yep.
you yourself doing?
Well, right now, that's why I'm strategically planning.
Yeah,
That's the first step. Is we need, we need to. We do. I do think that in the world that we live in, that 6 or 7 committed people who are committed just beyond, say, talking, can vastly change the world.
yeah. Well,
I
and
think
that group will arise organically, man. I personally, I don't join groups, I don't join causes, and I don't organize, especially on the internet.
well, that's what the great thing about it is you don't really need to join a cause. And of course, you've joined here, so this is definitely a cause you've joined.
Yeah, I talk here, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't affiliate with people here,
yeah,
generally speaking, on the internet.
yeah. And that's the
That's just
beauty
me,
of
though.
it is. And that's the beauty of it is that with today's world, you don't need necessarily a centralizing force. You just need 6 or 7 people who are willing to go try something. You don't need to join anything. You don't need. All you need to do is just go make something happen. And one of us, like you say, one of us can't. But you don't need a formalized fire department to have a bucket brigade. But you do need some people who are willing to carry the buckets. If you don't have anybody carry the bucket, so, and you don't really have to affiliate with anybody. That's the beauty of it is that all we have to do is, whether it's Wikipedia or whether it's something else, wherever we're attacking it, my point of it is that Wikipedia is the object lesson, but it doesn't have to be the actual target. It could be Retraction Watch. It could be any number of things. And whatever that is, we don't even have to identify with anything saying the Earth is flat. All we have to do is find a few key studies and slowly work on getting them retracted. I'll give you a good example. I have a very good friend who was called all kinds of names and all kinds of things, went out doing collecting snakes in South America and focused on the Bushmaster snake when he realized that there's variances that are all geographically tied together. And so he did some research to realize that 100 years before, there was a herpetologist who suggested that these were actually multiple different species. And he was laughed out of town and treated very derisively. And then my dear friend was too. And some point along the way, he paid a graduate assistant at a university like $150, not a lot of money, who took his research and helped him write it. And within a year, the entire community said, "Oh my God, we didn't know any of this." Well, my friend's been like, "Well, I've been trying to get this to you all," but the haphazard way he was doing it, things like that. So there are now, because of him, the Bushmaster snake has been subdivided into 4 different species, and they've realized that they are more or less entirely different in behavior and lots of different things about them. And they treated him like he was just some sort of sideshow actor. And then after that, his phone was ringing off the hook from various academic departments and such, asking him various questions about his observances, and they would go to his serpentarium and everything else. Now, why is this very apropos to this conversation? Because he's the person that I learned that the earth was flat from. And so, my point is, we have a big porch. What do we do with it? Do we just leave a few rocking chairs on it and let people come up and sit on the rocking chair and have a sip of sweet tea and a conversation? That's also been known to change the world. Or do we try to push in a few strategic places?
I think word of mouth is probably the best way that news and information can spread. This doesn't mean you got to force it into a mainstream anywhere or culture jam anything intentionally. Just got to create an inviting space and be the kind of person that people want to talk to about this topic. And something I'd like to see is our community here, if you want to call it that, this space 24/7 be a place where people who are academically inclined, people who are technically inclined, want to check out and have higher level discussions beyond the Jeranism tier shit. So the blueprint for that is quite obvious. And by that, I mean we've got great examples of what not to do from people in our own community. But, the more we coddle bad arguments, the more we let each other slip in their thinking and their presentation, the less of that kind of environment we become.
Welcome, Jovic.
The angrier we are perceived to be, and so on and so forth. I mean, it just kind of hurts us in the end. I think,
That's true.
it's important to take the high road.
Well, and frankly, anger has nothing to do with this topic. And I see some flat earthers do come on here with some sort of anger complex and such, and of course
Yeah,
we see
nobody
it all
wants
the
to talk
time
to
with
them.
Glovers.
And it ends up being justified as though it's righteous anger. And
Right.
It's yeah, no,
Right.
it's
That's
not
bullshit.
good. Yeah. It's one of the most asinine things that somebody could say or do. It's not, it has nothing to do with any of that.
Wouldn't it be great if we could actually be the kind of live stream that you could share with your parents, with your children someday? Maybe Discord isn't the platform to do this with, obviously, with the kind of culture that Discord itself brings. But I mean,
Yes, I agree.
yeah,
I mean, there's one morning not too terribly long ago, I was doing something, my kids were playing, and there was one flat earther who just kept cussing over and over, and I said, "Hey, I've got my kids here,
I
can we
remember
kind of
that.
watch it a little bit?"
Yeah.
And what's cussing have to do with any of this? Okay, yeah, occasionally let a something pass by, but of course, I think the person was a little inebriated or something. But
Yeah, that happens. I've been at my worst in many cases too.
and we can,
It's easy to slip here.
yeah, I don't mind a slip. It's just like when it's every third word.
Yeah.
I could just imagine some professor or somebody coming by that's had a student give them some really good things, and they say, "Hey, I want to hear some more of this," and they come by and then hear somebody just cussing and carrying on. That's probably going to be the last they even consider the topic.
that's true.
Right.
Professional
I shudder to think how many times this live stream has been recommended to others. Potentially people of note, people with clout, people who can organize resources and people and get things done. And they would tune in to 24/7 and then hear one of our mods just talking shit and say, "What the hell?"
Well, it happened to me the first time I was here. One of the gold members said something off the chain to me, and then put me in timeout for an hour, and I just left it entirely. And I said, "F that. I don't know what they've got going on, but it's nothing I'm interested in." And then 4 or 5 months later, Dr. Law, I was talking to him on the phone, And he was telling me, he's like, no, go back in there. He's like, give him a chance. He's like, it's a little chaotic in there, but he's like, there's some really, really good discussions. And since then, somebody ran off Dr. Law. And Dr. Law is there's very few people on this earth who's done more for the cause than Dr. Law. You know, he runs his practice and he tells his patients that the earth is flat. I mean, I don't know, you know, so he doesn't come around at all anymore.
That's a brave man. Takes a little bit of bravery to do that.
Yeah. And Dr. Law he's the American story. He's the absolute American story of a poor immigrant family and what him and his brother turned themselves into from that. You know, he's a very, very good man, and I deeply regret whatever happened. I don't even know what happened. But he's, you know, and yes, you're right, AG. Professionals have standards.
And welcome to whoever just joined us.
Well, hey, I've got to get in touch with this restoration company and see when it is they're coming by here. I don't know if they're on their way now or what, but I got to figure this out. So I will
Yeah,
wrap you up a bit. So have a good morning, Yoda. AG, have a good morning.
yeah, dude, stay blessed. We'll see you around. Watch out for zombies. Gonna AFK for a couple of minutes, but I'm around. Peace.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Welcome.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. Just getting up, getting ready for work.
Awesome. I was going to offer if you have any questions to ask, but you already know the deal. You've been around. Hope all is well, man.
Yeah, I flat out know the deal here for sure.
Yep. It do what it do. It's been quiet this morning, man. Everybody's just kind of chilling, doing their own thing, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's how it was yesterday too, huh?
Yeah. It happens. It's kind of like tides. Right now it's low tide, not much activity. You gotta wait for the water to come in. And welcome to who just joined in. Welcome and goodbye. Alright, I'm gonna mute up. I was just saying hello. Welcome.
What's up, party people?
Same stuff, different day, man. Hope all is well with you.
Driving into work. Another day, another dollar.
Nice. Yeah, it's a bit quiet this morning, so feel free to start a conversation, Josh, if you want to. I'm sure others might join in.
Oh, I'm just psyched we're doing our rebrand today. Hopefully, we're able to announce like the new name of our program and all that jazz.
Nice.
Get some new colors and logos and all that jazz. I'm very excited because I feel like our branding has been shit for a very long time.
You're talking about like flat Earth branding or another thing?
No. For Kuiper at Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Project's like a an internal name. And so we're gonna drop the project and switch over to what we're actually gonna be known as today, which will be fun because new colorway and taglines and things like that. Very excited. and I've never seen this before. The car in front of me, or like in front of me and to the right at the stoplight, like their driver's side door just has like a puncture wound in it. Like it looks like somebody like stabbed it with a big spike, not even like a knife or something. That's weird as hell. What the fuck? Doesn't even look like it's dented as much. It's just like a gash. That's so weird. Why are you driving around like that?
All right. Everybody stay blessed. Have a great day. See you around. Watch out for zombies.
Bear of Norman is here. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. You have a nice tree in your profile picture. I'm a big fan of trees.
Yeah, hello. You there?
Hello. Yes, hello. How are you?
I'm doing well enough. I will admit I came in here thinking that this was a bit of a LARP. I'm surprised to find that there's so many people who seemingly think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, pretty much everybody here except Cruchwan, and we're making progress with him.
Oh, you're making progress. Okay.
But I'm just kidding. No, I mean, yes, it's a serious topic. Like, yes, we definitely reject the globe model. You're familiar throughout history that there's been a lot of models and claims that have ended up being shown as being completely false, even ridiculous. And sometimes the people in the moment who are explaining that are not always embraced by society because just because of the way people are. They kind of like to go with the status quo. Change is uncomfortable. So if you had to acknowledge that you only experience the world as flat and stationary, just like the tree in your profile picture, and you've only seen the globe in videos and images, but you've never actually experienced curvature or rotation,
Well, I certainly have. There have been many models throughout history, but there's clearly been one prominent one for at least several centuries. You'd say millennia, but I would say definitively proven over the last several centuries. And there's an overabundance of evidence for that I can hear that you don't agree with, or you feel you've disproven. And it's kind of a re-emerging, I would say, the king of all conspiracy theories here. It kind of pins together every single anti-establishment, can't trust the government concept worldview that you probably take.
God. Spare us the social
Dude, you sound paranoid.
Listen, spare us the social evaluation. You said there's a lot of evidence that the Earth is globe. Can we hear some of it? How do you know the Earth is globe? How do you? Let's talk about you. How do you know?
Right. You said I had only experienced it through images. I've never been to space, right? But I've studied, for instance, GIS, geographic information. These geographic information systems utilize triangulation to coordinate between satellite arrays of normally 32.
It's not triangulation, so you didn't really use it, did you?
It is triangulation.
It doesn't use triangulation.
That is how you determine.
It doesn't use triangulation. It doesn't use triangulation.
I can explain to you how it does. So
it uses something called trilateration. You don't need to explain it to me. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, this is you've gone to school for GIS?
Okay, no, but I know how it works. It uses a system called trilateration. The raw message data that the receiver gets is a RINEX message, and that is in Earth center, Earth fixed coordinates. Using in the three coordinates that are generated are up, down, and easting. Not a globe. Not latitude and longitude.
That's incorrect. That is a system of coordinates that you can get from satellites. That's not how most modern GPS works. So I think that perhaps you're 35 years behind. It is triangulated. Yeah. So you will have three satellites.
Okay. So how does it calculate the angles then?
Yeah, so I can explain it to you. So if you have a phone, so take a phone that can use a cell tower. It's a little bit different if you have something like a satellite communicator or satellite phone. If you have a cell phone, it'll connect to the nearest cell tower. It'll have some proximity of the signal strength to determine what cell tower is near you. That will communicate to their satellite array. They have 32, sometimes 34 satellites. This is 34, 32 for all of these major communicators. So the government has a satellite array, and AT&T has a satellite array, and all of these different, definitely national governments have satellite arrays. When you connect to a cell tower and you ask for a GPS signal to coordinate your location, it will tell you the three satellites that are overhead. They will all send a signal, and that signal is sent with a terminating code, meaning that code inside of the EMF radiation that they've beamed down to the ground, it's perpetually being beamed down to the ground. When you receive it, you will receive that code as it has been terminating in time. It will use the amount of change in that terminating code to determine how long it took exactly for that signal to reach your device. So as it interpolates all three of those terminating signals, it can identify exactly how long it took for you to receive that signal from all three satellites. So it triangulates your location. That's how we went. That is how we went from trilateralization. That is how we went from trilateralization. That was about 100 meters. They could put you within 300 feet of your location. As we triangulate now with GIS systems, you can get down to where it recognizes that your car is on this road. It's about 10 meters, so it can recognize where your location is within about 30 feet.
Okay. That's
so anyway, to answer your question,
tell me how
I have looked at these models.
Dude, stop over talking me. You didn't answer my question.
I
want to know how it got the angle, because triangulation measures angles. So how did it get the angle?
So whenever you receive a code that's self-terminating, meaning that it is ticking down from an extremely large number over time, it is perpetually lowering and lowering and lowering and lowering and lowering. It ticks down by regular intervals over regular amounts of time. When you receive that code, you receive that terminating code as a specific sequence. It uses that sequence to determine exactly how long it took you to receive that signal from that satellite.
That's a time. That's not an angle.
As it uses the three and interpolates the three terminating messages you've received from the three satellites overhead of you, it is able to determine the exact angle of your location because it's triangulating your location.
How do you measure? How do you measure angles with using time? Tell me.
You use three terminating sequences, right? So this is a basic fundamental thing.
That's fine. You're just repeating yourself. I want to know how you do it. How I have three stopwatches. How do I get an angle from three stopwatches?
Okay, so if you were in a pitch black room, okay? And I'm trying to think of something that's analogous that apparently I don't think that you can understand. I'm trying to think of something that I could tell you.
Yeah, cool story, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to bullshit your way through this.
If I were to take a
state, if we don't understand it, let's see if you can even do it.
What do you mean? Oh, for my explanation? Sure. So if I were to take a jugs machine, like a football, let's take a physical object instead of electromagnetic frequency. If I were to take a physical football and I were to launch it at 100 miles an hour, right? And I knew that this is not physics, this is just an analogy. And I knew that it slowed down by 5 miles an hour every 10 feet. That would be from the air resistance and gravity pulling it downwards. And so, but let's say I shot that machine. Now, let's say that I aimed three machines, and I aimed all of them, and they're all on the same surface. So we don't have to do this in 3 dimensions. Let's do it like it's a 2-dimensional plane. And I aimed those 3 machines at one central point, and inside that central point, I had a device that was able to determine the speed of all 3 footballs as they passed over the sensor. So as they passed over the sensor, it records one at 55 miles an hour, and records one at 30 miles an hour, and records one at 70 miles an hour. It would immediately be able to map out the angle it had received that from knowing its distance in relation to those 3 machines. It would know exactly how to place those 3 machines.
You're just saying it can do it.
Even if you were in the complete black.
I want to know how it does it.
Right.
What is the calculation to get an angle from speed or time? Okay. I want to know how you do it, because an angle is the separation of 2 lines. So I want to know how you're getting an angle from speed and time. What lines?
Right. So do you follow? You don't have to be aggressive with me. I'm trying to actually tell you something.
No, you did. You're not answering over and over again.
I'm trying my best, so I'm sorry. Let's go through this again. If you were having a device that was a signal that was able to determine how long it took for an object to get to you, and you understood the nature of that object and how it decayed over time, how the speed of the football decayed over time. So what you would do is send a terminating signal. So this is a signal that is a frequency.
You're just repeating yourself. You're not telling me how you get an angle out of any of this shit.
It does make sense. I think it probably makes sense to other people, at least a little bit, even if they disagree with me.
Okay, listen, because it's not an angle. You're not telling me how to get an angle. An angle.
Do you use lines? Let me take this approach. let me take this approach with you. So I've looked at, and GIS is not even, this is a degree I took years ago. This is not even my specialty. I'm a healthcare, but let's say that you utilize your cell phone device. I'm guessing you have one and you use maps. You do have GPS that determines your location, right? Where do you think that signal comes from?
Location services. Thank you very much.
How do you think that you receive that location, your location services? How do you think it knows where you are? Maybe we could work this backwards by you explaining to me how you believe the world works.
The towers, the cell phone towers.
How does it know how does it know how far you are from the tower?
Trilateration.
Could you explain that to me so I understand how you think what that word
I'm
is?
a point of a signal, right? So if you have, say, 3 towers, and they're all emitting at a certain interval, right? So
I think you're starting to get it. Yes, go ahead.
I'm a flight to one tower, in another tower, in another tower. If you know the speed of light, you'll know when those circles intersect. They'll intersect at 2 points. If you have a fourth one, they'll only intersect at 1 point. So, but just for the sake of this, we're going to say 3 points. Those emanating circles, right? They're only going to intersect at 1 point. That doesn't give you an angle. You're not calculating where the location is from an angle. You're calculating it based upon trilateration.
Well, I don't think that you get the concept of if it's taking information from the three and determining your location, and it knows where if it knows where the tower. Well, no. See, here's the approach. I will engage with you in good faith because I honestly do have some I'm actually making an effort to know what it is that you think. Now, I realize that there's not any benefit to you who have no desire to actually. You're not going to make any effort to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. So and here comes
you're rigidly opposed to it
instead of the topic to cover up for your fucking ignorance, bro. If you ask me, how do you triangulate with a fucking theodolite, right? I can tell you exactly how to do it. Right? You get your azimuth, you rotate the thing, you read the fucking degrees off of it, and that's your angle. And then you take it from 2 other fucking stations, and now you can trilaterate. You can triangulate. You can't do that from timing signal or from fucking speed. There's no translation to angle. And if you think there is one, I'm asking you to tell it to me.
Yeah. Okay. So I've
okay if you got the terminology wrong, dude, but you shouldn't come and puffing your fucking chest out.
Yeah, no, I don't think I was doing that. I mean, so here we're talking about one concept where I was attempting to answer her question, which I think her name is Dandelion. She said, outside of seeing an image or seeing a video, right? So I have looked at maps personally. I have looked at maps of global satellite arrays, and we do triangulate. Satellites are capable of triangulating. They determine angle. You can actually look for satellites in reverse by sending signals and receiving signals from satellites down whenever you're coordinating. And we even factor in the precision in satellites of relativistic speed and relativism, because time moves differently depending on the rate of speed that things are moving at. I mean, so the accuracy of these, and I've viewed these systems globally and pinged other locations around the world and received those signals back. I'm guessing you would probably describe that as some type of simulation that is there to lie to me or something like that. Would be your take on that? If I told you I'd seen that and done that.
Dude,
you haven't done anything.
Shit up, dude.
Yeah, you're making stuff up.
I'm making stuff up.
Are you trying to read our mind about what we say?
Because I'm actually curious. I'm not shut off.
All you've done since you entered this chat is show your retarded amount of bias. It's an epic amount of bias. I can't believe there's this many flat earthers in the chat. Like you are crazy biased.
No, I was being honest there. I think that's slightly respectful. I mean, if we do a share of hands, I would guess now that the number of people who think that birds aren't real in here might be a non-zero answer.
See,
I don't understand these types of
Oh my gosh, you're digging your hole bigger and bigger hole.
So we could go to any number of this, since this isn't going to be a good way to tackle this.
So now you fake trying to say you know something about satellites, and that failed. So
no, so I understand that you have. Effectively, it has to be. It must be.
Dude.
A
You got
rejection
exposed
of
as a
every.
LARPer.
What am I? I'm a
we,
LARPer.
bro, yeah, we
A
all can see
LARPer,
it.
live action role player.
I'm a how? What am I live action role playing? I know what the concept means.
Dude, no, you don't. Literally, you
I
can
don't.
fucking ChatGPT this shit. They don't triangulate from satellites. It's trilateration. I told you how it's done. I told you fucking in detail. Rhinex message.
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
so
So
tell me.
I
So tell me this then. So you know something about maps? You did GIS. Okay, so you know
yeah,
something
sure.
about geodetic surveying, right?
Very little. No, I didn't work in that. I'm aware of the concept fundamentally,
Wasn't
but is
that
there
the
something
same
you want to
thing?
teach me about that? I could probably
Geographic
learn from you.
Information Services. You don't know anything about surveying?
Land surveillance is a different aspect than digital cartography. It's not necessarily the same thing. Those are two different disciplines. That would be like talking to an anesthesiologist about radiology. That doesn't mean that they can read, CAT scan. It's different. Those are two different disciplines.
In what way are they different?
Well, it's not all comprehensive. To know that somebody is working inside of GIS, it can be in one discipline or another. It doesn't mean that everyone that works inside of GIS is necessarily going out into the field and land surveying. That's one particular avenue of that study.
Okay, well, there's a major GIS university. Well, they got a major part of the university. It's the University in New Brunswick. And they have a lot of stuff on surveying and that they output out of
That's
their
awesome.
GIS. Well,
that's awesome, man.
Well, so you didn't have to take any of that stuff. You didn't have to take anything about surveying, reference ellipsoid, geoids, fucking orthometric heights. You didn't do any of that.
No, I mean maybe conceptually some stuff about like step laddering up hills and things like that, and book work, like just general concepts. But we mainly worked on integrating at that time what were new mobile devices. So we were talking about what it was triangulation, how to triangulate to get locations on the surface from satellite arrays, and to do a little bit of pinpointing there. So like a particular problem that we worked on, not as a profession, as a student being taught, was how you would triangulate along different points in the coast using satellite arrays, and then you'd be able to map kind of accurately like the influx or outflux of high tide and low tide.
So I'm going to assume
so that is a GIS effort. That's not land. I mean, it's not land surveying.
So I'm going to assume you've seen the raw message data. The Rhinex message, the raw data.
Yes. So we've like seen terminating signals from satellites. We could review that data. It's not what we use. We had a GUI, like a graphical interface that interpreted that stuff. Okay. And you don't typically go in, just like you're not right now reviewing like the matrix, the code of the information you're receiving from Discord. You have an interface that you interact with.
Okay. Well, what I'm asking is, when they display the coordinates.
Okay.
What is the coordinate system?
Latitude and longitude? Is that what you mean? Like
no, that's not what I mean. See, GPS doesn't give latitude and longitude.
Sure, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you can absolutely get your
transformation in the receiver.
You can absolutely get your latitude and longitude on the Earth.
Yes, but it's a transformation. Okay, it's a transformation of the coordinates that you get after the fact.
So right, because whoa, let me establish something. Because
you do know what a map transformation is, right? You took GIS,
you use
right?
like Lambert conformal and others. But yes, but what you're saying is not. It mathematically doesn't make sense in the sense that latitude and longitude are arbitrarily created. They're overlaid. It's a man-made creation. So to say that we receive raw data that we use in Map to the Earth and then we translate that into coordinates, yes, we do. Meaning that we can place it inside of the coordinate system that we made up as human beings. Yeah. Okay. We didn't arrive on the Earth with it having a coordinate system. That is a man-made creation.
Well, in fact, the latitude and longitude isn't a ground-based coordinate system in the first place.
It's not. What is it?
Sky-based.
Sky-based?
Yeah. It's easy to prove.
Yeah, could you explain that concept to me?
Okay, find your latitude and longitude and not being able to see the sky.
not. I would still have a latitude and longitude, even if I wasn't
Yeah,
able
how you gonna
to.
find it though?
It wouldn't. That's different than it existing. You're talking about using that as a reference to
It
find
means
it.
it
But
means
now
the
that it's been
spatial
overlaid,
reference
no,
in
no,
the
no,
natural
no.
world.
Because if I'm at Greenwich, if I'm at Greenwich Mean
Spatial
Time,
reference
if I'm in Greenwich, I
not
am
a
at.
ground-based coordinate system. That's what I said. I said it's not a ground-based coordinate system
But
because you can't use the ground to find the coordinates. You
Okay,
have to use
if I'm
the sky to find the coordinates.
if I'm in Greenwich, I am at right zero longitude, right?
How do you know that?
Because that is the location that was set for zero longitude.
Based upon what?
On the arbitrary creation of the people who convened
No, it's
inside
not
of Greenwich.
arbitrary. It's not arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. Where is it derived from?
Based upon the sun.
What do you mean it's based upon the sun? I'm sorry. Excuse me.
You don't know that longitude is based upon the sun.
Can you explain how it's based upon the sun?
What are time zones?
Yeah, I understand that. That's not what our coordinate system
Where's
of the
the
Earth
zero
is derived.
time zone? Greenwich, England, right?
Correct.
It's the coordinate, that coordinate system, the longitude, is based upon the sun, and latitude is based upon the celestial equator. They're not based on. They're not ground-based coordinate systems. They're sky-based coordinate systems.
Right. Do you know why it's Greenwich?
Yeah, because they picked that
arbitrarily, right? Because that's where they met up in 1884.
Yeah, the 1800s, right?
Yes, because the International Meridian Conference was held, and they determined that Greenwich would be zero. They could have said it anywhere, so that wasn't derived from some net.
I know
some attribute of the sun. Okay, listen. Okay, no. This is what you really have wanted to press me on. There is a host of no. Here's the thing: you guys have no.
This is a red herring.
With
red herring. The coordinate system is based upon the sky. Period.
Okay.
It's not even questionable.
With all of your right now.
Here we go. You talk about me again.
Thanks for engaging with me here. Okay, with all of your qualms with the conceptually of how GPS is used and how satellite arrays. We can deny right now. Right. No, truly. We can acknowledge right now that there is no working system for a flat Earth. You guys have conceptualizations that you draw in a two-dimensional image that's created by you as a drawing on paper. It's a digital creation. You have a map that you like to show. But there is, number one, no working model that accounts for all of the seasons, the sun and the moon. All of them are completely, don't hold up to scrutiny. And you have no imagery of any of this. Now, I know that you're going to say that all imagery that has ever been captured of the Earth from, low Earth orbit or beyond is fabricated in some way. I assume you would have to believe that to be a flat earther. But you acknowledge that you have no imagery, that no one's ever gone and filmed off the edge of I guess it's an ice wall that you think is out there. No one explains why there's ice at the center. So please provide to me, even a GIF would satisfy me a little bit. Show me a working model of the flat Earth.
No, look, first of all, that is nonsensical. Models are for phenomena.
A Lambert conformal is a model of the 3D Earth laid flat in 2 dimensions. It's a really accurate way of displaying the Earth without all of the kind of malformations and stretching.
Not a model, dude.
The northern bend. It's a type of model, but do you have any model at all that accounts for flat Earth?
Models are for phenomenon, right? So I'll give you an example. We have yes, models are for phenomena.
No, that's one use of the word. Yeah, I mean, every globe that kids learn about all over the world is a model.
So who cares? That's a toy. And that's just a projection of a coordinate system. All this is just projections of coordinate systems. Our coordinate systems are arbitrary. And you can project into any coordinate system and it all works. But what they're doing is they're taking the latitude longitude coordinate system and they're projecting it into different coordinate systems. But they're still maintaining that star reference. So when you see like an AE map, if you look at an AE map like the Gleason's map, what does it say? It says longitude and time calculator. It is 100% accurate for its purpose. 100%.
I'm sorry, but that's not nothing you're saying is providing a flat Earth model, right?
Because it's a non sequitur.
No. Could you give me an example here
Okay, I'll
that displays the phenomenon? How about if I say phenomenon? Will that make it okay?
I'll give you one.
That explains the phenomenon of the Earth and the Moon and seasons.
I'll give you one. I'll give you the flat Earth model for sunrise, sunset, solar noon, and solar angle. How about that?
Yeah, that accounts for the seasons and all of the phenomenon, is able to predict eclipses like the globe Earth model does. So with the globe Earth model,
seasons, dude?
Yeah, it's the angularity we face towards the sun as a globe.
The angularity we face towards the sun on the globe. That's
right. We're on a 23.7 degree axis as we spin. So as we spin around the Earth. Okay, but here's the thing. If I go right now into my conspiratorial, I believe the government, everything they say map, which is upheld by all the academics in the world who challenge the government.
Who mentioned a conspiracy? No, you're just listen. You don't know how any of this shit works. Okay, so let me give you let me lay this out for you. How do we predict the sun rising, setting, and where the sun is in the sky? Do we use the globe model for that? We don't.
How do we predict it?
Yeah, how do we predict it? Where the sun is in the sky.
I mean, we can time things. I mean, we have working. If I look up right now where I am, my location, my sunrise time will be different depending on and it's extremely accurate.
So hold on. And when you look it up, you go to time and date or sun calc. How do those websites calculate where the sun is? What does the mathematics say? Does it use a globe?
It doesn't need to. It uses a fixed point. It's relative to the sun, 93 million miles away. We're effectively a fixed point. It's not relevant. You can supplant a globe into that model if you wanted. It's just not necessary to determine where the sun is. You can use the globe to determine when the sunrise, sunset is based on where you are on the globe. Sure, you could use a model to predict that.
No. Listen, brother. Okay. We use something called the equation of time. Okay? If you want to know what time the sun rises, what time the sun sets, what time solar noon is, or where the sun is in the sky, we use something called the equation of time. And it's where the sun is in the sky relative to the celestial equator. It doesn't use a globe, and it assumes a flat baseline. Okay? If you look at the math, right, you can go on Wikipedia, and you can look up the formulas. There's no globe in the mathematics. So a lot of things you think are a globe model are not actually.
There's an incredible amount of the globe in all of mathematics. I've taken graduate level telemetry courses, and they absolutely factor in. What's that? I'm sorry.
You're being foolish.
Yeah, what are you doing, dude? You should just stop making up shit.
Look, we've been debating this topic for 8 years with PhDs. Well beyond your level of expertise in astrophysics, physics, you name it. We know what you're talking about, and we can tell you don't know what you're talking about.
No, but you don't have a desire to engage in good faith as if.
Why are you
your approach is not an embrace of falsifiability. You are not attempting to falsify and prove your own claims wrong. You have taken no task for that. I am in here. How often do you guys go and take an actual graduate level course?
What have we done for tests that we didn't try to falsify? What have flat earthers done for tests?
Show me right now why
we're not moving on, dude. You said we don't try to falsify the flat earth. Okay. What tests have we done that you know about?
You guys go out to like frozen lakes and shine lasers, and then you get different amount of light manipulation over super chilled air to bend the laser down to attempt to prove that it's
that won't happen.
Way, not. Well, actually, there were a lot of flat earthers in a very famous documentary that attempted to get a really accurate gyroscope, and they showed that it was 15 degrees per hour, exactly as you'd expect to see.
Is that what it showed? Really? Really? Is that what it showed?
Yeah, I could show you the clip. I'm sure you've heard of it.
I saw that TikTok too.
It's well, they did a documentary on him. I think it was called Behind the Curve or Below the Curve or something like that.
It wasn't a documentary. It wasn't a documentary. It was a mock.
It was a documentary looking into a flat Earth convention.
this
It was
out.
kind of ridiculing it. It was like a Borat thing for.
Yeah. So
documentary. This is the global documentary.
Hold on. Let me correct this dude. What pole were they at to measure their 15 degrees per hour?
They weren't at any pole. You don't have to be at a pole.
They would have to be, but they would have to.
No, it would not. You lack fundamental concept.
For a single axis gyro, you would have to be at one of the poles.
No, that's not true. That's not accurate.
Yes, it is true. And I'm going to give you the formula: 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude.
I'm sorry. What are you saying?
15 degrees times the sine of latitude will put the Earth rate drift of a fiber optic gyro, or a ring laser gyro, or a Foucault pendulum, or all of it. That's the prediction. 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. The only place you're going to get 15 degrees is on one of the poles. Because you're not on the axis of rotation. You're tilted, right? So if I'm at 45 latitude, right, I'm tilted sideways.
You're not tilted sideways. That's your fundamental misunderstanding of what up and
relative to the axis of rotation. I'm not tilted sideways.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding of what gravity is. Gravity is towards the center of the Earth. I don't place the Earth and then view everything to the South Pole as being down. So you don't understand that the gyroscope is oriented down, and it rates the 15-degree curve based on down being towards the center of the Earth, not down as in south. It doesn't need to sit on the North Pole for it to have gravity pull it down towards the center of the. You have fundamental misunderstandings about basic physics and math.
Really?
You don't have a conceptualization of this. Okay, so let me guess. You're one of these people who thinks like, if you're no. Let me ask. You're one of those people who thinks, oh, if you go long jumping, and I'm long jumping in the Olympics, I would long the way the Earth is going to spin under me. Is that what you believe?
No. Okay. So a fiber optic gyro or a ring laser gyro, it's not affected by gravity.
Yes, it is. Of course it is. That's how it orients itself to down. Yes, it is. That's how it works. That's a fundamental concept for it to determine what the variation of drift is.
The Sagnac effect works is with gravity. The Sagnac effect. A fiber optic gyro.
I have been running through the hoops like the little schnauzer at the Westminster Show agility course, right? So you have not provided. Okay, so here, if I take the,
you don't even know how a fiber optic gyro works, and you cited it as fucking evidence, dude. That's fucking hilarious.
We utilize these in equipment globally, inside of military equipment, inside of planes, inside. We use this equipment all of the time. Okay, so we don't miscalculate by thousands and thousands and thousands of miles air travel by completely misinterpreting the distance inside of a globe that perfectly accounts for the amount of fuel and the distance and the speed of planes and things like that. But yet you believe that the Japanese flew 20,000 miles to invade Pearl Harbor. Like your concept of it is not in any way.
The Japanese took aircraft carriers to fucking Hawaii, dumb fuck.
Yes,
and they only flew 500 miles. They didn't fly to Japan, stupid fuck.
I understand the conceptualization we're saying. It doesn't deny the fact that every single distance is skewed from what reality presents. You not only believe that all of NASA, all of the government, you believe that every single pilot ever lies about the distance.
Is that what I believe? Keep telling me what I believe, dude.
So
keep telling us what we believe. It's hilarious.
When we plot out flight paths.
Who's we?
Human beings. When air traffic controllers plot out flight paths and they account for the speed of the plane, the amount of fuel that they need to fill the plane with, and the amount of time it's going to take, none of that is in account globally. All of these flights, none of those are in account with your disk-shaped planets. None of those account for those distances. They're all.
Yes. Who said disk? Who said disk? But let's go back to the planes. So planes fly in international.
Forget that. You have to fundamentally provide a model, and you skip over it. You skip over it every single time because you know that you do not have a working one. I asked you for a simple.
Hold on. I just muted him so you can address like one of the three things that he just said. You can't just skip from one thing to another.
17 things?
Yeah.
17 things? So I did give you a working model. I just gave you one for sunrise, sunsets, solar noon, where the sun is in the sky. That model is off of a flat surface. I gave it to you. Stop saying I didn't. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Planes.
No. I see it now.
Planes fly in international and domestic flight corridors. They don't fly great circle routes. That's just idiotic shit you morons on the internet say to each other. But that's not what they actually do in practice. So there's a nice wide flight corridor for transatlantic flight that all the planes have to fly up into to fly across the Atlantic. They just don't fly point to point. They don't point the fucking plane from New York to freaking London and just fly at that heading. It's not how it works in practice.
You can fly from New York to London. Absolutely, you can fly from. No
one said you couldn't, but they don't fly point to point in a straight path. They fly in a international flight corridor, basically a highway across the Atlantic. So you have to fly up to like fucking Greenland and fly across the Atlantic, and then go into Europe and do other shit. This happens all over the place.
Do you know why? Because if you took a string,
oh god, I just told you why.
On
I just told
a map,
you why. I told you why.
On a map, if you look at that, you're going to see that it seems to be an arc when you're saying they fly up to Greenland. If you took a globe and you laid a string from those two locations, you would recognize that it's actually a straight line on the globe. It only looked like a curve whenever you extrapolate it back onto a two-dimensional map. Also, okay, I want to address what Dr. Sai PhD said here. So his image shows that he fundamentally does not understand that south is not below the Earth. His concept of it is so fundamentally detached from even basic level physics. His concept of this plane flying as if down for the plane is not towards the center of the Earth. He doesn't understand fundamental concepts because he thinks that this plane's down is the orientation below the Earth, that as long as it keeps going straight, its sense of down will continue being below the down is towards the center of the Earth. This is such childish representation of it that shows that you don't understand 8th grade mathematics. That's not proof of a thing that shows that all of NASA is wrong. And let me address another thing here because I want to go along with this. Please, I want to go along with this. If I take a globe Earth and I look at the cosmos, why is it that
Jesus Christ, dude. You came in here to preach, bro. Get off your fucking pulpit.
He's passing out.
It's disgusting.
It's galloping a lot. And a lot of assumptions.
Okay. What you said about planes has, in the projection of a flight path, go look at actual flight paths. Go type in fucking Wikipedia, transatlantic flights. Okay? There are flight corridors. Planes fly in them. They do it to manage traffic. It has nothing to do with globe or flat. All the planes must go in there. You can't just fly wherever the fuck you want, dude. This happens domestically inside the United States, too. Happens in the Pacific. Happens in the fucking South Pacific. Happens in the fucking South Atlantic. Happens in the Indian Ocean. Air traffic control is controlled. They fly in flight corridors. Okay? Has nothing to do with it's a globe and it appears flat. That would just be the projection of a coordinate system anyway. But the real problem is your fucking stupid commentary about what we think. You have no idea what we think. You said there goes a disc. We don't think that. Your bias is ridiculous. You gotta mute the guy.
Okay, yeah, I'll unmute him. Yeah, I mean, Verum, you got to stop with this, you telling us what we think. If you want to have a conversation, then have a conversation calmly about one thing at a time. And don't just run on to your next thing without even listening to what we're saying. Because you have a lot of misconceptions about what the flat earth is. So stop preaching to us about what we think.
Go debate the flat earthers that think what you think they think, because none of them are in here.
Anyway, when you bring up the bird conspiracy, man, that's just so dishonest. Like, that's just so silly.
Poisoning the well bullshit from an imbecile.
Well, he says, the Sagnac effect is affected by gravity. Well, fucking Einstein would really like a word with you. since you're probably reading your DMs or something stupid, you are unmuted. But
yeah. I just yeah. Okay, so let's bring up one point. Show me the. I'm American. That doesn't mean that everyone else is. I don't know where you were from. Show me how you can predict.
Why are you making demands, dude?
Show me how you can predict the next solar eclipse with your model of a flat Earth. Or call it a phenomenon.
Oh, Jesus
the
Christ,
next
man.
solar eclipse phenomenon with your model of a flat Earth.
Fucking won $1,000 for more won for that.
So
Eclipse
can you do it?
predictions were invented by flat earthers. Like, what are you talking about?
So how do you do it and when is it? How do you do it?
Too, an eclipse predictor. I wrote one too, dude. They're easy.
It's a Saros cycle. We predict eclipses using something called the Saros cycle. Eclipses happen at regular times, and they happen over and over again. And we can predict when they're going to happen again just by noting the interval. We don't use a globe for that.
Pattern.
See, this is another example of something you think is they use a globe to predict, but they actually don't. I hate to tell you, dude. I know it's hard to swallow. A lot of things you think, oh, dude, they use a globe for that. They don't.
Bro, weren't they predicting that shit before the globe?
That's what he's telling you.
The first recorded eclipse prediction was by a guy named Thales of Miletus. He predicted an eclipse time in 53 fucking BC.
Yeah. No, there are cycles. I'm asking for something that I don't see that any of you have provided, which is a demonstration of how the Earth and the Moon move around a flat Earth that accounts for all of the seasons and lunar and solar eclipses. So you can utilize mathematics, which I agree would be true.
Hold on. There's two types of seasons. There's meteorological seasons and there's astronomical seasons. Astronomical seasons, just to know.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm talking about 4 seasons on Earth. I'm talking about.
And I'm making the distinction, right? So we can listen. It's easy to predict astronomical seasons. Flat, round, pretzel don't fucking matter because it's completely based upon the sky. Has nothing to do. This is what you don't understand. This is an observer-centric model of predicting where the fucking stars, sun, where all that shit is. So, for instance, the equinox. That's a season. When the sun is in something called the first point of Aries, we call that the fucking equinox. Okay, we know when that's going to happen based upon what I already told you.
I'm sorry. No. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that. I'm listening to you. I'm waiting for the model where you show me all of this stuff. That's what I'm waiting for.
Equation of time.
Okay, show me.
Equation of time.
No. Show me what it looks like in real life. Show me what it looks like inside what you're envisioning. Show me what that looks like playing out as a GIF that shows me where and the sun and the moon move, because
what's this asshole making all these demands?
You don't have one. Your entire worldview is based on something that you've never seen derived, because there is not a single working model of a flat Earth.
I just gave you one.
No. Show me what it looks like right now. You cannot do it because after all of this, none of you have taken a picture over the ice wall of the edge of the cosmos. None of you have taken a picture of the dome.
In the edge. No one believes in an ice wall. An ice wall is a globe idea, dude. It didn't come from flat earthers, dumb fuck. It came from globe earthers. If you look at old maps from the late 1800s, all the maps depicted Antarctica and it said Great Ice Barrier. Doesn't come from us. It comes from you.
Yeah, he's asking for a replacement cosmology. That is not our claim. We're not claiming a replacement cosmology.
And I gave you a model. What you wanted is a fucking cartoon.
He asked for a model. You gave him the model he asked for. He actually wants something other than he's asking for. He just doesn't know how to get it into words.
Yeah, he wants a third-person point of view, third-person shooter cartoon. That's what you want, right?
What would a model prove?
Flat Earth that accounts for the.
Talking to his entire mute. You were muted. Nobody heard you. You were muted. So you might as well give up.
I posted the graphicals for you. You wanted to see things moving around, so I posted it for you. There you go.
Yeah, but what would a model prove? Can I ask? What would a model prove?
Yes, because the point of asking you to provide a model is that it demonstrates the impossibility of creating a working model of the type of orientated Earth that you're talking about. It's impossible to account for all of the seasons, why there's ice in the center, the North Pole of the Earth, why there's ice on the outside, where the sun and the moon move to account for the seasons, as well as factoring in lunar and solar eclipses. You cannot possibly.
I gave you that.
He already asked you all of that. He's already given you all of that, dude. So now you're just sitting on your chance.
No, he's
sitting on your chance.
He has not. You have not.
Yeah, he has.
No, he has not. There is no visual representation here of what you are showing. And listen, I want to address this. Is there a Tristan in here? Why the fuck are you threatening me in DMs? Why are you sending me this shit about... Why are you threatening me? Is that person in here? Tristan? Yeah, don't send me that shit. Don't threaten me.
Down to this conversation.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Possible. Yeah, whatever you do.
Okay, Varun, Steelman, what I said to you. Steelman, what I said about us not having a mouth. Steelman, what I said to you.
Steelman?
Yeah, Steelman. It's the opposite of straw man. Instead of making an argument I didn't make the best possible version of the argument I did make. So I know that you understood what I said to you.
So what I'm asking for is actually very simple, and I think you understand. You're intentionally obfuscating it.
You never listened in the first place. Exactly. You never listened. Equation of time. That is a model of the celestial sphere. Equation of time. Because seasons are determined by the position of the sun in the celestial sphere. That's what defines seasons astronomically. Meteorologically, it's determined by changes in weather, but that varies by geography and other factors other than just the astronomical aspects. They're weakly correlated to the astronomical aspects. For example,
okay, so we've got a guy here who's presenting the celestial sphere, but this has no This has no sun or moon in it. So this doesn't account at all for anything I'm asking for. You know that if you were to attempt to actually plot the orientation of the sun and the moon on, if you were to attempt to plot, now I'm not going to presuppose. Do you guys believe that it's a local sun? Is that what's going on here?
Oh, dude, no. You asked for a model.
Where is the sun and the moon? Show me how they move to account for the seasons. Show me how they move to account for night and day, sunrise, sunset. You don't have a physical representation of all of these things working in...
physical representation. Oh,
no.
You got that.
We utilize the globe Earth.
You have a physical representation.
Yes,
I'm gonna ask again. Do you have a physical representation? Let's see it.
It's every globe. Every globe is a representation of the globe Earth. We use it to account for.
Where's the sun and the moon, though? We want the sun and the moon. That's what you asked for, sun and the moon.
We can perfectly account for it. We can triangulate how far away it is.
Oh, we're going to use a model? Oh my God, we'll use a model because we can't physically represent it.
You sound a little old to act this way. So if we account, if you don't have a presentation of the imagery.
Why are you going back to you? Hey, bro, he asked you to provide it. Why did you go right back to you don't have? We're waiting for you to.
Because I can. Okay, here I will provide a working model for you right now. It's here we go. So here is a model.
I want to see earthquakes on this thing.
You want to see what?
It's supposed to be a physical.
Make sure it's got earthquakes on it.
Make sure it's got earthquakes on it? Do you know what caused earthquakes?
Why are you asking people questions? We're waiting on your model, dumb fuck. Post it.
I posted it. It's right there. So if you go that and you put that in your URL, that will show you incorporating the sun and the moon.
Point out how much I weigh.
What's that?
I don't see it.
He just typed earth.google.com.
Yeah, it's Google Earth. So if you go on there, that'll show you a perfectly working model of the 3D Earth.
Shut up, dude. Hey,
that accounts for the location of the sun, the location of the moon, everything perfectly accounted for. So if you guys can provide anything like that,
no, it doesn't. So what you don't know is that
physical model anyway.
Hold on, but Google Earth uses. Hold on, Google.
You have no imagery of a working demonstration of all of these things working in orchestration.
Neither do you.
I'm not going to get past this point. You don't have a visual representation of it. You cannot create one because there's nothing that you could demonstrate.
You can, because you're saying that instead of providing that very thing which you were supposed to.
I just did. The Google Earth is a perfect representation of the globe Earth.
You don't even.
It works perfectly. It is an exact representation.
No, it doesn't. You're just saying that.
No, okay, you are dedicated to denying that it does
dude,
work.
Dude, I'm sick of this, dude. Stop talking. Look, if you knew anything, Google Earth uses the Web Mercator, which is a fucking cylinder. So tell me how the cylinder works perfectly, please.
Because different confirmations are used for different problems that you're solving. No one is saying that
No, it's not a globe model.
It is a representation of the globe model that you would use for particular reasons.
Even though it's a universal transverse.
No. I'm answering your question, so please stop talking over me. If you have a Lambert conformal, if I go into my grade school room and I look at the Lambert conformal map on the wall, it accounts for certain things that I may need to use a representation of the globe for. For instance, I can look at all the capitals and see what country.
No one cares.
I could not use it to plot flight paths. Because there is significant amount of skew towards the north and south pole.
No one cares, dude. You didn't post a globe model. You posted a cylinder model. We want the globe model.
No, I did not. I posted. I'll post it again. Okay, so
Google Earth is, bro. Did you not listen? Google Earth
I
is
listened
a
that you have no valid criticism.
Why are you talking over me again? Google Earth uses. Don't do it. Google Earth uses a universal transverse Mercator. It's not a globe model. Post a globe
You don't
model.
know what a Mercator projection is, do you? You're talking about Google Maps?
This is a universal transverse Mercator. Yeah, I know what a Mercator is.
No, it is not.
I also know what a universal
Google Earth. It is a globe, my friend. It is a globe. It's not a Mercator projection. It's not a
listen.
It is not a Mercator. It's not a Mercator projection. No, it is not. Go to the fucking link.
Because Google. Oh my God, he's smirking. Listen, Google says it is.
That is Google Maps. That is a flat two-dimensional representation of it.
No, not
this is
Google
a
Maps,
3D
Google
model
Earth,
of the
brother.
Dipshit. It's a map of the globe. It's not a Mercator projection. You do not know what a Mercator projection is. You do not know what that is. A Mercator projection is a two-dimensional image.
Okay, but you can wrap it on a 3D surface, right?
No, because it's skewed, right?
No?
Because yes,
So
okay. If you cut it out and you wrap, right? Okay. You're talking about getting GPS information for all of the satellites. That does not change that inside of Google Earth is an oblate spheroid in correct proportion. It is the right distance from the Earth and the Moon, and that if I view it, my sunrise time, my sunset time will be accurate. It will show me inside of Google Earth exact times of the solar and lunar eclipses as they were happening over the. You cannot show me a representation of your model that accounts for all of these factors simultaneously, because there is no way for you to show a physical representation, a visual representation of these things that accounts for all of them, because you know it's impossible.
Is this a chatbot? You're just repeating your script.
I agree. Okay.
Just reset it.
So can I address everything you said? Regardless of what you say, Google themselves say Google Earth, not Google Maps, uses the Web Mercator. And if you look up what that is, it's a universal transverse Mercator. They wrapped it onto a ball. That map is a cylinder. Okay? You can easily prove this. You know why? Because you can take Google Earth, right, and you can look at half of it and grab one side of it and swipe it across. And for some reason, you can spin Google Earth around to 5 times until you get like all the way back to your starting point. So it's more than just an Earth. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. Our Google Earth predicts sunrise and sunset times uses, guess what I said? The equation of time. They are not modeling the fucking sun and the fucking moon in 3D space. They are not.
Oh my goodness, friend, we are cooked as a society. It's the anti-intellectualism that runs rampant.
Not a reputation. Dude, anti-intellectualism, you just made shit up about how you think Google Earth works. Just literally made shit up. Pulled it straight out your fucking asshole.
You don't have what you're asking us for. You don't have what you're asking us for.
Yeah. You could easily search and find that what he's saying is totally true. You're just making claims with nothing to back them up. You are the
Because I'm
anti-intellectual.
ignorant.
You have no representation of your
Varen.
model.
Oh, hold on. I'm not
You made
unmuting
a
him
conspiracy
again.
narrative in your head about how everything works. And remember, like 30 minutes ago, I said, you think they use a globe for how all this shit works, but they really don't. And you just come back with a fucking Google Earth, which also don't use a globe.
Right. You don't want a representation. You want a claim of a representation. You're not presenting a representation. You're presenting a claim of a representation. Is it an accurate representation of reality that you're presenting as a model?
Yeah, before I unmute you, I would like you to Google, is Google Earth a Mercator projection? Yeah, just Google that. Google it. Let us know when you find the answer.
Yeah, so I
He was
attempted to explain.
really shifty before when I asked him what it would prove, and he said that, well, it would prove that you guys can't do it, but what that's really trying to insinuate is that it would prove that the Earth is not flat, can't be flat, which would be a reification ultimately.
So
inflating the map of the territory.
Okay, so the concept that what you're getting overlaid onto this 3D representation, which is a model of a globe, is derived from.
Does it prove?
It's not a model. It's just a 3D ball that they wrapped the Mercator map on. That's
Right.
all it is.
It's actually,
you know how video games work.
It's interesting because we're actually on a 3D ball, so that's how that works.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
I can tackle this from multiple areas.
GoogleEarth.com. That's how he knows that. GoogleEarth.com.
No, I mean there's a whole host of
support that claim.
There's a whole host of information. For instance,
Any
I don't
measurement.
know.
I don't want just a whole host of information. I asked for a specific piece of information, measurements that would support that claim.
Measurements that would support the claim of a globe Earth. So how about whenever a rocket takes off and goes into layback?
Is this a measurement? A rocket? Sorry, is this a measurement?
Yes. So I could provide to you a whole bunch of schemata about how you calculate layback whenever a rocket goes into low Earth orbit.
Post
it all.
That's not a measurement, dude.
That's not, you don't think they use measurements in mathematics to determine where a rocket's going to go?
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying that I'm asking for a specific measurement of a geometric figure that you've claimed. Where's that?
Yeah, I mean, I can account for that. That's every single object that's ever been launched into low Earth orbit and returned to Earth. So I'll give you.
It's not a measurement either.
Okay. Yeah. So they use telemetry, which is how you
measurements are
determine.
done with an instrument.
I'm going
measurements
to.
are done with an instrument for measuring.
Okay, I get that. I can provide one for every single NASA mission that's ever been created. It's all very public.
Okay,
it's
what
made
was the
available
instrument
because they use.
Okay, what was the instrument they used? What was the instrument they used to measure?
They use countless instruments. It's loaded with gyroscopes and gyroscopes. Do you understand that technology you said earlier that you do?
Okay, where can we get the gyroscope out? Okay, where can we get the gyroscope output data?
From every single NASA mission that's ever taken off. So
okay, just give us one.
Okay, so NASA telemetry data, which I'm sure you guys have all accounted for.
No, gyroscope output data is very specific, dude. We're trying to be specific. You're making these universal claims, which are fucking baseless. So we're trying to nail you down from being, because we're sick of playing whack-a-mole with you. So it's really simple.
No.
You said, there's measurements of a bulb.
I'm getting you this right now.
Okay, what instrument were they measured with? You said a fucking gyro. I said, okay, where can we see that output data? You said there's fucking outlets. So let's see one.
You a whole host, and I'll give you individual, and then I'll give you a link to where you can access all of it. None of this accounts for the issue that you're.
Prosecutor.
I'm getting you right now. None of this accounts for the fact that you cannot provide a working model of what you claim to believe.
You're on trial.
No.
You're on
You have
trial.
not.
You're on trial. Your claim of the globe is on trial. Stop shifting the burden, dude. We're waiting on your measurements still. We're not talking about us.
And I already did.
No, because you can't provide. None of you, after 30 years, none of you can provide a representation.
The point is, you can't. You can't provide measurements to substantiate your claim of a globe. That's why you're shifting the conversation back to this. That's what's happening here.
I already did. I already gave you
No, you did not. What does it look like?
So
show me a visual representation.
What do you mean? What does it look like? Listen. Okay, we have a
In the
model
chat,
for gravity,
Google
right?
Map,
What does that
Google
look
Earth
like?
use WGS84 pseudo Mercator projection, which is a spherical Mercator projection. This projection is used to display the Earth as a globe on a flat screen.
Okay, and while
is a
I'm getting you
closed
this data, I can
variant
explain
of
that to
the
you since you
Mercator.
guys don't understand. That is the
fucking interrupt
We
imagery.
do understand. What does the model of gravity look like?
Their Mercator projection. That is the imagery laid over. The fact that the globe is there as an oblate spheroid in relation to the location of the sun and the moon doesn't require that you overlay the surface
I think you need to ask the
actual
question
data.
again.
That's
He's not
Why are we hearing about this
listening.
again? Why are we hearing about this again? I wanted the measurement for the globe. What's that? What tool was used and how? And what was the outcome? What was measured?
I'm getting you this stuff right now. I know that you're very
well, how
impatient
about a
and you don't
specific
understand.
measurement of drop over distance of an arc segment of the circumference, you suppose?
Yeah, that's supposed to be like generally like 8 inches per mile squared. Or
Yeah,
something
okay,
like that, if I believe correctly.
measured how? With what method?
You can account for it with any model of the globe.
Oh, you don't do that. You don't account for it with a model, dude. You're going to use a tool, an instrument to measure something directly.
Yeah. So we could utilize we can utilize laser information, and we could send lasers like photons.
Okay, cite it. Give us a citation of somebody who sent lasers, photons, and use that method to measure directly an arc segment.
Well, that's actually how they triangulate and determine like the size of lakes and rivers.
Are you going to cite them? Who are they?
Anyone that does land surveillance around an area that you have to navigate
Being
around.
pretty broad. You're still being pretty generalized.
So after I do this,
so who are you going to cite specifically?
Like USGS, like US geological data.
Okay, go ahead and post a citation of their measurement of an arc segment. Go ahead.
You think that when people like navigate around the mountain range,
you're tapping out already? You're gonna ask me what I think about something else? Just post the fucking thing.
I didn't ask you anything. You're all just angry and loud.
Are you brick, dude? You started to talk about me and what I think and shit. I'm asking you for the citation.
Oh, who are you? Wait, who is this? Is this Tristan?
You don't need to know.
We can give you a few minutes. Yeah, we can talk among ourselves. If you want to go find that citation, we can give you a few minutes to find that.
Don't try to change the subject again. I asked for something. I want.
Yeah, and also don't change the subject. Provide a visual representation of your model.
Stop talking. No, don't
provide a visual representation of your model.
I'm not providing you anything. The burden's on you. Don't try to just shift it like that, dude. Go ahead. You said that there was somebody who measured an arc segment directly of the Earth. Post it. Let's see the citation. Go. Get it. Don't ask me anything else. Don't ask me for anything else. Just get it.
Dude, if you want a visual,
forget that I asked you.
Oh, dude, if you want a visual representation of a flat Earth mountain, just fire up Stellarium. Stellarium don't use a globe. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
After 30 years, you don't have a visual representation of the model that you can show me right now.
I just gave you one. I just gave you one. Stellarium.
Where is it? Where is it in the chat?
Stellarium. Stellarium.
Oh, I know Stellarium. I used it. Stellarium does not account. That's a fucking program that doesn't account for anything. That's the celestial sphere. That's just looking up in your night sky. My friend, that is not a model of all Earth.
Does it work on a flat Earth?
No, it works in one location.
Why not?
Because if you take your one location and just imagine that
where I am on a flat Earth
forever, then yeah, sure, it works. But that doesn't mean it does. It's for your local area, my friend. You have basic misunderstandings about physics. You don't understand. Stellarium doesn't work if you attempt to.
You didn't mention any physics. What physics? What physics are you talking about?
The physics of the angular momentum of the Earth spinning, if I look at Stellarium in different locations, they do not account for a flat Earth. You will see different night skies if I look at Stellarium for a particular time in two different locations. I don't see, you're looking at Stellarium and you're thinking that horizon, because it spreads flat across your computer screen, that means that it works perfectly if you extrapolate it out for the entire circumference of the Earth. It does not, because you fundamentally don't understand aspects of how mathematics are applied. You can go out right now to the Great Lakes and watch ships disappear over the horizon.
And what
but
we
you don't understand any of this.
What we understand. We're waiting on your citation still, dude. Where are they?
Okay, so right here.
Yeah, stop just galloping and jumping between things. Just focus for a minute.
Don't tell me about
find your citation.
Because I've done what you just suggested doing, and I watched the boat sail 30 miles away. So you might want to just zip your lip.
Yeah, what's wrong with seeing a boat sail 30 miles away? You should maybe be able to see that.
Started disappearing at 6 miles away.
8 inches.
At 30 miles away, you should have been 420 feet. Hey, listen, at 30 miles away, should have been 420 feet under the horizon.
No.
No,
No, that's not right. Also,
that's
you don't
not
understand
right.
fundamentally
I
that
don't
you're not. You're talking
So you
about.
don't know how big your ball is then.
We know perfectly how big it is.
What's the correct value? What's the correct value?
8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, what does
should
that
be,
result to at the distance he just said?
30 miles.
So it should be.
Why aren't you factoring observer height, you dipshit?
You absolutely have to factor observer height, and he's probably talking about the fact that he could see the top of the ship and not the bottom of it.
Okay, so what's the value? What's the correct one? You said that was wrong. What's the correct?
So I think it should be something like.
I was 15 feet above sea level.
So it doesn't sound like you know. So how do you know it's wrong? How do you know he's wrong when you don't actually know what it should be?
I think it's about 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches over a distance of 30 would not account for 400.
What's 30 squared?
Oh, you didn't square it.
What's 30 squared?
30 times 30 is what, 900?
Are you asking us? You don't know?
900? Is that your final answer?
So here you have a representation of a readout that they would be looking at. So this factors in whenever they're launching. That's all of their gyroscopic data to show the orientation of the plane over the Earth. That's how they actually map its location.
You're avoiding the drop over distance?
No, he just said that he was 15 feet above and he saw a ship. This isn't a thing that's 1 foot tall that you would expect to disappear.
But
This
you
is a
said
thing
he
that
was
he saw
wrong.
the.
No, you said he was wrong, so get the correct value then.
Okay, so I will address this thing that you guys got wrong, and then I'll address
do
this thing that you guys got wrong right now.
Snap, stop talking and fucking do it.
You said that's gyroscope data. Like, that's not gyroscope data. What are you talking about?
It is gyroscopic data of all of the different
How many
satellites that they're
radians per
referencing in
minute
flights.
is that?
Oh my God, my friend, listen.
What does a gyroscope measure?
Typically, it has several uses. It's used to measure deviation of angle. So as you use a gyroscope, you orient it to a surface, and then as you have deviation from that individual angle, you can tell either the system it's on is tilting or the object you're in is tilting. So that's one use of a gyroscope.
No, that's
the particular use of a gyroscope that they use.
Gyroscopes measure rotation. They measure rotation.
And you think they measure the RPM of their own gyroscope?
No, yeah, that's right. They measure rotation. They use the Sagnac effect to measure rotation. But you don't know what that is.
Okay, so now to address the next is if you were even 15 feet above the ground, which you weren't laying flat, if it was a 1 foot object, right? The distance to horizon would have been 4.7 miles. So for you to see that at 30 miles is the height of the ship that you saw as it was passing over the horizon.
Yeah,
so an object that was potentially 1 inch tall.
30 miles.
No, the ship was 420 feet. That's weird because the tallest ship in the world is only 280 feet. So how did that work?
You're doing the wrong equation too. You're looking for distance to horizon. You're supposed to be looking for hidden height.
So the ship was supposed to start disappearing at that distance. It should have been long gone before it reached 30 miles. And how do I know it was 30 miles? Well, they have this little app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you where a ship is. And in Boston Harbor, they have a marine radar station, which tracks all the boats coming out of fucking Boston Harbor. So I knew exactly where the boat was. I watched it for 3.5 hours sail out to sea. It never went over the horizon, never sunk under anything. None of that shit happened. In fact, I've never seen that, ever.
Yeah, so this right here that I'm using, saying that you were 5 meters in observer height distance, this says it's perfectly visible, accounting for the curvature of the Earth.
I've got
a large portion of it, like maybe 30% of it, was hidden beneath the horizon.
Post what you're using.
High height, 15 feet. Target distance 30 miles. Hidden height 425 feet.
Exactly what I said.
Right, and this
Yeah,
is
give us
anecdotal because
what's
you're
your
just recording
source? What's your source of what you're using? Post it in the chat.
I'll put mine in.
Well, first the numpty was just going to do it longhand using 8 inches per mile squared and not factoring any observer height. He was telling you you're wrong. Doesn't know the first thing about his own claim.
First, he was going to do 8 inches per mile.
Yeah,
no. Listen,
yeah. That's what happened. We have it recorded. Yeah.
Yeah, we all laughed at it. It was funny.
No, I get the concept that it's expounding, right? Because it's growing exponentially, right? So I get
that's
that
the part
compounds.
that you fucked up. We know. You don't need to tell us what we just taught you.
Did you record the part where you guys, after 30 years of this being
every stupid thing you said,
pseudo-intellectual endeavor, that you guys have no visual representation of the model that you believe in?
I gave you one of those too.
Where did you give me a visual representation of the model that you believe in?
I told you Stellarium.
No, you told me something. Yeah, you told me Stellarium, which is a joke. You told me something, but you have no visual representation.
Why is that a joke?
You can show up after 30 years.
Why that's a joke?
Because I know what Stellarium is. Stellarium just shows you the night sky that you're in your particular location. That is not a model of the entire cosmos. You think because it's flat at the bottom.
You said it was now I need a model of the entire cosmos? Jesus Christ.
You need a model of the object.
Is Google Earth a model of the entire cosmos, dumbass? You're just being retarded, okay?
You need a model of the thing that you claim that you are on, because you are so intelligently deriving all of the.
Will a model of the thing I'm on prove what the thing I'm on is?
Well, the model of the thing you're on. No. The point of asking you for a model, a visual representation of the. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
Well, you just did. You said no. I don't need you to say anything else. No, it won't prove what we're on. Okay, so fuck it. Next conversation, please.
No, the concept behind this would be to.
You just said no, it won't, right? I don't care, dude.
A visual model of the flat Earth is that you know that you cannot create one. You know that no matter what you construct, it will never account for all of the naturally observable phenomena of the.
Dude, I'm just scrolling down.
He's just
Look, brother, you're asking us to create something you can't create, and I demonstrate it. You could never show the sun, moon, and Earth in the same frame and see the Earth because of the distances involved. If you tried to put it on a screen, the sun would be 40,000 fucking pixels away from the goddamn Earth. If the Earth was 1 pixel. Okay? You can't show a visual representation either. So why don't you just shut your pie hole?
Hey, Venom, I have a question to you. Can you show me your globe model working inside a vacuum chamber? You claim you have a working model. How about you show me that? Show me a working globe model inside a vacuum chamber with some atmosphere around. Do you have it? Do you have a working model either?
No. I've provided one representation of it, which would be like Google Earth is a model of
not Google Earth illustration or CGI animation. Okay, you show me that inside a vacuum chamber. You have it.
What do you mean by? Why do you think vacuum chamber? What is that?
I don't have to repeat it. I just did ask. Listen and stop making up shit. I'm asking you to show me a working globe model inside a vacuum chamber now. You have it.
Why do you say vacuum chamber? I don't understand what that means.
Yeah,
because space is a vacuum. It means a vacuum chamber.
Your globe ball. The claim is in a vacuum. Okay. So now you have to show me that working model. You have it. You have it. Don't jumping around. Do you have it? Yes or no?
So space being
not space. Yeah, not space.
Chamber.
Not space. Okay. Don't talk anymore. Okay. I want a working model. You have it.
Yeah, so
because you can talk bullshit. You can talk bullshit all night. You can talk bullshit all night. You don't have a you don't have a model that we can test it. Okay, you just have bullshit talk.
Okay, so obviously relation and distance isn't there just for readability because otherwise
You are spiraling. Keep spiraling. You don't have nothing to present to us. A working simple model inside the vacuum chamber. Your globe model
you don't
doesn't
know what
work.
a vacuum chamber is. That part doesn't make sense. But I can give you a model
I want
of
to test
the
your
Earth.
globe. I want to test your globe ball Earth inside the vacuum chamber because the claim is that is in the vacuum of space. Okay. Now you show to us that working model. Do you have it? Do you have it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Listen,
so
show it.
Here's another representation for you.
Post the experiment.
So here, if you go in proportion to the Earth and the Moon and the Sun.
Enough of pseudoscience, okay? We want to test it, okay?
Yeah,
you have a working model inside the vacuum chamber. Please post it.
I gave you another one.
Don't have
keep talking.
Shit. You don't have shit.
Hold on. That's your model that you just posted in the chat? That's your model?
That's a model. That's one.
Hold on. When's it spring? How can I tell from your model? When's it spring?
So you would look at the orientation, 23.7 degrees, I believe, if I remember correctly. The Earth is on a tilt.
So you can see the tilt in your model, bro? Where's the tilt indicator? Where's the tilt in your model?
By orienting yourself to the plane that the sun orbits the Earth orbits the sun.
That's not what you posted.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
it absolutely is. You put yourself. You don't understand basic fundamentals of cosmology and physics. So this is all really difficult for you to understand.
I'm looking at it, and this is like a top-down view, right?
No. You can orient yourself to the plane, right? PLANE, that the Earth orbits the sun, and you will see the 23.7 degree. Yeah, of course you can do that. Yes, this is a model.
No, is this what you posted, dude? I'm asking what you posted. We're only talking about what you posted, not what you could have posted. What you did.
So am I. I don't think.
I want to know what I can get for info. Dude, stop talking. I want to know what we can get for information out of your model. If this is the Goldberg model.
That's a perfect representation. That's an extremely accurate representation of the sphere that we actually all live on.
Okay, so I can use this to predict eclipses.
Yeah, they're all on there.
I can use that graphic to predict eclipses.
Yeah, that's not how you would do it if you were an actual, if you were involved in physics and you were looking.
So it isn't a working model. That model don't actually work. What you posted.
No, it works. It works perfectly. Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it works perfectly to predict eclipses. How about
who's saying the same thing over and over again now? Give me something that's even a tenth of this clarity that shows a visual representation of
clarity. This doesn't show anything.
It shows you the entire in proportion sphere Earth in relation to the moon.
Dude, hold on, dude. The sun, right? The moon, 30 Earth diameters away, right?
No. I posted Space Engine, spaceengine.org. Spaceengine.org.
That's not a model either. They don't model a globe in that.
If in adherence, if your primary objective right now is to go to bed believing the same thing you woke up this morning,
I don't have an objective. I am trying to teach you to meet the burden that you have on us, and you can't, and you know it, and you're trying to squirm your way out of it.
I have posted Space Engine is just one representation that is entirely accurate that shows the globe, Earth, the moon, the sun, and other cosmological in perfect representation and orientation. If you utilize
how accurate is it?
How accurate is it? It's extremely accurate. You can model all of the cosmological phenomenon in the local.
I want a quantification.
That's what you think is reasonably expected of me right now, to give you a percentage quantification on the error ratios portions of this model. When you don't have a visual representation of your model whatsoever that shows what it actually is that you believe exists in reality. You can't tell me what exists in reality as you, because you have no visual representation that demonstrates where these things actually are. How far is the sun? How far is the sun? Let's go there. You tell me how far the sun is. It's indeterminable. You want me to go and tell you a quantifiable ratio of error between this model, which is extremely accurate enough to present all of the local cosmological phenomenon that you would ever want to account for, but you have no model, and you've actually just finally inadvertently admitted it. You have no visual representation of what you believe in because it is impossible to represent visually. It is not possible for you to create a model that shows all of the local phenomena possibly.
Dude, stop!
You are in.
The sun is a quantity in the natural world. It is not equivalent to a model. That's like saying, shut the fuck up. It's like saying someone's 6 feet tall and comparing that to a model. You're a dunce, dude. You're a legit dunce. You can't, with the graphic you posted in the chat, you can't tell anything from that. In fucking Space Engine, don't fucking tell you nothing. Can I point my telescope with it? Can I use Space Engine?
I can tell you one thing I can tell you. It can tell you how far away the sun is, dipshit. You don't know.
No, you can't. Okay. How was that measured?
We can triangulate in 6 months. So we'll be in one orientation of the sun and then another orientation of the sun, and we can use that to triangulate using trigonometry our position to any star. Okay. But looking outside the sun, we can monitor in many different ways, all get the same exact answer. Okay. We can monitor the stellar lumens.
Stop with your nonsense.
You don't understand any of this, but that doesn't mean it's true.
I do understand.
You can monitor the stellar lumens of the output of the sun and determine exactly how much light is reaching it, which is a way that we can verify the distance. It's extremely accurate from any local star inside of the galaxy. We can use trigonometry to coordinate exactly where our location is. All of these come back with the same exact.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying shit that doesn't even conform to the mainstream fucking view. You're just making shit up, dude. It's disgusting at this point. Bro, okay? To measure the light intensity of the sun and get a distance, you would need a priori knowledge of the sun's fucking output, which you don't have because you have to be at the fucking sun to figure that out. And then you would already know the distance, and it wouldn't even fucking matter. You'd just be fucking jerking up at that point, okay? So they didn't figure out the sun's distance from trigonometry of the fucking orbit. Did they?
No, they didn't.
I'll mute this clown. You don't even know where they get it from. You don't even know how it was derived. You don't know any of that shit.
How far is the sun?
It's indeterminable.
It is impossible for you to use your model to determine how far the sun is.
Okay, listen, brother. There is no solar parallax. Okay? And because there's no parallax, you can't trigonometrically get the distance of the sun. So in your worldview, you could stand on the South Pole and measure at the South Pole and the North Pole and look at the sun at the same time and measure the distance and angle and get the distance of the sun. But you're not going to measure distance and angle because according to you guys, the sun is too far away. So there's no solar parallax. How do you get the distance to the sun then? Okay, so what they did was they said, we think Venus is the same size as Earth. And if it's the same size of Earth, it would orbit this far away. And we're going to time how long it takes to go across the face of the sun. And we're going to measure the size of the sun, assuming the size of Venus. And if we know the size of the sun, then we can calculate its distance. Okay, that's how it would come about. It wasn't come about from triangulation. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this subject, dude. You've been trying to fake it for fucking an hour and a half, dude. It's sick. It's disgusting. And then you should ask yourself why you're even doing it. Because you have a fucking hair across your ass or flat earthers. You're probably a fucking atheist, dude. And are triggered by fucking flat earth. Because you think we're going to bring back fucking life beating and horses and fucking buggies.
Yeah, the output power of the sun was calculated assuming the distance based on the brightness.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's a post priority, right? Post whatever the fucking is it post priority?
Yeah. They're working like they don't know the first steps that we're taking to get all these numbers and this stuff, and then they're working backwards. It's just dumb.
Dude, you don't know anything about any of this, dude. That's why you just keep asking for a cartoon. Show me a fucking what is it? You can't show a pictorial representation of letters. Sure we could. Sure we could. Instead of the same garbage you can. But as you admitted, it wouldn't prove anything. So why waste your time?
Yeah. Already told us it's not going to prove what we're living on one way or the other. What do you keep asking for it for? Your script is bricked, dude.
I guess we're supposed to fucking feel bad about ourselves if we don't make cartoons.
I guess. I mean, what else does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, I'd really like Verum to consider, the accusation you just made that we just want to go to bed not learning anything new. You could have learned a lot of new things in this conversation. I'm not sure if you did because your listening skills seem suspect, but, why is it that you are so attached to the Earth being a globe, Verum?
Oh, you're summoning me on demand now? You're going to unmute me so that I can respond to you?
Okay, I'll mute you again so I can explain why we just left you muted all that time. You don't know that? Because it should be pretty self-evident. If you don't understand that, I'll put the link to the live stream in the chat, and tomorrow you can review it and see what your conversation skills were like, and if you were capable of listening to the end of somebody's answer before you tried to speak over them. That's why we had to start doing it. I'll unmute you now. Do you want to answer my question? Why are you so attached to living on a globe?
Well, just start talking. He'll answer it when you're talking.
That's right. There's silence. He can't speak.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Verum. Why are you so attached to the idea of living on a globe? First thoughts, go. Oh, now you don't want to talk. Okay.
Only if he can talk past you and while he's interrupting you. Otherwise, he's not interested.
All right. Well, if you want to review your performance, I put the live stream in there, so you can look at that tomorrow and see if you thought that you were able to listen without talking over people or not.
God, I'm like afraid to even listen to it. That's an audio nightmare. I'm embarrassed to even be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, we started muting him while you were trying to answer him partway through, because that was the only way to even have something halfway coherent to go out to the audience, because you continuously were talking over people nonstop there. I mean, not listening to their answer and telling us what we think, and you're just not interested in learning. You are the anti-intellectual. You're clearly not interested in a free and open exchange of ideas, which is what a true intellectual would be interested in. We have people come in here who are globe believers who are perfectly capable of having a civilized conversation. You're just not one of them.
Telling us what we think, why we think it, et cetera, dude. We got the amazing Kreskin here. Doesn't know you, but somehow
if you guys
combine your motives, your emotions, your thoughts.
No. I can see. I can see. You guys have figured it all out. Tell me how far the sun is and how you'll calculate it with your model.
I told you incalculable, and I told you why.
So your model is not capable of determining how far the object you can feel on your skin and see with your eyes is.
No, see, listen. Did you listen? What did I say? How did I say they got it? The distance to the sun, the 93 million miles. Where does that come from?
I tried to explain just a couple of ways that all.
No, that's not how they did it. You made that part up. You made that up, dude. You made it up. We know you've made it up because we've had these conversations with fucking astrophysicists. So, you want to try again?
You want me to give you another example of how you want me to know how this historically?
Here, he has a PhD in astronomy. Okay? We've had this conversation with him a fucking million times.
And you weren't able to learn from him?
Learn what?
There are
so you're one of these people that think, so I figured it out. You think that we don't understand the globe, and that's why we don't believe in it, right?
You have said many things that show that
right?
You have
yes or no? Yes or no?
You don't understand it, correct? Yeah.
I think this session here has shown that we do understand it and you don't. And we don't believe it because we do understand it. That it's one giant reification.
Yeah, it's pretty clear at this point. I'm going to bed. He has nothing to offer.
Night, Drace.
Good night. Yeah, both Indio and Drace explained to you how this number was derived and why it's entirely theoretical. I guess you weren't listening.
The main problem is they don't have a baseline. Okay, so it's something. So this is the part where you can learn something. There's this thing called cosmic distance ladder. And the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder is the radius of the Earth. Okay, so they observe Venus from far apart locations and they measured the separation. Now they're assuming a radius, so then they're assuming the distance apart from each other, the chord of an arc. Okay, they don't actually know what their distance away from each other. They're just assuming it. And from this, they derive distance of Venus, distance to the Sun, size of the orbit, fucking stellar parallax, Cepheid variables, redshift. It's the ladder, right? So each value depends on all the values below them. Okay, so but the first value, the radius value. In order for there to be a radius value, you need a curved surface. Okay, so you need to prove the curved surface before you can get all the benefits of the things that come after it. You don't get to skip the most important part. And as you should have learned from me telling you, these models, right, as you admitted in Stellarium, they're observer-centric and only deal with a celestial sphere. That's the truth. There's no globe in any of these models. Just because you can make a fucking cartoon with a globe doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. In fact, there is no globe model. There's some cartoons. The actual model is not of a globe, it's really a point in space. It's an observer-centric model that we use to make all these predictions for your fucking Starfish universe or whatever the fuck goddamn software you're using. They're all the same. It's a projection of the coordinate system. The latitude longitude coordinate system, what I explained to you in the fucking beginning, is completely based upon the sky. All of it is based upon the sky. But the thing is, all of them use angles which are measured off of a flat surface. Because you can't have an elevation angle off of a curve. So you have to assume a flat Earth in the instance. Nothing I said is factually incorrect. Okay? It's not my opinion. It's not like Flat Earther said. It's 100% factually incorrect. And in fact, for you not to believe it, you have to throw the globe under the bus. This is what you don't understand. Everything I've been telling you is your own paradigm. And to argue against me is to argue against the globe. But you don't realize that you're arguing against your own worldview. Because you have everything a Flat Earther says is wrong syndrome.
What's your percent certainty that it's a globe, Verum?
Well, he does have 3 monitors, so 300%.
That's a good one, India.
Well, I've got 3 monitors as well, and I'm 300% it's flat, so I'm going to have to go up against him on this one.
He's got curved monitors. You got flat monitors, because you're like an old guy. He's got the curved ones.
Well, I got new curved ones. I got 3 that curve perfectly around my desk. Yeah, I got into it, mate. I've
nice.
Got with the times.
How do you know they're curved and not flat?
Well, you know what he could do? He could measure them.
I think from where I'm sitting, I can quite clearly see that they're not flat.
I think you should. I think you could tell if you like.
From where I'm sitting, I can't see Mount
Look at your
Everest,
ceiling
so
lights.
that's pretty easy too.
Look at your ceiling lights, AJ. That'll tell you.
Yeah, and now we're comparing my monitors on my desk 6 inches in front of my face to not being able to see Mount Everest. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are ridiculing me and you've called me an idiot, but don't know where the sun goes at night. So
Yeah, it goes away. It moves.
it goes away. It flies away because it's a magical object that floats through the sky. And disobeys all other observable laws of physics, and
but
you don't know how far away it is, and you don't know what it's made of.
Hey, that's what
Your
you think
model
Earth
works.
is.
You also you can't demonstrate the distance between two locations. Trot's been cooking you in the chat the entire time, just pointing out why your flight path between two distances is completely different on a globe
He's
model.
ignorant, okay? He's an ignorant, okay?
Here we go again.
But anyway,
Here we go again with the
Veron,
narrative nonsense.
can you prove the drop over distance? Where is your proof? You just have talk?
The drop over distance, you can do it with a high quality laser. Yeah, so I could show you. So here, I'll show you. You can learn something today. So you can use a laser, which is a great example. Now you have to be aware that there could be some atmospheric
Don't say I can use this. Don't say I can use this or that. I'm asking
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Now this might be hard for you to understand, but it is true. So laser measuring distance over a.
Yeah, you're not going to sit here and patronize the people in this panel. So
yeah, you guys hate to be treated like that, don't you? That's why you're so respectful of everyone else.
I'm going to take over your microphone in just 1 second. So post a citation from somebody who has done it. Don't tell us what we can go and do.
I told you I would.
Hey, I'm not
I told you I'm doing it right.
Yeah, you said you would, but you're proving yourself to be absolutely full of shit because you're still talking and trying to divert and change the subject from that thing that we asked you to do. So stop talking and doing all that stuff and get it, post it, and make it a citation too. Make sure you don't just throw an elephant hurl at us. We need an actual citation.
Yes, we'll give you another 30 years to see.
Oh, I had your mic off the entire time, so that entire cope, nobody heard it, and nobody's hearing the cope that you have ongoing right now either. So start paying some attention to what's going on. You're muted. We're waiting for a citation.
Okay, so I guess he had me muted. No, I was.
Yeah, I had you muted because you were blathering through what I was trying to get to, which is the citation of any measurement that's been done that backs your point. Don't go and tell us to do it. Yeah, get out. See, that's what he's going to do instead of get
Just leave him on mute until he fucking gets the citation.
He left. That's what he's going to do instead of get his measurement because he doesn't have one.
And he said this guy's been cooking us in the chat. He won't give us any
That's not confutz in the chat.
Any flight data. Is it? Oh.
Yep, prod or whatever, it's not confutz.
Well, he's fucking nuts.
Look how quickly he leaves when he's held to it. Like, just get it. But just get the citation, get the measurement. He wants to, like, just talk over that, talk through it, change the topic. Don't let him do it. He just leaves.
Well, I have to say that was like a very unique experience. I haven't been a rover like that in a long time. That just like didn't know anything about the globe, but just like filled in the blanks with his imagination of what it is. That was pretty crazy.
Like, that's what we've been talking about lately as well. Like, people who just make stuff up and they can't say, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. Maybe I'll have to look at that." But they just fill in the blanks and just make it up so they don't look stupid, but they make themselves look stupider.
Yeah, whatever that thing that was that. What was he first came in with, and then Indio explained to him in great detail why it was wrong. Yeah, and then he went back and just like said the exact same thing again. It was so bizarre. Like you hadn't even had the
5 times in a row, like he was reading from a script.
Because he wasn't prepared for anybody to rebut what he had to say. He just had the script ready, and if it failed, all he could do was just say it again.
And what did he say? You send an executed signal or something, wasn't it?
He said the intensity of the signal tapers off, and then there's a stop message. But that just tells you the timing. It doesn't tell you any angle. Because the satellites, they radiate in every direction, right? All you're getting is a time. How long has the signal been in the air? That's it. Dude, it's not even debatable. A casual Google search will just show you.
Well, that's all it took to work out that Google Earth was a transverse Mercator map.
Well, yeah, he didn't know that.
Yeah, and he was just going to fight that one.
But the confidence in ignorance, it's almost mind blowing. I have no problem with people being ignorant of the globe. I mean, it's par for the course at this point, but like invincible ignorance, man, just crazy. You got to be wrong. Flat Earth is saying it's got to be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, when you don't know, just say I don't know. And then someone else can talk, you know? I don't know.
He could have fact checked
Someone who
everything I
does.
said. Like, he could have just Googled everything I said and fact checked me. Or used ChatGPT or one of the fucking AIs, dude. He could have just checked. I mean, it's in real time using it. I mean, like, you could fact check in real time. Same way, I guess.
Yep, he had. What did you say? He has the everything a flat earther says must be wrong syndrome.
Yeah, everything we say. Absolutely everything. Well, you heard, I asked him directly, right? So I asked him, do you think we don't believe in the globe because we don't understand it? And he was like, yeah. You guys don't understand the globe. Okay, sure. Cool story. I'm with because of the audio. Because I know it's like, it would have been great if it's probably not even listenable. Because I would have liked to fucking, fiber optic gyros are affected by gravity now. That's the craziest.
You did a good job with him. You and Heretic and other people held him to it. That's good.
Yeah, we couldn't shut him up though.
I don't know why I didn't want to answer my question. Yeah, that guy's doing that on purpose. He comes in, unmutes, then he leaves. The Dreamer. So if he comes back in, try to mute him when he first gets in here. Dreamer. He comes in, does that thing, and then leaves.
See, people like that, they really annoy me. If you didn't notice, like, in between debating the topic, he would try to get in these, like, narrative paragraphs about fucking flat earthers this and what they do and how they think and, all this social shit. He would do that at, like, regular intervals.
Yeah, and just general things like, you don't understand this, you don't understand physics, you don't understand that. Yeah, just these, various just ridiculous statements that had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I like what Lao Tzu just wrote. Where's your baseless explanation then?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just more illustration of the religious belief. The globe is his God, that's his religious belief, and that's why he thinks the ends justify the means, that he can just use insults, baseless claims, repetitive script, trying to frame the narrative, appeal to weird social ideas. That's all justified to defend his cult.
Well, I mean, I don't think he was new to this topic. I think.
Oh no! I was thinking that too. Like this, I don't know who this guy is, but I mean, he came in here like, "Oh, I'm surprised there's flat earthers." Obviously, that was all an act. Yeah, he totally's been around this. I don't know who that guy is, but yeah.
Yeah, so this is like a it's called like a strain of anti-flat earthers, right? It's like a disease. This is a particular strain of them that their argumentation is to socially stigmatize flat earthers, and that's how they disprove flat earth. The earth can't be flat because all flat earthers are fucking dumb, stupid. They have these weird ideas. They're conspiracy theorists. They're all these things, right? Like they're morally bad, right? So the earth isn't flat because they're morally bad. Or don't listen to one of these morally bad persons. It's the same libtard tactic, right? That okay, they don't frickin' support the the frickin' rainbow flag revolution, so they're bad people and nothing they say should be listened to.
But see, I see these people as just weak people themselves because all they're trying to do is protect their own identity and their own social status. Yeah, they don't want that pressure from the outside that they may look into the flat earth or believe in the flat earth. Yeah, it's all got to do with their own identity. But if you
Like Fu Manchu's hair's on fire.
Yeah, that's Grim.
Oh, it's Grim?
Yeah, you remember the guy who used to have like with that video game with where you're like you steal cars and shit, like the police chase you around.
GTA? Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the one. His profile picture was a character from that.
Yeah, Q has one too. I think that same game, if I'm not mistaken. He's upset with Cyclone though. Mez is muted. No big surprise there.
You can talk to him if you want. He needed to step in during the triangle test. He was blocking.
Oh, for Big? How did Big do in the triangle test?
They both. Well, the one he failed. He left before he could even get to the second question. So he failed, and then Manchu failed because triangles have more than 180 degrees. And define a triangle.
Yeah, Mez is real childish though. I don't know how old he is, but he's really childish.
How dare you?
You are, dude. Like every time we start talking about stuff, you copy somebody and how dare you? Like you do stuff like that. Copy people.
You just copied me. That wasn't copying anyone.
It's an example. It's an example. You do
Example of
stuff
what?
that.
Copying
Of how you behave. How long, dude? He still uses Jesse Path of Light's example for 75 miles over the distance of two theodolites.
No.
Yeah, but who cares?
You almost
dude?
got it.
You almost have it.
That's like a oof for the side of cheese it.
Yeah,
I think
dude,
it's very good. Glowproof.
You can't shoot
It's a direct
anything at
measurement.
75 miles. Maybe 100 yards or 200 yards. That's the max.
No, he's
dude.
not shooting anything.
Dude, even Jesse
It's
ran
called
away from
shooting a
that.
line. It's called shooting a line if you didn't know what it means.
He doesn't know the terms, Redwin. That's why it's difficult when you speak to him because he doesn't know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything
This
you want
is-
flat Earth?
This is Mez right
Or is it
here.
just-
A
we see
perfect
too far.
gif of Mez.
He just
that's true.
cheerleads and
That's
stuff.
literally me.
Cheerleads, intervenes. Who's the guy way at the bottom?
Oh, that's KGB.
The best goy.
Is there any new flat Earth proof? We've been here in a while.
Shut up, dude. Why don't you just shut up? Is there any flat Earth proof? Your lived experience is seeing the
Any
Earth
proof?
as a horizontal plane.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. That's what you do, man. Just like
You just copied
say
me.
dumb
That's just
shit.
what
You say
you know what you accused
say
me
du-
of? You just did it.
Yeah, you say dumb shit. Is there any new flat Earth proof? Like an idiot.
That's asking a question.
Yeah, what do you think,
What's
dude?
dumb about that?
What do you think?
I'm gonna. My assumption would be no.
You can't move the truth. There isn't nothing new under the sun. So the truth has always been obvious. Always.
All right.
You've been convinced that it's something else, and you're a clown at it, but it's always
No, I
the
know
same.
it's something else.
No, you don't. You freaking clown.
Yeah, I do. Measured.
How? Measured. Yeah, you measured curvature, yeah?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Drop over distance. It's in the horizon drop. It's in boats go over the horizon. I've seen a sunset. I've seen celestial navigation work.
Fuck boats over the horizon.
See any explanations for how these things work on flat Earth. So why
least you
should I
got
think
away
the Earth
from
is
Jesse
flat?
Path of
There's
Lights.
no way to explain these things.
In no way.
Oh shit! There's no fucking way. We literally
no way.
fucking drop a GIF showing a fucking RC boat being obstructed where there's no curve. No fucking way.
Yeah, he does this shit, dude, all the time.
You just fucking la through it.
See?
That's all you've been doing for the last 2 years since you've been here, man.
RC boat.
An object being obstructed from the bottom that's nothing to do with curvature, right? That's what you're
How do you
asking for. You can literally see it. It's self-evident.
Self-evident. Oh. Well, I think it's self-evident that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Deal with your code, bro, man. Just get out of this fucking limbo you're stuck in where you can't accept that it's flat.
Not
I
even
will accept that
Glover's.
it's flat if you can provide reasonable evidence that it's flat.
That's so stupid. Dude, I
I've yet
hate
to
when
see
you
any.
say that shit, dude. That's what you do
It's
all
like
the time.
challenging your belief. It's putting you in the...
Evidence. It's not curved.
Putting the ball in your
There's your
court.
evidence.
That's begging the question. Circular reasoning.
Begging the question.
Prove it.
Prove that it's begging the question. Are you retarded?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, explain that.
There you go.
Explain how it's begging the question. Go for it.
Because you're assuming the conclusion in the premise. It's flat because there's no curve because it's flat, you know? You're just saying the same thing in a different way.
Something
Yeah, but
is not
but
curved.
that's not what's said,
Something
man.
isn't cur- if
That's not what's
something
said.
isn't curved, what is it?
Flat.
There you go. No begging the question. Thank you.
All right, so how do you know it's not curved?
Checked.
Have you checked? Ooh. Time's up. You guys are terrible.
All right, we'll go cry about it.
I'll laugh about it. Ugh.
Why is it so quiet in here?
What do you mean it's so quiet? You didn't hear people speaking just a moment ago?
Well, yeah, I did, but then it just went silence for like 2 minutes. I felt a bit awkward.
Yeah, because we're not screaming like animals in a cage like every other channel on this server.
Oh, I've seen you scream sometimes. Not every time, but sometimes.
The other channels are going off the wall. You can't even hear what anybody's saying in there.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, especially like the religious ones. Yeah, swear, them religious channels are something else, man.
Yeah.
Flat Earth thing is kind of the same as well. You know, like
You find
these flat
yourself in
earthers
close
mostly.
company here.
We have Mez, who's a big pair of clown shoes. He doesn't know how to answer questions, but maybe you do, Pantheos.
I'll answer
Oh, yeah,
questions.
well-
you haven't answered any of mine.
You don't
Shut up,
answer
clown.
questions,
Have a
Mez.
seat.
You're just
Hong Kong.
you're just swearing at people, bro. You're just shouting and swearing at people, Mez. You don't know how to have a conversation.
Have
Let the
a
big boys
conversation?
speak, all right?
Yeah,
Shouting
that's
the big
or
boys.
swearing at
That's
anyone?
Yeah, facts.
What the hell?
Yeah, facts.
All
Why would
right,
you
you
accuse me
can't
of
prove
something I
the
haven't done?
curvature,
Very
all right? If you
dishonest.
can't prove it, you let the big boys speak, all right, bruv?
All right. No, I can prove it. You can measure drop over distance, celestial navigation, boats over the curve,
Yeah, what have you done to do that?
sunsets,
What have you done?
drop of the horizon,
What have you done? What have you done?
circumnavigation.
What? Celestial navigation, you've done that.
I've done celestial navigation, yes.
Circumnavigation, you've done that too?
Circumnavigation, no.
You've done that? Up, time's up.
Never think.
Time's up.
Why do they?
This guy.
Why do you guys have to
time's up.
lie about every?
Time's up, Mess. All right. Have a seat. dude.
No, I've not done
You're gonna hurt your brain.
circumnavigation.
Have a seat, you're gonna hurt your brain.
Yeah.
You know, you accuse me of again. You're repeating
That's enough, Mess.
again.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yes, I've done celestial navigation.
Yeah. Yeah. You gave us all the examples when I gave you the floor. There was crickets, bro. You didn't say anything.
They give
Make
you
your shit
multiple things. What are you talking about? You hallucinate.
What? You weren't speaking. I gave you the floor. What were you?
Yeah, I told you it's circumnavigation, celestial navigation, boats over the horizon.
Yeah, you keep saying words, but
distances.
I asked you when have you
These
done
are
this?
answers to
And
your
show-
question.
Yeah, show us the time that you actually did that. What date? Like what was the method? Prove it.
Yeah, I could do that.
I mean, he's talking, bruv. He got no evidence. He's just talking.
You're a freaking joke,
Yeah.
dude. This is why no one takes you seriously, dude. Just saying.
Yeah,
By
but
the
I'm
way-
telling you, Mez, bro. Mez, you got problems, bruv.
What are my problems?
Your problems is right. You keep talking and yapping, but you're not telling us anything. You're just yapping.
I think I've
That's your
answered
problem.
every single question that's been asked of me quite sufficiently.
Right? Do you think the horizon is infinite? Answer
Do I
the
think
question.
The horizon is infinite.
Do you speak English?
What does that mean? Infinite in what way?
Oh my god, dude.
Right. Okay. Let me talk with him. Right. Now, when you stand on the ground, your eyes are at a certain height above the sea level, right? Let's say 2 meters or something, right? And now, because the Earth curves downward, according to you, what happens? Your line of sight intersects with the surface. And what is that called? The horizon, isn't it?
My line of sight
So-
intersects with the surface.
Yeah.
Draw that. What do you mean? Is the surface within my field of vision? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If I'm
yeah.
looking horizontally, will the horizon be at horizontal? No.
Yeah, because it's about perspective, all right? It's not about the curvature, all right? It's about the perspective, all right? Now, the human eye has a vanishing point, doesn't it? Now, objects... How is it wrong? Hang on a minute. Right,
Because
okay.
a
If you're going
vanishing
to cut me
point
off
is
without
a-
listening, bro. Go on.
Well, you just asked me a question how it's wrong, so I'm going to tell you it's wrong. So this vanishing point, this is a concept when you're doing two-dimensional representations of three-dimensional objects. It's where parallel lines will converge to on a sheet of paper if you're drawing a picture. It's not a physical point in the distance that things become unresolvable beyond. And this is obviously proven by the fact that you can see things like the moon, the sun, tall buildings way beyond where the horizon is. So you are incorrect.
Well, all right, yeah, all right, okay, you're onto something, but it's not a physical point in the distance that we see the moon, all right? This isn't. Look, you need to know what optical illusion is, right? The horizon is like an optical illusion. It's a limit of sight, bro. It's not an actual location. Well, that's a really good question, right? Look. It's not a solid object like the moon. You need to understand this. It's a measurable boundary of visibility determined by geometrics, bruv. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bruv. I know what you're saying, bruv. What I think they got
listen to me carefully,
is your
right?
claims are unverifiable,
you got a problem with me. If you're not going to let me speak, bro, you got a problem. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. I swear, you're getting on my nerves.
Good. You're retarded.
But don't call me retarded, bro. I'm here trying to give you wisdom.
If you're going to be retarded, then you're going to get called retarded. And you're not giving me wisdom. You're giving me false information. And I'm telling you why it's false.
What have you studied? What have you studied? What's your major?
My major? I didn't major. I went to university for animation and visual effects.
Oh, yeah. All right. You're drawing cartoons. Yeah, good job. Yeah, you've got a really good future ahead of you, haven't you?
Okay. It's working well so far. But it's more broad. I do more sort of three-dimensional computer graphics stuff.
So you like going them other? You're like a hippie, then, aren't you? Like you go in these other dimensions, right? You're a hippie.
In these other dimensions, you're retarded.
How am I retarded? I'm asking.
I told you three-dimensional computer graphics, and you started talking about other dimensions.
Yeah. You're not understanding what I'm trying to point out to you.
I don't think you're understanding.
Okay, if you study this three-dimensional stuff, then you understand that perspective only works on a flat plane within a render engine, right? So
no, whatever you just said there is just completely retarded.
Well, let me finish up then, you fucking donut. What's your problem?
You keep saying some retarded shit.
But don't mess with me, all right? I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you keep cutting me off, bro. I swear you're getting on my nerves.
I'm waiting for you to go quiet, and then I'm saying things.
All right, gentlemen. Look at me. Do I look like I'm messing with you? Look at my face. Do I look like I'm messing with you?
Christ.
All right. You got to listen, all right? You got to listen to me. I've got wisdom, all right? You got to listen to me, all right?
I've never had someone get on camera.
Yes, I'm a human being. I'm real. I'm real.
Brilliant.
In a three-dimensional space with curved mesh, the rules change. All right? So tell me.
No, not really.
In your renders, can you make the horizon drop with height using only perspective without altering the curvature of the world model?
No.
Then shut the fuck up and let me explain to you.
Flat plane, okay? They will always raise to eye level. But in reality, the horizon does not raise to eye level.
Doesn't matter. Elaborate on that. Elaborate a little bit.
So, if you are, say, 2 meters above a flat plane, okay, and there's a point 2 meters below you, 2 meters in front of you on the floor, okay, you'll measure a 45-degree angle downwards from horizontal to that point. And as you extend that point on the floor further and further and further and further away, the angle that you measure down from horizontal would get less and less and less and less. So if you have an infinite flat plane, okay, that angle would raise to zero, raise to horizontal, as the floor gets further and further and further away.
You are describing perspective convergence, all right? You're claiming that the horizon is just the point where your line of sight meets the plane at a certain downward angle. In the example you gave me, 45 degrees. And that, as you look further, the angle flattens out. The only reason the horizon looks lower isn't the curvature. It's because you're looking downwards, flat plane that vanishes due to the distance. 2 meters
so why does it vanish due to the distance?
of, let's say, 6,300 whatever kilometers, right? The downward angle to the horizon is less. It's not 45 degrees, all right? That's less than 1/10 of the apparent width of your fingertip held at arm's length. If the Earth were flat, your line of sight from a 2-meter height would stay practically parallel to the surface. It wouldn't dip 45, all right? The measured geometric drop to the horizon at that height is about 9.994 something, which matches a curved surface, not a flat infinite plane. So I want you to show me any measured example where the viewing angle to the horizon decreases predictability with the distance on that flat or your model or whatever.
Okay, you said a lot of stuff there. Firstly, when I was mentioning a 45-degree angle, that was if you were 2 meters high to a point on the floor 2 meters away. Hopefully you understand that.
I understand it, yeah, perfectly, yeah.
But you understand that if you have an infinite flat plane, the horizon would raise to eye level.
Yeah.
Geometrically. Okay.
Alright.
In reality, it doesn't do that.
You're not proving fuck all.
Okay, well, I'm just asking you like a question, see if you're following.
Go on.
So if the Earth is infinitely flat, okay, the horizon should be at least at eye level. Should be a little bit above it if there's, stuff, in the distance.
Is that your question?
I'm just
That's not even a bloody
asking
question.
if you're following what I'm saying so far. I'm going point by point.
Alright. So you're saying that if the surface extended infinitely flat, you're saying that your line of sight would be slightly above the surface due to perspective. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the horizon, the barrier between, the Earth and the sea and the sky, that would be at eye level. It will be perfectly horizontal. It's not a bit above it.
Well, prove it then, you donut.
I'm asking if you're following, okay? Because if you don't understand
I'm
this, then you don't really understand geometry. We can't really go anywhere.
How do we view horizontal in perspective?
Which one of you would like me to talk to?
No, you carry on. I'm done for now. Carry on.
Okay.
If we're not in an orthogonal view, right? How do we view horizontal in perspective?
If we're not in an orthogonal view, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, we're looking at the horizon, right? From an orthogonal view for the most part, not completely because we're always in perspective. But from you to the horizon, like how do you determine a straight line using perspective? It's always converging.
The question's a bit nonsensical.
We don't understand English, bro. He's speaking English to you.
He doesn't want to answer because it's incriminating if he does. So he'll do this little dance where he says he can't. It doesn't make any sense what you just said. That's all he'll do. That's his way out.
I know it makes sense, AB.
Maybe you seem to understand
That's his way out.
Can you repeat it?
Everybody here understood it.
You're just tap dancing, Mez. You're just
maybe it was the way you said it. Maybe if someone else could say it.
You're just tap dancing. Shut up.
I feel like you're kind of
you have trouble with English for sure. You can't understand what he just said. Well, then you would be able to respond. Do it.
I mean, if you're asking how we establish horizontal, I'll tell you that. That doesn't seem like what you're asking, though.
Is horizontal perpendicular to plumb?
Yes.
Is the horizon horizontal?
It's oriented horizontally.
Okay. From you to the horizon, is that also horizontal?
No.
Oh my god. Is from you to the horizon, is that perpendicular to plumb?
No.
Yeah.
You fucking donut.
It's not. It drops. It's below horizontal.
Yeah, who measured that?
Daft.
You did?
Yeah, I've got pictures of it as well.
You measured it.
Yeah.
You know what's being asked of you, right? To the horizon?
Yeah, the horizon is below horizontal.
Are you dense? How can you measure to the horizon if you already said that it's not a physical location? You were saying that yourself earlier.
Yes, if the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah, but how did you measure to it and get a drop over the distance? There'd have to be a geometric horizon in which there would be a point which would obstruct your view if the Earth were a globe.
No,
How are
so
you
can
measuring
set
to
up
it? It's an listen to this.
No, you
dude.
don't measure
It's
to
an
it. You measure from
it's an
horizontal.
Yeah, it's an
measure to it.
impossible task that you guys keep fumbling over because you think it's something you can do. It's not possible because the horizon is not a distance off away from you where you could measure to. That's not how this works. That's why it's impossible. And telling you and you answering yes you can shows how ignorant you are. You can't measure to it. Jeez, oh man,
anything about measuring to it.
You've been saying that. Everybody's been hearing you.
No, I was.
What do you
asked
think
if the
drop over the
horizon is below
distances, dude?
horizontal.
Yeah, what do you
Okay.
think drop over distances? What do you think that means?
This shows us.
What do you think drop over distance means?
Well, typically it refers to a drop from horizontal.
Okay.
Over
And to
a
what?
distance.
Yeah, to what though?
It can be anything.
No. What is it to? What in this context that we're speaking right now? What is it to? You need help from the observer?
It could be anything.
No. It's specific. It's from the observer to the horizon. That's what it is. Now, point A and point B.
You talk about drop over distance of the horizon.
Point A and point B.
Question.
Yeah, point A and point
Well,
B.
I posted a picture in the chat that shows the horizon
Shut
is
up,
dropping.
dude. The horizon is something that
Is
you
this a problem?
apparently say you could measure to and get a drop over the distance. Thereby, whenever somebody says, can you measure to the horizon? Then you say, yes, there's a drop over distance. That means that you now know that at that leading edge of your sight is going to be a place where you can't see no farther, which you could measure to if there was this drop over the distance.
No, AV, you're struggling. You're getting jumbled up.
Shut up, dude. I know exactly what the fuck I'm saying. And you don't. Yeah, I do. There's a distance
three
between
different pictures.
Shut up, dude.
Show
There's a
examples
distance
of the
between
horizon dropping.
the horizon. What?
That's not the horizon, you fucking retard.
Jesus, dude. Look at his image. Look at his fucking image.
spaz. Your first
guy-
fucking image, you can see this fucking landmass there above what you think the horizon is.
He is a total fucking God, dude. He needs to be mocked into oblivion, bro, for doing this.
Wait,
Look at this
what do you mean
fucking
there's
image.
landmass above
Here we go, Mez. I'll post you a fucking image of some mega horizon drop here in a second.
What land are you talking about? Obvious.
I'm copying this shit. Look at this shit.
Obviously, but you said there was land above something.
Look at that massive fucking horizon drop there. Shit, man. Dropped way below the ship itself.
Yeah,
Look at
that's
this
irrelevant.
Look at this fucking line he drew on it.
So what
stupid,
land were you
dude.
talking about? Obvious.
What land you can see? You don't see the outline of the landmass there on the right. Extends almost to the center. You can trace it.
Yeah, what do you think it's above? And what's the problem?
Oh shit. His point is, AG, that the horizon is the line that he drew with the little dots connecting to the sun. That's what he thinks the horizon is.
No, that's not what I think the horizon is. But see,
What the
AV,
fuck
you have
is
a
it
problem
then?
listening.
What the fuck
You're
is that then?
hallucinating. You're struggling.
What the fuck is that? What is that? What are those lines? Those dots? What are those? Hands up, mess.
I don't know what those lines are. That's where the water level.
It's your image, dumbass.
The tube is.
It's your fucking image.
So what? The dots are irrelevant.
What the fuck are they there?
Who cares? What's relevant is
What do
the
you
liquid
mean?
in the tube.
Who cares,
Okay?
dude?
Mez, you're
And where the horizon line is.
come on,
Really?
you're cooked.
Yeah, really.
The liquid in the tubes is measuring the horizon line, you fucking retard. How the fuck is that possible?
Who said, AV, who said the liquid in the tube is measuring the horizon line?
Isn't that what you said?
No, that is not what I said. That's why I
what
said
did you
it's
say,
relevant.
dude? What did you say?
So what's relevant is the liquid in the tube and the horizon line. Okay?
Yeah, how do
What
you know
you're referencing for the horizon line?
Yeah.
What was that, AV?
That was obvious.
No, I asked you what are you referencing for your horizon
Well, no,
line.
AV started saying something. Okay, obvious. Well, what was your
I'm
question,
asking you
claim,
what are you
whatever the fuck?
referencing in that first image is your horizon line.
You're talking about the one with
Basically,
the
is it when
land on the right side?
the blue of the sea ends there and starts turning white? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah. Do you have a problem with that?
I told him that more of us. He didn't answer me.
Well, I'm just
He
trying
said-
to clarify. So we're on
He
the
said he
same
doesn't
page.
know.
Okay.
So the
again, you see on the right
water
side,
levels
the tube
are
with the
irrelevant.
water
You're
level.
saying, except that's the exact level you're using to reference against what you claim is a horizon to claim that there's drop.
Say that again. No? Okay.
So are you just one big fucking LARP?
I think you guys are struggling to follow this conversation.
Every time.
No, we just
Every
ran
fucking
through it
time,
there.
dude.
You
So
tried
let
to
me
say to
recap.
AV, the water levels are not relevant.
No, I said the
I'm
water levels are
asking you
very
what
relevant.
you're referencing is horizon. You told us what you're
Obvious.
referencing. What
You need to
again,
listen.
The water level line.
Yes.
So
the liquid in the tube.
Here,
I'll
help you,
That's the water level. And the horizon line. Those are the two bits of information within these images that are relevant. Because remember what we were saying earlier? On an infinite flat plane, the horizon should raise to eye level.
the horizon's an
Should
apparent
raise to
fucking
horizontal.
location. It's going to do what it's going to do based on the atmospherics of the day.
Okay. So we agree, geometrically, the horizon should raise to eye level. You okay with that?
What did
You're
he
not
just say?
looking at a geometric phenomenon on a flat surface.
So geometrically, the horizon should raise to eye level. Are you okay with that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I know, Yoder. He's trying to put a geometric flat horizon on a.
Is this in your like simulation of a flat plane that just has no atmosphere?
It's just math.
And you can see to the ends of it.
Sure.
Is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
What do you mean it's just math?
Just math. Just geometry.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say to you, Mez. What
Okay.
you're not even looking at the horizon here. You're just looking at the most distinct change of colours and claiming that's the horizon.
Okay. So do you disagree that that's the horizon?
I showed an image
Yes.
for you, Mez.
Okay. So what's the horizon?
Well, the horizon would
define
be
it.
the point in your globe paradigm where absolutely nothing
No.
is
What
visible
you think the
beyond it.
horizon is?
So there's land
it.
there, land mass on the right still visible, so that can't be the horizon.
That's not past the horizon, okay? For one. Secondly, I'm asking you to define the horizon. What does horizon mean?
Well, the horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Okay. So
Do
that
you
is the
think we can
horizon.
see infinitely on a flat Earth, like forever?
Hold on. Obvious. So surely you must agree
Yeah,
then
obvious.
that in these images,
Apparent location
where
where
the sky is
meets
meeting the
ground.
Earth, that line,
But you're trying to
the
assert it's a,
horizon.
it's a geometric implication.
No. You were asserting that is not the horizon. Okay? So I've asked you, define the horizon, and what you defined fits with what I call the horizon.
Limiting circle of your vision where the sky meets the ground has absolutely nothing to do with curvature and never did.
Brilliant. Okay.
But this
there
is my
opacity
point
in
in
the
this.
air?
See the picture I posted of the boat that's apparently floating? Where would you define the horizon in that image?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's cooked.
Suddenly you're not
Clearly
fucking sure.
strange
Yeah, he's
optical
cooked.
effects going on there.
You're cooked, dude. You don't want to answer.
I need
You
more
don't want to
information.
answer. You know, you don't. No, you don't. You don't want to answer because if you did, you're cooked. That's what's going to happen when you answer. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't want to answer you, obvious, because if he did, he knows what's going to happen. He's damned if he do and damned if he don't. So he's just going to make it sound like I need more information. Bullshit.
I don't even know why he comes back. He knows damn well he's got nothing.
Yeah. He has a few outs when you talk to him. Don't act like he like what you said. He don't know what you mean. I don't understand that. It just you don't know what you're saying. He'll say it like that and just leave it. He won't address it. He'll act like he don't understand English. Like it's stupid, dude. Having a discussion with this guy.
I don't think he has the mental capacity to understand. He's got barely 2 functioning brain cells that he bangs together to form a thought, and none of them are coherent.
I mean, even asking specifically on the image, he didn't want to respond to that because he knows one way or the other if he answers, it's going to put him in a bad way.
Yeah, by short hairs, ain't nothing he could do.
Except for that's not. I need more information. Bullshit. It was funny though because he was talking about that image with you, obvious, for a while, until you actually got him to like answer the question, and he just threw up his hands.
Yeah, he just wants to go with what seems to be the most apparent location of the horizon, but not necessarily the absolute location.
I'll answer your question.
They always do this. All their fucking horizon drop evidence is all this cherry-picked bullshit.
I'll answer your question.
I mean, go
It
back,
looks like-
repeat that observation 6 hours fucking later, a day later, a week later. See if you get the same results. They never do. They never do. It's always one fucking still image of one singular observation. It's never repeated.
Yep. I've always said that too.
Fucking nonsense.
As well.
Always cherry picking.
I said that as well. Every time these like images are brought up, it's like, yeah, you know what? Do a comparison to a time lapse footage and see what you get, because then it's not going to be what you think it is.
When they are repeated, it is debunked. Case in point, Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh, dude, that was a good one actually. That you brought that up. That was a good
Well,
one.
we know the story. He fucking took thousands of images until he got that one that showed this ridiculous curve because of atmospheric effects.
Yep. I like it.
That's how you want to be a glober. Just wait around long enough until it looks like a globe for that one singular moment.
He fucking chucks this. Yeah, exactly that. He fucking chucks this image in the text, and he has no context to like what those dots mean. And that, I mean, I don't know what that mean. I don't care. Yet it's his image. He posted. He can't even stand for what he posted. It's like they have to have some relevance. I mean, you see the liquid inside those tubes. They seem to be even with those dots. What's that mean?
Yeah, it's
freaking weasel.
I mean, none of this even fucking aligns with each other. It's like, okay, you're getting this massive horizon drop at this elevation, but then you're getting even more horizon drop at a lower elevation. And then if we go to was it Mr. Sensible's fucking mage bullshit? He proclaims a tiny amount of horizon drop at like 120,000 feet. None of this is consistent with each other, you know. Like geometrically, as it would have to be.
Measuring to the horizon is an impossibility. You can't do that. So if he's going to say that you can, he's already cooked right there by even saying that you can. Yeah, there's a drop over distance. Really? How'd you get to the horizon? How do you know that? Freaking idiot.
I want to see Peter and Mez have a debate.
Oh yeah. Well, dude, we're looking for somebody to debate Peter. If you're up for it, Mez, the arena rules will apply. And you can take him in the arena and you guys can duke it out. He's a flat earther. He said he can own any one of you guys.
Yeah,
and he was a part of your
this
group.
is the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy?
Your old commander, Mez. Let's see how badly
One of
you
the
throw him
annoying
under the bus
Brits.
with some ad homs and all that type of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's moderated, he can't just like flounder around just ad homing. I mean, to a certain extent, right? But he'd have to stick to the argument. Actually, Peter would, because there's 3 topics. In this case, Mez could choose 2 of his own topics, whatever one he wants. It's relevant to the topics. And then, of course, Peter chooses one. And then, they agree to the arena rules. And, we record it. See how it goes. Let me ask him. You want to debate Peter in the arena, Mez?
I have no idea who that is.
Peter, what was his name? What did he go by? Peter the Great. I think that's what he used to call himself. But didn't he lead your group at one point? Some point?
Have you just erased him from your mind, Mez, because he was actually able to critically think for a moment?
Yeah, he's taking on any Glober
not
such
Peter.
as yourself. Yeah. He's taking you guys on or whatever. And he wants arena rules.
Guess you guys weren't very close friends. It must have been some like picking up fucking illegal workers for a day's work, right? When you formed GF6.
Yeah, Home Depot.
Yeah. Just anyway, you guys want to come in, be part of my GF6 team, troll these flat earthers?
First of all, just
$10 an hour.
Illegal work. Bitch, what?
I know. I'm just getting out of there.
It's up to you, man, if you're going to do it. But just let me know, though. I can tell Peter. We can set it up. We're going to do it at least a week in advance. You got 2 topics if you accept the challenge. As soon as I see Peter or whatever, we'll let him know and we'll lock it down. But there's no...
Sure.
Sure? Okay. All right, I'll let him know. 2 topics belong to you. One is his. And I told him, I was like, dude, really the way it's supposed to go is 1 and 1, and the other one is one that you both have, and we flip a coin and, wherever it lands. But he just said, no, I only want 1. Give 2 to whoever I'm going to challenge. So we're like, okay, why you want to do it? Well, I don't know. Guess we'll be in contact with you somehow. I know I don't have you on the DM, so if somebody else wants to. Or just meet us in here. We'll see if we talk to Peter and we'll let him know. We'll set up the arena and we'll ask somebody if they want to moderate. I was thinking of AI, but it's strict in there because you have to adhere to logic, so I don't know how it's going to fare for you. Well, whatever. I don't care. I just, if you accept, then I'll tell Peter. And well, shit, if you still talk to him, why don't you just let him know? Shout out to you guys, whatever you're doing. What are you up to, Eli? You working?
No, I'm about to purchase some stuff.
You're always making moves, dude. Every time.
Yeah, I gotta spend money to make money, so I'm gonna purchase some items, make my job easier.
I was gonna ask, do you use AI for anything in your business?
I probably should, but I'm autistic, so I do things very particularly. I probably will start to incorporate it
Interesting.
because everyone else does.
Yeah, it's a wave of the future, man. Everybody's got it integrated. Mostly, I've been some people.
I just pick people who know how to do it and let them go. You know, but I guess I should stop being lazy.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can do that. Do you have any like folk around you that do that?
Just about everybody.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm the only one that's old school, man. I don't like. But I always know I'm a hypocrite because I be using Perplexity up in here and cooking shit. So I'm like,
yeah.
So I'm like, yo, you just bullshitting.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, you still got same cast and crew as most days. What's up, guys? The homies. Special K.
What's going on, EV?
Yoder, man, what's up, bro? I know you. What day is it today? Oh, you're at work today.
Yeah, about to get some lunch. Might go to the shopping center to Giant and get some sushi.
Ooh.
Some Giant sushi. It's one step up from gas station sushi. You can trust it.
It's still a little questionable, right? But you're willing to take that risk.
Yeah, they run the chef specials.
Yeah, you could sue them. It's like the gas station. It's like, oh,
Yeah, them guys are traveling gypsies, dude. You never
close
I
the
should
whole
eat there
shit.
every day.
Oh shit, dude.
Might win the lottery.
Yeah, but it'd be the worst type of lottery, though. You'd go through hell in order to if you got food poisoning, dude. I don't know. I heard stories. I don't think you'd like to be on the business end of that food poisoning.
Dude.
I mean, if you
Remember like a year ago, everybody was getting the shits like nuclear fire.
yeah, dude, I was
We were talking about it.
the fuck was it? It was we all got sick. Like everybody. It was like it's just like a wave of sickness. I think me and you at the same time. It was about the same time we both got sick.
Yeah, it wasn't just. It was like both ends, dude. Like explosions. Like everybody popping off.
You know, speaking about post-dictions, I do realize that, you know, because like COVID, what it was as an experience and what the media said it was as, you know, an entire thing are two different things, right? So the sickness itself, because we know every few years there's a particular sickness people get. Who the fuck can really guess that? You know what I mean? So anyway, I remember because I said, "Yo, I never got COVID," but you know what? Well, I did once after, but before that, it was like in December, right? Before they mentioned anything about COVID, anything, it like went through my house like a whirlwind, and it was very particular. So, the first person to get sick was my sister's boyfriend. He got sick for 3 days. Then I got sick for 3 days. My cousin took care of me. He was like, "Man, I got fucking I got an immune system of steel. I never get sick. I haven't got sick since I was a kid." He got sick for 3 days. Like,
Damn.
and that was in December. I never really thought, oh, this is COVID because I was rejecting the whole narrative, but that could have been whatever everybody else was experiencing before they ever said anything. And they probably picked up on it. It was like, it's that time. Run them reels. Get that money. There's a new sickness in town.
Something, dude. I don't know. It's just when it hits, it hits. And then like I think we were doing like a little, I don't know if you want to call it like a test or what, but you know, because I'm in the Midwest, Yoder, I think you're on the Pacific, right? You're somewhere on the coast, I think.
East Coast, man.
East Coast. You're on the East Coast. There's like, but the thing spread evenly across the states. Like people were getting hit at about the same time, and it was just bizarre. It was bizarre because we were talking about it. We were like, dude, why? How? It doesn't make any sense. Like,
Georgia,
don't get me started.
I'm having.
Yeah, exactly the same time. Like it wasn't just like, oh, well, it spread and then it's like moving across and it's, you know, no. Everyone got hit all at once. And it was just like, it was the same, almost the same symptoms. I don't think it was COVID. It was something else, wasn't it? Yoder, it was like just a regular kind of, like a stomach bug.
That was a stomach bug where you're coming out both ends.
God, dude.
You know, we were talking about it and everybody was talking about it. Like, yeah, we've never experienced this level of discomfort and grotesqueness in our lives.
I'll put it this way. The food was testing positive for COVID all over the world, too.
You're talking about, well, no, I don't know. Like, yeah, the COVID thing was one thing. I don't know if it's related to what we're saying. Feels like it's a different thing.
Well, did we all eat something, I think, right?
The first major outbreak of COVID in the United States, like the one that was like told through the newspapers, was a Tyson Chicken's processing plant.
Tyson Chicken? Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying that's probably like how it was spread evenly throughout.
No,
if it came in on the food.
I mean, shoot. I don't know, man. It wasn't like what happened was like everybody had like an aversion to, like, you wouldn't, everything just made you want to, like, every smell, every, you know, when you got it. And then it was just like, oh boy, man, like you it was couldn't even.
You know something weird? I never got it, and I worked in the emergency room during the entire thing.
The stomach bug, whatever it was?
I never got anything. I was never sick the entire time.
We were coming up with some weird shit. They were like, man, they're probably using sound waves. Or like, because like, how the fuck are they doing it? Like everybody everywhere, man. What the fuck? It's crazy.
It's the cell towers, man. It's 5G.
Yeah, dude. I was willing to go that way. I was like, dude, like, it's got to be something.
No, I remember it was like Brazil or Honduras, one country down there, but specifically I remember it was like Brazil, Honduras, Guatemala, somewhere around one of those three. Got a delivery from China on some food. The food tested positive and they sent it all back to China. They were testing the food as it was coming in.
Oh yeah, there's like that African country.
But the African country was testing their fruit. And it was testing positive. But
that was funny, like guava PCR testing positive.
Jeez, dude.
But not to get too weird, but back in the old days, if everything spread diffusely really fast, it was usually the food or the water that was the way of the transmission.
I don't know. I still think it was too uniform all at once. For it, like we would have to all be eating the same exact food at like the whatever was contaminated at the exact same. You know what I mean? It was way too coincidental. Like the time frame is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man, kind of like those fires that spread out all at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a little bit above just like it's spreading from one place to another. Because I could see that, like that makes some kind of sense. You know, you start one place and then it spreads out. This was like all over uniform at the same time. Like it was almost impossible to like. I don't know.
Who here eats Chick-fil-A? I'm gonna start a conspiracy theory with Chick-fil-A.
Rarely. I mean, I eat more Tyson's chicken and Purdue chicken than anything else.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that was the first major outbreak though in the United States was like Alabama, I think, or Nebraska. Tyson's chicken processing plant.
Dude, yeah. What I'm telling you is like, yeah, I'm at the epicenter, bro. If that was the case.
Dude, have you seen the weird shit going on with our food? Like fruits, like I got some bananas the other day and I started peeling them open and they freaking bend just like on those TikTok videos.
Like the rubber.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're like rubbery.
Yeah. Why should I be able to tie a knot in my banana?
You can make it into a pretzel.
It's weird.
You know what?
What color was your banana? Was it green?
That's a regular yellow banana.
I know, but if it's still green, it's a lot more like bendable, and then the closer it gets to brown, easier it is to break.
Nah, but this
I
is
remember them snapping. Right when they're not ripe yet, they snap, and then when they turn overripe, they mush.
Yeah, there was no in between where they're not like Stretch Armstrong, dude. They're like you pull it and it just like stretches out. It's got like a rubbery. It had like what I've seen too. Watermelon was doing the same thing, I think.
Yeah, watermelon.
Like what's going on, bro?
Like watermelon should like break, it should like be crispy like that.
Nope.
I don't know. When I was a kid, I remember watermelon. The water would not like drain out of it in 5 minutes. I feel like the water just like falls out the bottom of watermelon.
Yeah, like it retained water better. You're saying?
Yeah.
Maybe we're just lab rats to China. Yeah. China lab rats. They're like, I wonder if we send them this shipment. Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, you used to be able to carry around watermelon slices, and they were juicy, and they wouldn't necessarily drip everywhere. And now they're just like leaking all over the place.
Like if I cut myself a watermelon and then like I packed me a lunch and 6 hours later I open up the container, like all the water is drained out of it. I'm over exaggerating, not all the water, but
I was gonna let you guys know it's not a conspiracy theory like as people would talk about before, like chemtrails. They're doing a Amazon Prime like movie sort of thing on it, documentary. I don't know if you guys seen it or not. It's kind of crazy. You guys need to check it out.
Documentary on what?
Chemtrails.
Oh, by the way, I did see your deepfake video with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Dude, that's another thing to talk about. Yeah, you guys seen that video?
No.
Post it. Here, let me get the link.
That was pretty interesting,
wasn't it? Here, I'll post it in this text chat.
Yeah, it's funny how they're all pro AI, all pro all these different things until the propaganda starts affecting them.
Not when it bites them in the ass. Here, check this out, guys. This was fresh, hot off the press. You guys will love this.
I'm not gonna lie, I was convinced by the video when he was
I
showing
know it was good, right?
It's like, oh shit, he's a flat earther.
Yeah, dude. Yoder, you need to watch the whole thing. Watch the whole thing, dude. Your mind will be freaking blown, bro.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna watch him and repost.
Yeah, I put it in Frontline. So I posted it, and like when I saw the whole thing, because I was like, dude, he was actually advocating, and I'm only saying it this because the whole Charlie Kirk thing. He was saying that it's so, we live in a day and age where deep fakes are so like hard to tell that you couldn't tell if that what you're looking at was a deep fake or not. He was actually saying like
the layers.
Yep.
It's getting bad.
Yeah. So what he's saying is what you see is a mirage. What you're seeing is a mirage.
The best evidence is that what you see is an optical illusion. It's fooling with you.
But he's actually advocating for Yoda. This is the most like crazy thing here. He's like, they use my likeness and they're to sell stuff, and he's like, I'm never gonna sell stuff to you, so just know that. And then, like towards the end of the film, it has him like as a deep fake. It's like, yeah, don't listen to that guy. He's trying, and like, dude, like it's crazy because it just looks, the realness of like who he is. But he's like, it doesn't have my timbre or like the way I speak, so you'll know because I have like these little.
Wait, you were fooled by that?
So what you're saying is
I'm not saying I was fooled by it. I just thought.
Hey, wait.
Convincing.
This guy, hold on. Mez is saying, "Were you fooled by that? Are you retarded?" And look at the guy who believes in NASA. This is the same guy. Yeah.
He wasn't following the conversation, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, Mez, he posted it saying this was a deep fake.
My favorite part in the video was how his friend called him to show him, like, hey, this is awesome. And he's like, it's not me. And he's like, what?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, his friend was fooled by it. He's the TV actor. So, and he called him up. He's like, he was proud to show his son. It was another YouTube video that they made a likeness of him talking about like some kind of like, Star Talk kind of vibe film. And then he showed his son and he was like, oh, look, this is Neil. Like, isn't it amazing? And he told Neil about it. And Neil's like, I never made that video.
I thought maybe the whole thing might be a big thing. Should have finished. I like to
Coming in real low.
We got a debate warlord in here. He just left. It is crazy though.
But that was a good find.
He was upset about it though, man. And through the whole film there, he was just like saying how we need to be more aware that there's deep fakes and we could be fooled by looking at stuff and all this other, like he was making people aware and advocating for the fact that, you could be tricked by something that you see. Oh.
But like you said, he was all for it until it affected him.
That's right. Because everybody's using, in that video. And what's weird though is that millions of people saw it because you could tell how many people seen it. And now what he did though, not really, but he propagated flat Earth. He propagated it. Like that was he put it in people's minds anyway. the Earth might actually be flat. He did. Because even though he says, no, and that wasn't me, I didn't say that, he still, like his deepfake said it at the very beginning.
You're right.
You don't need Neil deGrasse Tyson to tell you that the Earth might be flat. To have heard of this flat Earth thing before.
Like, you choose to make things go over your head, bro.
Yeah, he does. He chooses. No one's fault. It's his.
Why don't you go eat your boogers with FTFE?
No, I'll leave that to you guys.
Boogers, it's a globe.
Yeah, so he made a video saying that, these deepfakes, but the thumbnail says the Earth might actually be flat, and it has his picture next to it. So if somebody doesn't stop and actually like click on the video, they think it says that, because the thumbnail is misleading sometimes, right? It is. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but a lot of people don't click on shit, so they see that, they were like, oh. When did Neil start saying that? They won't get the context unless they click on it.
There's the Glober in here.
What'd you say, Oliver?
There's the Glober in here.
Mez.
Hello.
As if the Earth is round, why don't people in Australia see upside down?
Because they wear their glasses backwards, so it corrects it.
Insufficient.
I just put my glasses on backwards and it didn't make a difference.
Why aren't they falling off the Earth on the bottom?
I believe that you actually did that.
You believe everything. That's nothing interesting. You believe people walk on moons. You believe people drive buggies around in space. You believe all kinds of shit, dude.
Facts.
The Death Star, you believe in Tatooine, the whole 9 yards. The global law is deep.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, hell no. Alaskan Malamute, you're asking for a train wreck. That's what that would be. Oliver.
Mez,
never mind. I thought you meant Mez. No, yeah, you're right. Oliver, we're looking for someone to debate Peter the Great. You might have known him. He comes in there every now and again. Said it used to be a Globie like you guys, but he's wanting to go to the arena and take somebody with him. So, and he said,
convinced him that it's flat. He was a big proponent of the globe, wasn't he?
Well, duh.
Yeah.
He's all over. What?
What, debate him in this room?
No. We have a debate forum called The Arena. And it's 3 topics. 2 are going to be chosen by each individual, and then 1 is decided between, like a coin flip. But what because we were telling him the rules. Basically, you have 3 objections, right? I'll just tell you that way Maz can know exactly like kind of the rules, the way they go. In the arena,
Cut out
it's
there,
just.
idiot.
Oh, sorry. Are you hearing me? Check. Mic check. You guys hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the arena rules are the 2 people have the ability to have 3 objections. 3 objections are like, let's say you and I were debating Cosmic or Oliver, and you made a straw man against what I said. I would call for an objection, right? The official, right, would then step in and be like, okay, what's your objection? And I said, he made a straw man. Basically, I'd never said that, or that's not my argument, or whatever it is. And then, the official would step in and say, okay, that's a valid point. It wasn't, it was a straw man against your argument. Or if I called an objection for a straw man, against you, and it wasn't, the official will be able to say that too. Well, I reviewed it. It was not a straw man. So I'm going to remove one of your objections. So I only have 2 left. You only have 3. So if they remove all 3 of them, you can object if they're logically fallacious against what you're saying, essentially. So it's better to kind of like understand what logic is, so you know if somebody's, making something against your argument that's fallacious. So let's just put it that way. If you make a straw man out of my argument or something within the realm of logical fallacies, if you beg the question and I call it out and it is one, then you're penalized for it. I get 1 minute to talk about the reason why you were wrong, and you can't interrupt. So I'm able to, for 1 minute, talk about exactly why you're wrong, and you cannot, because you're muted, right? The moment that they found out that the logical fallacy was correct, then you get muted, and I get to tell them, the audience, why you were incorrect. Then after the minute, whatever, you're unmuted again. But it's a fair way to have a back and forth, because it's really supposed to be just you. And it, like ad homs and shit, it doesn't really matter. It's not like that strict. I don't care about the bitches and hoes, but it doesn't need to be all about that, So you can duke it out with them any way you want, so long as you stay within the realm of like having your objections be like that's your weapon against them making some, accusation about what your argument is and that you didn't make, So you can call an objection, and if it's valid, the official will deem it worthy and then give you the minute. You understand? So let's just say you and I were in a debate and you didn't say what I thought you said, but I still said that it was a straw man or something. Then I get docked that, like, they take 1 objection away from me, and you get a minute to talk about why you said what you said.
I really wish modern day debate was run like this. I think if this took off, that it could be more popular.
I'd say.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that with a flat earth moderator.
Well, it's not. Listen, the person we choose, it doesn't matter. They can't be biased towards one way or the other, because the only thing that they're doing is listening. Because they're not in. They're not into. They're not. Hello.
Flat Earth is real.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, there would be. It would be a pre-selected moderator.
No.
Who's going to apply by basic.
No, it doesn't. Listen.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they
the
are.
Moderator. No, the moderator's job. The only thing that they're doing is moderating the objections. So if you make the objection, everybody's going to hear it. If for some reason, like, you think it's unfair, let's say, for instance, the moderator, I call a straw man on something you were saying about what I said, and it wasn't a straw man, and I'm the one who made it. I'm the flat earther, and I'm the one who made it, and he doesn't call it out. Then there's more people that would step in. It's not going to be that way. You can't be treated unfairly in that arena. The only job that the official has is to either understand whether it's a logical fallacy or not, So the infraction is the only reason why they're there. They're not there to like, oh, stop, let the flat earther speak. No, they're not there for that. However, the official will
not just be debating the mod on the nature of the fallacy, and then it becomes an argument against.
No, but that's the problem though. If you're not well understood on logical fallacies, that'll be your issue. But they have to be concise. They have to be, well, that's your opinion. But I'm saying the thing is, they would have to be able to tell you the logical fallacy in the way that you misused it or the way that you did use it. Like, you know, like one way or the other, they're going to tell you. So they can't be just like saying you're wrong. They have to show you how you're wrong. That's their job. And you can't debate. You can't debate the fact that whether the fallacy is correct or incorrect, because if they give you the way in a analogy, perhaps, or some way that they can show you.
I have a question about that. Isn't the opponent supposed to call out the logical fallacy and then the moderator decides if it is or not?
Yeah, and it could work that way. But it's like,
because as a moderator, you should let them do all their own. If somebody doesn't call somebody on something, that's their problem.
That's their problem, yeah. Which is what I'm telling Oliver. It's like not the moderator that's in the in between is not there to side with one guy or the other. It's not what they're doing. You think the official that in a boxing ring does that? He likes Tyson more than the other guy? He's gonna like want Tyson to win? No, they're just there officiating. That's it.
No, it's not the same context. Because
it is.
If it's no, because you're saying it's like you bring in some divinely neutral observer.
It's not divinely neutral, dude. It's not divinely neutral.
If it's your pick, right, it wouldn't be that person. Because I've had arguments in here where people have called out a fallacy, I've explained to them step by step why it's not that fallacy, and they've just said, I don't care. So I'm not, like, I wouldn't do it with...
Yeah, but that's you and somebody else. That's you and somebody else. There would be somebody in between.
Everyone in this room. It's like
there'd be somebody in between it. Yeah, Oliver, here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. People that are in this argument in our side, you know, like the people that have studied logical fallacies, we know them inside and out. The reason why we would choose somebody that we know. Hold on, Oliver. Hold on. The reason why we would choose somebody that we know is because they would be well versed in logical fallacies. I can't tell you a Glober right now that could understand logical fallacies because they're committing them. So I'm telling you that logical fallacies, if they're an important part of our discussion, have to be within the context of somebody understanding what they are.
Yes, so we're going to be from the get-go,
dude.
Oh, okay. Gosh, dude. Then you don't have to participate, okay?
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I wouldn't.
Yeah. All right, well, good. We don't need you.
I'd say it's for those who are up for the challenge. If you're able to rise above and be able to stay within the boundaries of not committing logical fallacies, then yeah, we'd welcome you into the arena. But if you want to like question everything, and yeah, you don't have to participate.
No, because it'd just be a case of retreating.
No, you don't. You can't. No, you can't say that. You can't say that because you're not going to participate.
The well. That's fallacious.
Yeah, you're doing it. Yeah, you're doing a logical fallacy now.
So you can provide specific examples.
You don't propose basically anything, and what you do propose is inherently flawed. So the logical fallacies will begin from the get-go. The mod would not ignore it because it's your pick.
Oh, really? Can you poison the well anymore with more fallacious poisoning the well?
Yeah.
Dude, you haven't even attempted to enter the ring. How are you saying that what would or would not happen? You've never even been challenged in that way, Oliver.
Yeah, we've got arena recordings that you can refer to specifically, and if you have a complaint, then feel free to bring it to the table.
Because the very thing you're proposing is based on a contradiction. So as soon as I point that out,
so says you. But then you would have to duke it out in the arena to prove it. That's your position. You'd have to tell everybody why that is, and make a good argument for it. That's what you'd have to do. If that's how you feel, then go in there doing that. Say, look, I think you guys are completely wrong from the start. And then launch into your little argument of why it's incorrect. Well, I don't care. But the whole point is people have to stand in the arena for what they say. Both sides. You can't get away.
Is your complaint... Hold on. So is your complaint based on a hypothetical? If so, then you're poisoning the well. Is your complaint based on something specific? Then present the evidence right now.
Yeah, they're content if they're proposing, right, that the Earth is flat. They have to begin with a contradiction if they say they have no idea what the flat Earth is, but they know the Earth is flat. They have to begin with a contradiction.
That's a hypothetical, dude.
What does that mean?
So I know what this looks like, and I have no idea what this looks like. So you're starting off the bat with a contradiction. Now they can present a specific flat Earth model that can then be held to account and be critiqued.
A model? What the fuck are you smoking?
I know.
If they do not present
you're poisoning the well. Like nobody's presenting flat Earth models.
Exactly. So you're proposing P and not P. You are doing a
no. Nature's the true reference, not a model. You fucking retard.
No. See, this is why you're so dumb. From the get-go, you propose P and not P.
You don't measure models, you fucking retard.
Then you have no reference for what the Earth is.
You don't have a model for us to be contradicting, and you don't have a model for us to be contradicting in the first place.
No, because because you said the measure
is the measuring device or process.
No, because we benchmark reality, right?
Yeah. We don't benchmark models to measurements.
No, because you openly say we have not measured the Earth, right? So it wouldn't matter.
No, we do measure the Earth. We openly say we measured the Earth and we provide set measurements.
Okay, so what is the diameter of the Earth?
Not the entire Earth. We've measured. Measured enough. Right.
No,
so we've measured.
What's enough?
We've measured.
What's enough?
We've measured samples of the Earth.
Right, you can't infer.
Right, you're committing a composition fallacy off the bat, and this is where I would object to the moderator, and you'd be taken to task, and you'd be docked one of your objections.
Yeah, you're almost losing now at this point. You've almost lost. You probably have one more left, and you can't have a diameter. You can't have a diameter of Earth until you prove that there's a diameter, dude.
Exactly that.
Yeah, see. That's the very thing, is you can't suggest what the whole is like from a single part. So I actually return the composition fallacy back to you.
You can when you actually measure enough to extract a sufficient sample size. So for example,
what is enough?
For example, if we measure Earth to be flat in places where it should be curved, then that curvature should be made up in excess elsewhere. And it's funny how nobody's ever been able to present a single measurement of curvature in the first instance. And we go out and measure it flat. So we've got both positive evidence and you don't have any evidence.
No, you claim it's flat. You don't measure it as flat.
Yeah, we claim it's flat because we measured flat Earth. Because every time we go out and measure the Earth, we can't get curvature out of it.
Now, can you affirm that you've measured globe, Oliver?
No, I haven't measured the globe.
Well, then how do you know it exists as a geometric shape?
Then he can't even argue against Amish.
Because it's the logical conclusion of all predictions and observations.
Logical conclusion. No measurement taken, yeah?
So your hypothetical globe.
That's a logical fallacy, and you just lost.
Yes, see, so you just declare logical fallacies. That's
no. You're saying it's hypothetically true.
What do you mean hypothetically true?
You don't have anything in reality. You're just imagining that it could be true, and you say therefore it's logically true.
Yeah, I said all predictions and observations. What do you think those words mean?
Yeah. Okay. So what observation of the globe do you have?
The fact that it curves.
Where?
everywhere. That's how it works.
Oh God, dude.
Okay, hypothetically.
No.
All right, show me where. Because if you don't have a measurement, it's just a hypothetical. You have nothing in your direct experience or reality to present. It's just a hypothetical.
Why would it require my direct? I could be blind, deaf, and dumb, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, then you just have a hypothetical globe. You're just imagining it's true.
Yeah. Do I have to?
Yeah.
Do I have to affirm 2 + 2 = 4 by going out and experiencing it?
How's that the same? How's that analogous? And here's where I'd actually throw another objection down.
Yeah. This wouldn't go well for you.
What are you
It's a
asking?
good thing you don't. It's a good thing you don't go to the arena. You would have.
Yeah,
Just because you're trying to replace something concrete with something abstract as a proof. So it's a substitution fallacy. You're done. Okay, your 3 objections are over. Goodbye.
Yeah, you would be done. You would be. We'd excuse you. You would have lost.
That's it.
So
yeah,
bad.
you would already have the red mic as we talk about you, like we normally do when you lose.
As I've said to you guys countless times before, the simple one is just videos of Earth, the celestial bodies, and travel.
Where's the measurement in your videos?
Travel is the one you just can't get around. You can't come up with a sufficient explanation.
Yes,
So
traveling requires a flat Earth, dummy. Traveling requires a flat Earth. Celestial navigation requires it, and airplanes require a flat and stationary Earth. Ask NASA.
No, it's a false condition. So it will be given that you're presenting a straw man because you clearly don't.
You haven't proved it. You haven't proved anything that you said so far. You're just saying words. Prove it.
Right, what Bradwood's saying is backed by measurements.
Yeah, so you can just measure, right?
What?
How far you've gone easily on a globe. You can't do that on a flat Earth.
Wait, whoa. We can measure how far we can go on a globe. How do you know it's a globe?
Right, because it complies with what we expect on a globe.
Complies?
Yeah, so it's internally consistent. So you haven't externally validated it. Just because something's internally consistent doesn't mean it's true, because lies are internally consistent. Like, that's how people get away with crimes.
No.
Yeah, that's how they do it, because they have an internally consistent lie.
No, because you are validating it by traveling on Earth.
Oh, by using a globe to validate the globe, right? Okay, good job. It's internally consistent.
So the Earth
we can break out of that by doing an external validation using a flat measurement.
So, well, you already conceded the Earth's a globe because I just said you've just said. That
what are you talking about? Saying something's internally consistent is not a concession of the truth. I'm actually providing a method to externally invalidate the globe, and that's with the flat Earth measurement. Yeah, flat Earth measurement externally invalidates the graticule that you call a globe.
No,
because your globe requires curvature, and when we measure, your graticule is a globe. When we measure Earth flat in reality, we invalidate the graticule as being curving.
Because
the graticule doesn't apply to Earth because it's not the same topology.
Hey, Yoder, check it out. All he can say is no.
No.
Yeah, because you keep saying a bunch of bullshit and waffling on.
Yeah, you and Maz do the same shit, dude. You keep waffling and saying bullshit. Refute what he said, dude, intelligently.
Are you guys sharing a pillow right now?
Just ask questions. I can explain what I'm describing.
The external validation turns out to be actually traveling on the globe.
How do you know that it's curving?
Freaking.
Oh, look, if I go to this latitude and longitude here, I can pull out my latitude longitude there and confirm that my latitude longitude here matches my latitude longitude there.
That's all he's doing.
That's all you're doing.
Yeah, because people travel around the Earth and it's consistent with a globe.
Is that affirming the consequence?
Yeah, it is. It's circular reasoning.
No,
there you go. Fourth objection.
Yeah, once again, it's just claiming logical fallacies. So for affirming the consequent, you have to imply that
you're up to 5.
You have to imply that again with just that. You have to imply that there's a non sequitur relationship between the inference and the conclusion, right? So what is the non sequitur? Oh, fucking radio silence.
You're not making any sense.
I have a question.
So what is the non sequitur? So what is the non sequitur? You retard.
Non-sequiturs.
Oh my fucking! Look up. So you don't even understand logic.
Oh, I do. I know that it doesn't have to do with non sequiturs.
So what is a non sequitur?
Like a red herring. We're not talking about red herrings.
No, you just used a different word. What is a non sequitur?
No, you used that word. I'm saying that's not what you're talking about.
So give up already. Give up already because you don't know logic. Right, so
I have a question.
What it is you throw out fallacies, you don't understand those fallacies, you don't understand inference rules, you don't understand sequitur relationships, right, and conjunctions between what infers what, but you just blurt out fallacies like a retard.
So if they're wrong with the fallacy, they lose a point, then they lose the debate. You see how that works?
But listen, guy. I'm
arguing with your argument who's actually a flat Earth plant.
Your argument was fully sequitur and it was internally consistent, but doesn't withstand external validation. So no, you don't understand logic.
External validation, right? Because this is a
synthetic... I have to rewind the tape for you?
The external validation is, right, the synthetic proof, which is we travel all over the Earth.
Oh, yeah, how do you know where you go? You're using the same method to validate where you're going.
What do you mean the same method? What do you wait,
circular logic again.
No.
Circular logic doesn't have to do with non sequiturs.
No, you just injected. No,
circular logic has nothing to do with non sequiturs. Its internal consistency holds up. It doesn't withstand external scrutiny. Right? Now, I'm going to exit this conversation so the others can continue spanking you while I'm listening. Thanks.
Oh, right. So he's running away and then saying that
he's got people have shit to do in this world, man. You're not the important thing that we got to pay attention to.
He's on a flat Earth server. You can fuck off,
dude.
So you're on a flat Earth server means that you don't have anything to do. Is that what that means? If you're on a flat Earth server?
Yes, literally.
Go ahead and
freaking clown.
Tell me the logic behind that.
Because if you're a loser who sits in their basement and has enough time on their hands to sit for hours on this, you're not doing anything really important or productive at that point, are you?
Well, why the fuck you here?
So I'm going to guess that almost nobody. No, but I'm going to say that in the room right now, nobody's sitting in somebody's basement. Maybe you are, but flat earther-wise, probably not.
Oh, you're running in a marathon while you're doing this, are you?
Me? No, I just got home from work.
Right. Okay. So you're clearly not doing anything,
dude. Like honestly,
notice how I can yell now instead of before where I had to talk quietly. I'm at home, retard.
Brilliant. I have a question.
No, we don't give a shit about it. All right, so Cosmic, like
you
didn't shut the fuck up.
Boats will disappear over the horizon.
Shut up. You didn't understand that when Yoda was talking to you, that you were committing all these logical fallacies, and you were just laughing like a dumbass because you're over here thinking that you can still say that a distance traveled is evidence that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're using a system that's based on the globe. Is that correct?
Yeah, because it works. I use maths.
So you're a pragmatic, fallacious little idiot.
No.
Yes, pragmatic fallacy, sir. Yes, that's what the fuck it is.
Yeah, this is how a mod of yours would behave anyway.
No,
so that's why I wouldn't be interested. Oh, they behave more mature than you.
No, here's the important thing. We should actually start counting how many logical fallacies you are at right now.
I'm sure somebody's going to go ahead and rewind this and give a count anyway.
I asked the other guy to prove the one he cited. And
The other guy,
away.
Yoder?
Yeah, and he ran away.
Yeah, well, look at people's names, dude, because at least have
He's
the
on
courtesy to
lunch,
call them
you
their names.
idiot. He said before he was going to lunch.
Yeah, asked him to prove it, right? And he gave up.
It's your claim. You're saying that you're traveling the distance and validating the globe. You're saying that. You, not him.
Yeah.
He's telling you you're wrong. He's telling you you are wrong. That's what he's telling you. But you're too thick to hear that.
Why. Yeah, and he didn't explain why.
Yeah, I just told you. I told you.
Yeah. So how am I wrong?
You're using the globe to prove the globe.
No.
What do you mean, no? Oh, what do you think longitude and latitude is? What system do you think that's based on?
What? Sorry, that is based on the globe model, yeah.
Okay, and you're using that thing to verify the travel distance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. The globe is validating the distance traveled, therefore it's a globe. See?
Right, because prediction matches result.
Right. Then you agree that you're using the globe, which is logically fallacious to begin with because you don't know it's one yet, to travel a distance and then say at the end of that travel distance, hey, I just traveled over a globe. And we're asking for...
That's how a prediction works, you retard.
Yeah, a prediction...
How did you measure the distance?
What, me measuring the distance?
Yeah, how did you measure the distance you traveled?
If it's me on the plane, I'd be looking at the map. If it's
how did they do that? How is that done? Is there a wheel under the plane that touches the ground and measures the miles? How does that work?
How a plane measures its velocity?
Yes. How does a plane measure? How does a plane measure a square building?
How does a plane measure a square building?
Yes.
What?
Exactly.
Do you intentionally ask retarded questions?
You think it's a measuring device?
You think planes are measuring instruments?
Do planes use sensors to
just
detect
answer the question?
Do you think planes are measuring instruments?
No,
this is why I wouldn't have a
don't say no.
debate,
Just say, listen. No. Don't negate, dude. Oliver. I'm gonna bring you back to the point. Do you think planes are measuring devices? Yes or no?
Do I think they themselves are measuring devices? No.
Yeah, dude. I say it over and over again. It should be very clear. The words that I'm speaking are English. Do you think the plane's a measuring device? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, they use measuring devices.
Okay, so they're not in and of themselves measuring anything. Thank you. You've conceded on that point.
What's the measuring device? What's the measuring device? What's the measuring device they use to measure a mile?
For position and velocity, they use accelerometers.
So it sounds like you're talking about time again. So if I Mickey your drink and put you to sleep for 4 hours and fly somewhere else, and then you wake up and I say, we've flown for 4 hours and we've actually flown, or I could tell you we've flown for 10 hours and we've flown for 4. Now what do you do?
Oh, so I'm getting roofied during flights. Is that how it works?
Yes!
Oh my god, dude!
Try asking less retarded questions.
I'm
measuring the fucking
I'm
ground,
answering
you
questions
retard.
that you have no answers
Waffle
for.
just to get away from it, man.
In that hypothetical, you wouldn't know where you were if you go by time.
If I've been roofied, I wouldn't know where I'm traveling anywhere over any.
Oh my god, dude. He doesn't. He's so. Radwin, this guy, I swear, man.
It was easier to say that than to say, if I knock you, shut the fuck up. It was easier to say that
you're a retard.
Instead of saying, knock you over the top of your head, because then we'll get a strike or something for violence. So I just said roofied.
Yeah. How does that relate to anything? If I roofie you, right, and then I don't know, seemingly force feed you something and then claim that I didn't force feed you anything. Like, what does this relate to anything?
Yeah, so you fall asleep and then you wake up some other time and I change all the clocks and tell you we've been flying for this long when you really haven't because you don't know the difference. You'll just believe me. And what's the distance I've moved? Answer me. What distance did I fly?
I'd have no fucking idea. How are you relating
That's
this?
my point.
It. That's his point. That's his point. You wouldn't know.
So your point
you wouldn't know.
Is that your point is that if you get roofied, you can't determine what happened when you were.
Okay, let me stop your dumbass right there. He was talking about what you said. Planes are not measuring devices. You conceded on that point. But you said there's a device that's measuring the distance. You said that right now. Yeah? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, you retard.
Okay, so, and you said it was an accelerometer, right?
An accelerometer is one of them, but there's different types.
Okay, well, we'll just stick to the one that you said. You said accelerometer, right?
Accelerometers don't measure distances like that.
Accelerometer, isn't that what you said? Dude, just answer yes or no. Did you not say accelerometer? Yes or no?
I said yes, you retard.
Okay. So, how did the accelerometer, even though he gave you something in your drink and you knocked out and you woke up and you're like, oh, wait a minute. What time is it? How long we've been flying? How are you going to know? By looking at your accelerometer. Answer. Thank you. Then it's not. No, bro. There you go. Then you wouldn't know. That's the answer. You got anything else that's measuring?
So your hypothetical.
No, yeah, it was to show that if you were knocked out or you slept, how about that? Then you woke up, you wouldn't be able to stare at your accelerometer and say, oh, I traveled, 3 hours. Yeah?
Yeah, I agree with you, Roof.
Okay, then. It's not measuring anything. Nor is the plane.
Okay, so the plane isn't measuring anything.
Yeah. Is it?
What?
Is the plane measuring? Now, see here, we're back again. We're back to you saying that the plane's measuring again. So is the plane a measuring device? Because we got to do this with you. Is it?
You're a spastic.
Is a plane a measuring device? Yes or no?
You're a spastic.
Just answer the question. You said it again. You went back into saying that a plane is a measuring device.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he fell back into the pile of shit that he got out of.
Dude, do I have to talk to you again and make you look even more stupid than you already look?
You're so retarded.
Yes, or retarded, whatever you want to be.
Go ahead and tell him how the plane's measuring.
Stupidity. I think he's spent, AV.
All your insults just show how uncomfortable you are and how.
I'm gonna be like the Nutty Professor. I didn't get him. Did I get him? I didn't get him. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
He thinks he's cute with his little insults. Your projection has been noted.
You are retards. It's not my
your
opinion.
projection has been noted,
yeah.
good sir.
Yeah, okay, do an IQ test and see what you come out with.
Meanwhile, you still don't have a measurement of the ground.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I'm got you covered, dude. I'm not on my computer right now. Can somebody start the IQ test for him? And we're going to start off with the NASA one. Do you know what a triangle is?
Doesn't it have like 8 sides?
Oh, God. 8 sides.
It can have as many as you want, little guy.
You could test this guy for IQ and he would come back negative.
I get it. That's funny. I'm the only one who got that.
It's why any self-respecting person wouldn't go on an official debate where one of you
Yada, 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 on and on. Dude.
Yeah. What?
So you have no.
Why would they? No, because this is where I can just chat shit and call you guys retards. If it's an official debate, like I hold myself to a standard of decorum.
It was, but you wouldn't be able to hold one.
You got interviewed for an official debate and you failed fucking miserably.
I said I wouldn't do it. Who shows up for a job interview saying they don't want the job?
Yes, but then you unintentionally went on to demonstrate you couldn't do the job anyway.
Yeah.
I
Epically failing.
Okay, right.
It's true, man. Like, you failed on all accounts. Logical fallacies, man. Yeah, there was a laundry list of how many you were putting, and some you even reused, which is crazy. You said that planes are not. You said planes aren't measuring devices, and you fell back into the big pile of shit that you came out of, and you've said the same shit. Planes are measuring devices.
Do you understand what? Do you understand what uses measuring device but isn't seen as a measuring device in itself?
Oh God, dude, you're just doing so many mental gymnastics. You can't even keep up with your own shit. Dude.
What the fuck? Does your car use measuring devices?
Oh my God. What does it have to do with the plane?
Does a plane use measuring devices?
Yeah, well, how is it measuring? Like what you were saying. Go back to your premise. What was it measuring? What's the plane measuring?
Position, velocity, wind. It's measuring all sorts of shit.
Yeah, is it measuring time?
Is it measuring time? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Show us how the planes are measuring devices. Once again, you keep falling back into a big pile of dinosaur shit. Go ahead.
Required for a plane. It's like asking me how a car measures speed.
Okay, dude, just tell us how. Speed. Tell us how.
Why do I need to tell you how? We both
obviously you think that a plane is a measuring device. It's measuring time.
What? It's a given.
It's a given. So is it measuring or is it just a given?
Yeah, because if I'm going 60 miles an hour in my car, is my car measuring speed? Yes or no?
We're not talking about your car.
The both vehicles. They both
who cares?
Measure
Talk about
dynamics.
The plane. You seem to lose the plot. The plot is you're trying to provide evidence that a plane is a measuring device. I don't give a fuck about your car. Use a plane.
You ask the dumbest
You said a car does it the same way as a plane. So how does a car do it, Oliver?
I don't have to know exactly how a car measures. I think
you just make up shit and don't have to know. I just got done telling you planes don't measure anything, and you're back to planes a measuring device.
Yeah, yes. Like a yo-yo.
Yeah, you're confused about whether a car measures speed because you don't know exactly how it measures speed.
An encoder reads it, and then a computer turns it into a speed. That's how it actually works.
I'm sorry, obvious. I can't get enough of this, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, so how does it actually gather that speed? What is it measuring the rate of?
How many times that tire goes around.
Right, okay. So a plane's going to use some sort of method to determine this as well.
How many times their wheels go around? Are you an idiot?
Do you understand what some sort of method means? Do you understand what some sort of method
means? I need people like you to come in here. This keeps our ratings up because they come in here to listen to us rip on your asses like I just did.
Wait, so if I go on YouTube, you have 30 viewers. It keeps your ratings up.
Yeah.
No one
so as in the people here.
That's for
nobody
record.
Watches your channel.
Back. Nobody gives a crap about who watches
he thinks he thinks we have one channel too. He thinks we have one channel too.
He's out of his mind if he thinks that's an insult. He doesn't even understand.
You spread around the globe.
Keep clowning, troll.
How do you spread? Do you spread things out flat or do you spread them out in a curve?
Depends what the surface is.
Okay, so if you said it's spread around the globe, you got to prove that you live on a ball. So go ahead.
What?
Dude, we're here 24/7. We have way more endurance than you have.
It's painful to talk to him, but like you just said, AV, I can do this all day long.
All day long.
Yeah,
and we're here all the time, so.
Yeah, that's why you're a loser.
What, we're parading you around? Yeah, it's fun.
I'm the loser. I'm the loser because I think planes measure distance with wheels.
No,
That's so funny.
You're boasting about having an absent social life.
A bunch of losers made an example out of you. How does that make you feel? What does that make you?
Dude, I'm back at work. I'm working. I'm working from home now and talking to you from my phone. And I'm about to give you a triangle test. We're going to see how embarrassing you really are.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay, give me your triangle test.
Bring out the triangle test. I don't know. You're probably not going to like the outcome, but.
I'm just waiting for it.
I know you are. So is our 30 listeners.
Suck my dick. Wait. Do you have to abide by YouTube's terms of service?
Keep an eye on his button since he's starting to talk about TOS. He's going to figure out if he can get bumped off YouTube or not by some dumb shit he's going to say.
Yeah, we haven't started the triangle test, man. Just relax. Let's see, put it in there. Right when if you're.
If you crash the conversation on purpose,
All right,
the same
so
thing as running away.
Guys, can I? Oh,
Try again, Rad, when you're cutting in and out.
you guys hear me?
Yep.
Go ahead and Cosmic, answer the question that's board right now. Or shapes and which of the figures below are not triangles?
E, F, and X aren't triangles.
He already failed it.
E, F? What are you?
He failed it.
Shit.
The guy is.
Right, next question.
Farther. Oh, well, you can't debate us. You don't know what a triangle is.
No, next question. I want to prove my worth.
A litmus test for you guys.
You seriously have to answer the first one if you want to go to the next one.
I got the first one wrong, so let's move on.
No, you didn't. You just playing jokes, dude.
An answer.
I got it wrong.
He thinks it's a gotcha. Not.
He really is asking you which one of those and the figures are not triangles.
HG. NIGGE and R.
Yeah, of course you're going to be an asshole.
Yeah.
Of course.
I told you what he was going to do. Predict the future.
Or the acronym nigger.
You are the dumbest person we've spoken to today.
Bye.
I had one shot and he fucking blew it.
See how that triggers them so much? It's incredible. You got to make a show just out of all of those. Somebody has to go back and find all the triangles. That would probably go viral. They would get so many, we'd get a million views.
Get Clipcord on that one.
Back rub from Mez.
That's pretty freaking awesome. Be right back.
Well done.
Be a lot more fun if it was Brian Cox.
Yeah. Be back in a little while. Y'all stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Later, bro. Yo, Special K, you there?
Yeah, but you guys can't hear me very good.
Yesterday there was a big police raid in like 2 houses down where I live.
Oh, is that where that dude got killed?
Yeah, it was like a young kid. It was like 18 or something. He was a fugitive. The U.S. Marshal was there, bro. It was huge. It looked like one of those scenes from one of those cop shows. They have like the big guns out and everything.
Should have Snapchatted it.
Yeah, it's. I walked outside and some guy across the street was like, "Good thing it wasn't ice." And I was standing right outside. I was looking at him. It's an older white gentleman. It was kind of funny.
Oh, that is good. Good thing it wasn't nice. Just make it clear.
I'm like,
You ain't
what are you talking about, bro? Nah, they ain't gonna do nothing to me. I'm King Kong, bitch. No, I wouldn't say that. It was kind
I
of
got
funny.
my papers. I have a question though. I got into this thing with a guy yesterday in real life, but um, so we measure the horizon according to the globe at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But if we're in an airplane, it'd be 1. So he's like, that dude's like 6 foot tall or whatever. So whatever square root of 6 foot tall is, 1.22 times the square root of that should be where your actual horizon is, right?
It came from the altitude of a plane?
Yeah, but that's where the conversation went next, as far as the plane. So, and this guy he's been looking into flat Earth. He's trying to find something to debunk me with. But, so Neil deGrasse Tyson says, you can't see curvature from there. You know, that stuff is flat, right? From the dude who jumped out of the Red Bull balloon or whatever. So this guy said, so you're measuring flat Earth. You're measuring flat. There's no curvature there. That was my whole case, that there is no curvature. You measure it. There's no curve where you guys say it's supposed to be. And he says, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, if you're way up in a Red Bull balloon, that there's no curvature. You can't even detect curvature. You wouldn't see it from way up there even. So way down here, when you're measuring it flat, if we can't see it from way up there, then what are you measuring? Why is this even your argument? I was like, I'm just telling you that there's no curvature. I mean, we don't measure the curvature. You know, and he couldn't get over that. No, we can't even see the curvature from really, really high up. So why are you down Earth measuring it? It was around and around. He frustrated me a little bit, but so if we can't see the curvature from really, really high, his argument is that we shouldn't even be trying to measure it, because if we can't see it, it's of course you're measuring it flat. And I kind of just ended there just because, I mean, he wasn't really being honest, but I was going on the fact that the Earth is measured flat. We're measuring it flat. So the reason you can't see the curvature from that height is because the Earth is flat. Not because he told you that you shouldn't be able to see it from that globe height. You know what I'm saying?
So what was his beef, though? He was saying, like, why even try to measure it? Because it's flat anyways?
Yeah, we can't see curvature from really, really, really high. So why are you even measuring it from really, really, really low? Because you can't see it, even if you go up, up, up. And I was like, you're missing the whole entire point, man. There is no curvature.
Well, here's the other thing, too. It's like, how do we have you have to kind of tell them, then why would we have the numbers to the size of the Earth prior to rocket technology and all that stuff like this? Because they had those numbers, how big the Earth is.
Yeah, no, that's where the conversation was before he went into all this.
How do we even get that? To even say it, if it all just looks flat and there's no way to detect the curvature, then why would we say it's a globe? You should have, like, flipped it onto him that way.
Well, he wanted to know why Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see curvature from way up there. And I'm saying that you can't measure curvature from way down here. So he's like, what's the difference? I mean, you can't measure it here, and you can't see it from there. But if it is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then if you did go up there, if there was actual curvature, you should be able to see it from up there. If there was curvature, like at that rate, at the 8 inches per mile squared or whatever, you should be able to see it. Because that's not much. After 10 miles, what are you getting, 60 feet of curvature or 600 feet or 100 miles? You're getting even more. So if you are that high up in the air, you should be seeing that curvature, even if Neil deGrasse Tyson says you shouldn't be seeing it, because the calculation says that you probably should be seeing it. Am I wrong there?
No, you're not supposed to see it. At the altitude of the Red Bull space, on the edge of space jump, it was like 120,000 feet. You still wouldn't be able to see it from that altitude, is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying. A lot of the globe heads that come in here are saying the opposite, though. You know what I mean? Like, they're saying you can see it from an airplane, from a mountain, from this, from the shore.
Right, but it seems like the curvature rate, like even though it's just 8 inches per mile squared, if you go 10 miles, 20 miles, that rate gets exponentially larger. And so as you're way up there, I would think that you should be able to see it if it was there, but it's not there. That's why we don't see it.
Yeah, but mainstream would declare that you have to be much higher to see it. So like with Neil deGrasse, he's put the curvature like visually at a much more distant from the surface rate than it would be if somebody declares they see curvature from a mountain or whatever. He would just basically say, no, you're not high enough. The math would work out to, like, if you wanted to actually see curvature, you'd have to be higher off the surface to see it. That's what
right, but realistically, based on their math, even in an airplane at 30,000 feet, based on their math, shouldn't we be able to see it?
No. No, and that's the issue. When we get into it with them, it's the whole narrative of how it began. How was somebody convinced that the Earth is a globe in the first place? Because in every way that they're trying to even put it to math, it doesn't measure that they would see, at the altitude they say they're at, that the Earth is a globe. That's the problem. So the declaration is they came up with the information of how big it is, like Eratosthenes and all that. But there's no way that you can know that there's curve visually seen. So then we go back to well, then how did you measure it? And of course, the measurement for the globe would be using Eratosthenes. So you always got to at least tell them as much, because I'm pretty sure he didn't know. Like the guys that you speak to probably don't know much.
He didn't know anything. I mean, he used to be somebody who argued fervently against me. Now he's just trying to find a loophole in the system so they can come back and say, see, I told you. But he don't know.
So the globe, the way it is right now, you can't see the curvature, not at that height. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's like the mouthpiece for quote unquote science. So anybody who speaks against that is going to have to stand up to what the narrative is about where you can see it, like visually, the curve. But as far as it being measured, you have things like Eratosthenes and ships going over the curve and stuff like that. And so then we start to question the methodology of how that's possible. So more of it has to deal with how do we get to those numbers in the first place? How do we know that? So that's what we try to.
We can't see the curve, and maybe I didn't know how to actually answer him, but we can't see it because it's not there. I mean, there is a curve, but based on your own math, your own globe math, it should be there, and it's not. That's why they're saying that you wouldn't see it from that distance, because they know that you can't see it anyway.
Yeah, that's correct.
But if it was actually a ball, then I would think that we'd see it all over the place. I mean, it would be easy to I'd be on your ball too.
But not really, not really. That their ball is big, but at the same time, because we have to get them to realize they don't admit that they're visually observing a globe when they go outside. They don't observe a globe. Nobody does. So what they'd have to do is go to where they could visually observe a globe, and that's what they always say. Well, take a rocket, go up as high as you can, and then look down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But observably, no, they're not. We're not. Even it being a globe, you're not supposed to be seeing it as a globe. But they do say that, though. Oh, I see a ship go over the horizon. Well, I seen the globe. The effects of curve, not curve itself.
Right.
Yeah, they call
Yeah,
it
I
the
guess that's-
effects. The effects of curve, not curve, not curve itself.
Back to him and tell him that, yeah, you wouldn't see it anyway. I mean, but it seems, like it's only a mile, 8 inches per 1 mile squared. So I can see a mile from where I'm sitting right now. I can see like 12 miles. But if there was actual curve, if that was an actual mathematical equation to figure out where the curve is, then absolutely I would see it. Even from sitting where I'm at right now, I'm seeing 6 miles away. Schleswig. I see Schleswig. I see their water tower all the way to the ground, and I know that Schleswig is 6.5 miles away. But I don't see any curve. Not even a little bit. I can see all the way to the bottom of their water tower. But that's because the Earth. But if their math was correct, I wouldn't be able to see the bottom of their water tower, even from sitting right here, because the world would be a spinning globe.
I thought all retards would be muted. A couple are still talking.
All right, man. So welcome to the channel.
Hello, I thought that was the joke. I saw many people muted. I thought, all people were automatically muted because Earth is not flat.
Do you have evidence of this? Present it, please.
Okay, do you really think Earth is flat?
Do you have evidence? Present it, please.
I'm asking you a question.
I asked you first. Do you have evidence? Present it, please.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Where?
There is places where you can go up to space and see everything from high above. And
Where did you see it? Where did you see it?
In USA, in West Virginia.
West Virginia. Well, how far from the surface were you?
It were 5,000 kilometers.
5,000 kilometers.
Yes.
And can you describe? Go ahead. What were you in? What vehicle were you in?
You could see the surface. You could see it curve. It was not flat.
Okay. So you're saying that you saw the curve of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think we could measure that curve?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Can you please show us in academia, from school or any other source, that it's been measured? Please.
Listen, are you seriously just
yes,
debating?
I'm asking you. I'm asking. No, it's not a debate.
Really believe? No, I'm just
it's
asking
not a debate.
you. Do you really believe? It's just pointless debate.
It's not.
It's pointless.
No, it's not. Okay, so we're getting to the point where you're gonna either give us the information.
So funny, bro.
You're gonna either give us the information or you're not.
Who the fuck was talking?
Don't get distracted, bro. Pay attention to my voice. Give me the information I requested, okay? I requested information from you, and that's the curve measurement. Please give that to me. Go ahead.
Listen, I don't have time for this.
Really? Are you gonna leave?
Probably. I want to listen what other people have to say, because this is ridiculous.
Well, you don't have what it takes then to give me the evidence that the Earth is curving, which is the measurement.
My eyes
Your eyes aren't measuring devices, sir.
I don't need to measure anything.
You do if you
So
think it's
are
a
we going to
geometric shape.
question reality? Are we going to question reality? That's my question.
We're going to question whether or not you know if the Earth is curving based on a geometric consequent of it being a sphere. So I want to know if you know it's been measured in a time in history. Time's up. All right. Perhaps somebody else can do the job for you. We got Kent in here. Welcome, Kent.
The Earth is flat.
Thank you for that. What brings you by? Oh, he just left. Oh, I silenced a yapper. That was easy. Perhaps you should research the topic, sir, before you come in here guns blazing. That would be better.
That was classic. That was classic, bro. That's a clip right there.
The pregnant pause had like 3 children.
He said he was 3,000 miles up in the air.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Johannes? Are you going to meet your friend again, Special K?
Yeah, he's right. That's one.
It sounded like he was really agreeing that the Earth is flat. I don't know how. Yeah, because some of these folk, dude, they really don't know, dude. It's like, not that I feel bad for them. It's just, it's too overwhelming for someone that has never heard the topic. And then we come at them, and it's just like, oh man, I never thought about it. Usually.
Right. And he's starting to think about it. First, he's going through the phase where you try to disprove it, you know? And that's where he's at. As soon as he gets through that, I guess I'll welcome him to the family.
Hey, is he like a work friend or just a friend?
Yeah, it's just a friend. He's one of Chris's friends. Yeah. He knows that I'm flat earther. He used to come at me with ad homs and all this other stuff, but I told him to just simply prove his globe, and he said he would. And so far, he hasn't. But he does have some interesting things to talk about. It's just most Glovers don't talk about that kind of stuff because they don't even think about it. It's more of a belief than it is a fact.
Is the gentleman about our age? Somewhere around our age?
Yeah, he's
It's a Gen Xer, yeah.
he first heard that I was a flat earther. He thought that was the stupidest thing ever. He couldn't wait to talk to me. I told Chris, "Where is he? I want to talk to him." I buried him with all of this. He had no idea. He thought we were thinking that we were a disc flying through space. You know, he thought all kinds of. He thought the regular stuff. Where's the edge? Why don't you fall off? What about all this? You know, same stuff I told you.
Yeah. I remember I still had the image is imprinted in my head, dude. you showed me the AE map and you circled it in red, and you had like an arrow pointing to it. Where's the edge? That was the first thing you told me when I talked about it. Where's the edge?
I took a picture of myself, like a double-sided mirror, phone mirror, kind of, it distorts you and all this. The day that I figured out that the Earth was actually flat, and so it has that picture still. We were talking to you about that, and then just we've come a long ways.
That's a great way to ruin like a family get together, man. People getting upset. How many functions have you ruined by mentioning you're a flat earther? There was
lots.
They come at you, dude. They want to start a fight, man. They really coming at you. Like, you gotta watch out, bro. Like, honestly.
We were having pizza with my mom the other day, and my mom, and I brought up the topic just to kind of look at her, and she doesn't like to talk about it. But then my mom started coming in and defending me, and I was like, Mom, you're a flat earther too? She's like, it makes a lot more sense than what I.
Oh, really? Mom said so? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's not bored because she really doesn't care. She just knows we're not involved. She don't know what it is either.
Well, Grandma Bessie really comes at you though, huh? She don't like that.
Every topic, it doesn't matter. She's very argumentative. She already told me she doesn't want to hear it because we're getting closer to Christmas.
This is our favorite time of year, though. What do you mean? Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. You guys gonna have turkey this year?
Where you tell me when. But one of my favorite holidays. Yeah, I don't like eating.
Sound really distant, bro.
Yeah, usually when I'm working, I don't say a whole lot because I'm in a truck and it sounds bad.
Gonna have to get you some nice Bluetooth. Come on, Globers. What else is Yoder gonna listen to if we don't have a Glober in here, man, to destroy him? We have one commit like 1,000 fallacies in an hour. Dude, he was laughing like a crazy guy. That's so strange. They have a weird. Those guys. I don't know. It's a pattern or what, but it's like a behavior that they just. I don't know. Strange. What'd you say? Religion?
Yeah, it's a religion.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Channel on the politics. Crit, are you still with us? What's it like morning time for you, T-Dub? It's like 1:20 here, bro. You must be waking up early in the morning.
Yeah, it's 6:15, yeah.
Hear the birds chirping. Damn. Got that nice spring weather. Shoot.
We're gonna overcast, rainy morning moment.
I need to get a hold of Timbo, man. Haven't heard of that guy in a while. I sent you on Messenger the image of that one kid. They had boxed in 2 houses down from me. Yeah, T-Dub, I had a fugitive that was they stormed his house. Had the whole scene like one of those cop shows I was saying earlier. I don't know if you heard me or not.
Oh no, I didn't. Wow, that's crazy.
Dude, they had their, big guns and everything. They were, bulletproof vests and everything. Then I opened the door. I was looking outside, because kind of curious what's going on. And the guy was yelling on the loudspeaker, "This is the U.S. Marshals. Come on out." And I was like, damn. It was loud, too. All the neighbors were looking at what they were doing.
Next one, every single criminal in the streets, like, oh no, jump in the back fence.
Got the Mexicans scattering because it's ice. I was telling my buddy here, Special K, there was this older white gentleman that was like across the street. He was like, "Good thing it wasn't ice." Oh. And you see my brown ass right there? He said that like a numerous times, dude. Like it was so funny to him. Like, I don't know. I should have played along. Hurry, honey, la migra. Took off. Ran inside. Dude, there was a whole bunch of cop cars though, man. It was like, I counted maybe 15. They're like the SUVs. Then they brought the K9 unit, and then they had a riot shield. Dude, it was serious stuff, bro. And then, because the two ladies came out of the house, and then it was the one fugitive that was still in there, and I guess his friend or whatever, and their friend had that little baby. So there was a little baby in there, and the friend came out with a little baby on his hands, and the fugitive was still inside. So they, they got the dog and they went to the back, and like I guess he was trying to go out the back way. Yeah, dude, it was serious business over here, Yoder. Like for real, dude. My whole street was locked down, bro. All the way to where I lived to where that house was, nothing but like SUVs and unmarked cars. And everybody it looked like a scene from a movie. I was like, my God, what's going on? And yeah, the U.S. Marshal was on the loudspeaker. U.S. Marshal, come on out. Like he said that like maybe 4 or 5 times, bro. And the guy never came out. So like I said, they got the K9 unit and they went to the back. And then you could hear them rustling in the back. Stop resisting! Stop resisting! They were, dude. Because and then I have the guy. I mean, he came out on the news and that, but he was at a rave or a party or something, and he had shot some dude. They took him to the hospital where he was later pronounced deceased. And yeah, I mean, this is murder, bro. Like you're going away for a long time. So them dudes weren't playing around at all. And I thought maybe it's because they were, you know how like they're ready like for a standoff? That's what they were. It looked like they were on a standoff. They were behind their cars with their guns pointed, aimed at the house. I thought they were going to set it off here, dude. And I was like, dude, they're going to Swiss cheese this house in a minute. But I have never seen that like in real life. I don't know about you, Special K. That was the first time I experienced something like that. As near as I was, What'd you say?
Like you live in a bad neighborhood.
Oh, I know that now. Well, not now, but other people were telling me that it's not that bad of a neighborhood. Like I had some neighbors that were like, no, it's not that bad. And then like, some of the older neighbors that I have, they're like, oh, but you got to watch out for that house right there. And that they pointed to that one house that got raided. But and the reason why they were saying is that because those folk were of the color persuasion, and I don't know if that's something like they feel. It's just the type of people that were going in and out of that place. There was always yellings and and a couple fight and they're outside and they're making their business known to everybody. So crazy. All right, we got Crizzle in the room. What's up, Crizzle?
Good evening. Just listening.
Listening? No, we don't do that here, man. No, I don't really care. You can listen. No, dude, I asked people that come into this room, like that are brand new, what have you heard about this topic? Perhaps we can entertain some questions.
I've been in Flat Earth for 4 years now, so I don't really have questions.
Oh, is it flat?
Nah, it's not quite flat because we have topology, but the baseline is flat.
Oh, that's a good answer. I don't mind that. All right. Well, we got Military Psyop jumped in. What's up? Welcome to the room. Military Psyop. That's a weird name to have, bro. Hey, welcome. So what brings you to the Flat Earth channel on the politics server? Hello?
Hello. All right, there we go.
Yeah, what brings you to the channel?
I just wanted to see what was being talked about in here. I'm currently in the military and I do stuff with satellites, so I was wondering.
Holy smokes, dude! We got a good. This is okay. All right, we're gonna need to pull all the stops right now. I'm just kidding, bro. All right, so are you working current? Like, are you at a station? Are you stationed right now? Or what? Like, are you?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. It's kind of cool. So if I ask you directly, and you be honest, right? Like, because you have really nothing to hide about. Okay.
No, you can't ask anything about like any specific system. I can't tell you anything about specific systems. I can just tell you the general.
I don't really need to know like what mission or I don't care about that stuff. All I need to know from you is in the type of work that you do, can you say for certain that the Earth is a globe?
For certain, based off, there would be no way for these satellites to stay in the sky. If there wasn't like the kind of like how they stay up there, basically.
Well,
like, would be,
let me put it a different way. Let me put it a different way. By what you do, can you tell if the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. So when we look at ISR satellites and they're constantly showing footage and we're looking at certain things at certain times of the day, then you can really see the rotation happening with the satellite. You can just
holy smokes
watch it go around and around and around. Yeah, you see it go around.
You talking about
around.
Are you talking about the satellite doing an orbit? Is that what you're saying? By around and around?
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I thought. All right. So the satellite is moving from a position away from you and then back again towards you, kind of in a cyclical pattern. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
If that's what you're describing as like a circular orbit.
Like in a cycle. I mean,
there are different types of orbits that you put the satellites in, but if you talk about low Earth orbit satellites is usually what we're looking at. We're talking about ISR.
Well, which ones are you dealing with? Are you low Earth orbit satellites? And now what you guys are?
You use multiple. It depends on what you're trying to do. So missile defense will use highly elliptical orbit satellites watching over the poles because they have a high, I believe, apogee. Yeah, high apogee. So like they can cover more of the same area of the Earth for a longer time, which is important when you're trying to like see just because the shortest path for a missile between Russia or China to the U.S. is going to be over the North Pole. So you want a highly elliptical orbit over the North Pole to see any of these missiles going off.
My good buddy Yoder, he's in here. He deals with this type of technology. He did ask a question in the text chat. I don't know if you see it.
I'm new to the unit. I'm currently in class to learn the job, but I don't know anything specific about the whatever you just asked. I'm not sure about any of that.
The system. He's saying, do you use CD, CSS, or Rhinex from teleformats?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not going to be honest. I don't know what that is.
Find it. I guess, and the reason, depending, how seasoned are you? You just joined, like, the military?
So I'm a 25 Bravo, which is an IT specialist, but they put me in a Army Space unit. So now I'm learning Army Space shit and to be able to do anything in the unit.
So first and foremost, thank you for your service. And also, it's important that, we ask questions that are relevant to the topics that we bring up in here. So if it's important for us to kind of lay a foundation, whether people can tell us by what they do, especially if you're working in that field, right? If the Earth is a globe or not. And it seems like you're getting data from the system that you use. So we would say that someone who does that is an end user. They don't really know if the satellite is where it's like in the vacuum of space. I'm going to give it to you that way so you know what I mean.
Well, no, you have to. If you're like, if I'm working on a MiG system, you have to point your dish towards the satellite. So you have to be able to.
Yeah. No, I know that the technology is up there. But what I'm saying is you don't know if it's in the environment that is being said about where they are. So, can I give you an example?
Yeah, go ahead.
So they're saying that in the Earth being a globe, that the satellites are being deployed, right? The payload, when it gets put up in low Earth orbit, or maybe higher than that, is that they're in an environment called the vacuum of space. Have you heard of this? I don't want to make it sound redundant like you didn't, but...
Sorry, I was reading the chat and trying to listen at the same time. You said the satellites in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, do they say... Well, your understanding is that the satellites are up there, but they're up in the vacuum of space, in low Earth orbit, or higher than that, or whatever. Right? I mean, isn't that your understanding?
It depends on what orbit they're in. So, there's different orbits for different satellites, like I was saying earlier. Have low Earth.
But what I'm saying is, are they within the Earth system, or they're in above the Kármán line, where they're saying space is? And, do you get me?
I think low Earth are they're considered to be above the Kármán line.
Okay. Yeah, just to establish this environment of the vacuum of space, because that's where they say usually that the vacuum of space begins at, right? And it's just like an arbitrary place where they put it at. It's more political than anything else. But if you're saying that they're in this, environment, you don't really know that from what you do, right? The environment. There's no system that you're reading that they're dealing with these low pressures that they're up there in. Or is there? That's not a factor.
I mean, I don't get the specifications of the environment of the satellite. That would be more Space Force. They took a lot of that away from Army. So we are, like you said, the end users of the devices. We don't really look at the conditions. Our Space Force can see all the conditions of a satellite, if it's overheating, its position, and all that shit. And that's how they use it, and they track all this stuff so they can tell their satellites and get them on the line in case there's going to be a possible collision. All
right. So Yoder's asking a question. So when they orbit every 90 minutes, can you watch it? Can you watch it track the sky?
It depends on what satellite you're looking at. So if you're looking at a geostationary satellite, it's not going to move from your position because it's in an orbit that's supposed to stay at pretty much the exact same spot overhead as it's orbiting. So it's I don't know how to explain it. It's basically going to be over your head at the same point in the sky at any point in the day or night. Which is the whole point.
Moving, just
Leo
stationary.
Leo satellites, which you're probably more talking about, is you're going to lose contact with that satellite, but usually low Earth satellites, if we're talking about an Iridium satellite constellation, you're going to have all constant coverage over certain areas that are, so you just, as soon as you get off one satellite, because it's, going over the horizon, you're going to lock onto another satellite and then another satellite, and it's going to do that pass off, right? It's going to do that pass off of data. So it's pretty much seamless, but you still get call drops and shit like that.
So you do need multiple antennas then?
No, you don't need multiple antennas. The satellites can talk to each other as well. So they don't have to they talk to you and then they talk to the other satellites in the constellation. So they just pass off data. And then you then need to either point your satellite at the new one or, I don't know. That's probably, that's it.
So when you got into this, what even interested you to get into this specific field? This very specific.
Well, I don't really choose where to go. I mean, I chose this because it was better than all the other options. I didn't want to go to some shithole base. Fort Carson's pretty fucking chill as fuck. So I was like, yeah, I'll go here. So it's just this Army space shit. It's pretty cool.
It was just based on more of a kind of a better way of advancing your career in the military. You chose this better than it would doing it in another place where you say you probably wouldn't be more chill.
Yeah, it's just a matter of I chose Army space because I was that shit is probably chill as fuck, and that sounds cool as hell too as well. I don't want to just be in some S shop. Yeah, it's cool as shit. Working with satellites and pointing around dishes and fucking getting in the satellite and doing stupid shit. I love it a lot.
But Yoder's asking some stuff here. He says what he means if there's a new one that you need to point it to or use multiple antennas. He's just You know, when you.
So yeah, you need to. Yeah, so when you need to be in the, as long as you're in the downlink, you can. All you have to do is just be in the downlink, and then you can receive signals from satellites there because they're constantly pushing out energy in the downlink. So all you just need to do is point your satellite in the direction, or sorry, your antenna in the direction of the satellite.
So Mike, I got something I'm going to propose to you. If the Earth is indeed flat, and we're not dealing with the globe, and the Earth isn't spinning, and you know maybe the satellites moving around in whatever pattern they're doing, if it's not happening over a surface that's curved, what do you think that would change in your job? Do you think that you'd notice, like if we were going to say, oh, the Earth's flat, well, the satellite has to operate this other way if it's, you know what I mean? Do you think your job would be...
Well, I mean, I would just have to ask, like, again, like, I don't know how these satellites would stay up there. These satellites don't have... Okay. They have fuel on board to really just conduct maneuvers. Like, the bus gets them up there, and then the payload is the actual satellite itself, and the satellite only has so much fuel on board to really just conduct maneuvers in air to either change mission or to get out of the way of an incoming satellite collision. And then once all that fuel is gone, they do something called end of life procedures, and they just like shoot the satellite into like a graveyard orbit, and then it just sits there. And it dies.
What's the baseline amount of life does a satellite, a normal, you know?
It depends.
A couple years,
but it's usually like 10 to 15 years. It depends on what satellite though, and when it got put up there.
Is there any balloon satellites that the Army uses?
Balloon satellites? Yeah, you're talking about the T2C2. I'm not. That's probably like something that you put in chat, like something like it. It's a piece of shit. It's getting phased out, but T2C2 is like a kind of like a balloon, not satellite, but balloon antenna that we use to look at satellites with.
Those satellites, can they be maneuvered in the upper parts of the atmosphere to be lower or higher and catch certain trade winds that are above us?
Trade winds? Well, these things aren't light. They would have to be able to exert a force towards the Earth if we're talking about something that is like falling. It's because yes, satellites are, especially low Earth orbit, they're constantly quote unquote like falling, but like you just keep thrusting up a little bit to keep it in a certain orbit. That's what I was talking about, because like they're not just like, there's like obviously gravitational pull being put on them, even though they're in a orbit or whatever. But
hopefully we're going to challenge you in a moment. Well, we're getting some basics information from you so we can build at least a case so that we can tailor it to you so that you can at least challenge your point of view, if we can call it that. So all right, so right now you work at a job that deals with satellites, and because the knowledge of the Earth being a globe was something you already had, you believe that these satellites are in an orbit and the Earth is spinning, and all of these things have to work in order for the satellite to function. Is that correct?
For it to function?
Yeah, like the way it does.
As long as the way the satellite functions, it would have to be in an orbit. Unless if we're gonna say the Earth is flat, there would have to be some kind of enough propellant on the satellite to keep it in the air for 10 to 15 years.
Okay, there's no such system that you know of that could propel a satellite in an environment up there that could utilize some sort of propulsion mechanism that doesn't need to be what you might have encountered, or like, you know, a system you might think is just like a little gas pressure shot out one side or whatever. But what if it's something else?
It had to be super low. It would have to be super like low gravity, like in the same way that you would say that it's space, like it's orbiting.
Yeah, I was gonna get into something, but Yoda wants me to ask you there. There's something he's highlighted in the Goddard Space Flight Center Space Physics Data Facility. At the very bottom, that's highlighted. I don't know if you can see that image that you just posted.
Yeah, I'm looking. When one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube or force. Is that what he's highlighting?
Yes, that's correct.
What is that like talking about specifically? Periods of movement. It's occupy field line.
Yes. There's a certain
talking like satellite constellations. I'm confused. Like, what is that?
Satellites and the mechanism that drives them to be in that location where they are. It's outlining that what if it's outside of your specific purview of understanding how they actually function in that environment. And so this could give you sort of a different take on like how they're up there. Because it being a globe and spinning is an idea, and stationary satellites, and you got those that are moving around low Earth orbit. They're only functioning in a very specific way due to the fact that you have this idea that the Earth is doing what you think is doing.
Yeah, like they're in different orbits. So like I say, like the geostationary, like it's going to stay above at a certain point, constantly overhead. You don't have to move your satellite at all. It's just giving constant, so it stays in one place relative to the orbit. And then you have all the other like super high speed orbits. Which is
So he's kind of putting it like this, right? So he's saying, what the fuck is magnetic field line tracing to ground stations? What is that?
I'm not super like on the avionics or whatever they want to call it on that. Like that's super advanced shit. That probably more.
So you're using the system once again. Going back to being an end user, you're just reading the information that you're seeing and probably doing a job. You're just doing a job. You're not like
the job
you said,
is
like Space Force, right?
Is setting up satellite communications specifically.
Okay. What we usually get though is we're not speaking to the specialist who we need to speak to. It's always somebody else, usually, and sometimes it happens that we're asking somebody who's dealing with satellites, and we want to know, okay, there's certain information that we would show you that satellites could function in a very different way than you think they could, based on information like the Goddard Space Flight Center is showing that could be utilizing other than this other propulsion system that you think they're using now. Do you get what I mean? Like there's an alternative to how you think they're up there.
Yeah, I guess I would have to just see that. I mean, it would have to. This satellite would have to have a very large fuel like reserve.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is though, I think Yoder spoke on his point before when he spoke to another person about satellites, that they're not necessarily utilizing the type of fuel systems that you think are too. You know what I'm saying? Because you have it in your head that it's.
Oh, you're talking about like it's going to be like a liquid propellant. Well, it's still going to be a liquid propellant, but like it's going to be more efficient or something like
there's something
there's something more efficient.
There's something about the actual system that you're probably unaware of, but you're thinking that it's operating in it's only okay, how can I put this? You're thinking about it one-dimensionally. It can only happen this way, and if it has to be that they're up there that way, then they must have to have a huge fuselage or something. Like you in your mind, you're trying to rationalize it with what you know. But what if the system's utilizing something that's beyond your purview?
Yeah, I understand that. I would just have to see it.
Yeah. So right now, the current knowledge is, they operate the way they do. That's fine. I mean, you can get your job done. You don't need to know much more than what you know now to function in your specific job. That's just a point that I'm bringing up to. It can make more sense to you that, well, if you're going to say that the satellite is up there in an alternative way, then you wouldn't be able to know because the only thing you know is what system is in front of you right now. So you can only read the information that you have. Anyway, I want to get back to questioning the reason why people think the Earth is a globe, and perhaps maybe you believe it's a globe, but you don't know it's one. That's important. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So would you say on the two camps, would you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you just believe that it's a globe?
Based on everything that I've learned, including all the recent stuff through all the multiple classes to do, it seems very, very, very likely that it is a globe.
Okay, so you know that it's a globe, not believe. Because the reason I draw a line between those two a knowledge-based understanding would come with a reason and a methodology as to how you know what you know. But if you believe something, you don't need too much. Just an explanation will do just fine.
Well, it's like a different. It's like if I said, "Do I know 100% how like the universe started or if God exists?" It's like based on what evidence, whatever. Like I can just say like with 99.9% certainty whether something exists in a certain way or not. But there's always that room for error, right?
Okay, but
let me say I know.
Let's say you were. Let's say you were, and I know you're not. But let's say you're in front of one of your commanding officers, and they wanted you to give a binary answer. Sir, do you know this or do you believe it? What would it be?
Trying to keep it scientific, I would just say I believe the Earth is round, not because if I say I know it, I have to bring up a bunch of like shit, and it's like you'd have to know the methodology and all that shit behind it, and all the
That's correct.
All the stuff.
That's correct. Well, I mean, at least you know the premise. So that the reason why I ask it this way, it's a little, it kind of pins people down, and the reason why it's the inquiry minds want to know, right? We all are here together. We're learning together. We're experiencing, conversation together. But a lot of people seem to think they know, and it's really just belief. At the end of the day, right? Because in order for you to know something, you'd have to be able to have the ability to investigate the thing that you know. And most people think, growing up, we have this education, we're told that it's a globe, and you got planets and all kinds of stuff, right? And then there's other questions you might want to ask. You might want to ask us, where's the edge, or how about, what are the planets then, or whatever it is. But since you believe, it's difficult to get to a conclusive part of the discussion to say that you actually determine that the Earth is an actual globe and it's not something you believe it is, it is. And I like starting there because it's an intellectually honest position from you anyway, because you're not just boasting on how, I know it's a globe because I work in the military. But you're saying, hey, I believe it's one. I'm using a system that's showing that it's one, right? So do you think that the Earth has been measured any time in history? A little bit of questions that are relevant to the reason why I would say you might just believe. If you want to answer those.
The earliest ones, like was it the one in Egypt, or they had two poles? Yeah, where they had two poles and they recorded the sun's was it shadow, like the pole shadow at the same time at two different points.
I'm not going to grill you too hard. You're a pretty cool dude, man. So I'm just going to, I'll even start giving you all the answers that the Globers usually say. But yeah, that's one. Eratosthenes, measuring shadows. But the method and by which, dude, first of all, Eratosthenes was even a questionable figure in history. We don't even know if he was an actual human that existed. The story that's been propagated from history has been one that's told to us that there was a method by which he tested that the Earth is a globe, and he didn't do that. The way it's being told to us, and the story goes that he already pre-assumed that before he started that the Earth was a sphere. So already thinking that, coming into this, doing the shadow test, and according to what we found out about this, is that he had professional pacers. They're called striders, professional striders, that walked the distance between Alexandria and Syene. And so they walked the distance and they got close to the measurement of how long it was from between those two places. And they got the shadow. The shadow length was in one place, Alexandria, and the other one was Syene. And he looked down a well and saw the sun shining straight down in, which means that the sun was 90 degrees above that region. But in the other place, at solar noon, it was at an angle. The shadow was at an angle. So that he did some math and calculations, and you did like a portion of a circle that he measured that the angle at which the sun was taken at one place was at such an angle that the other one was 90 degrees. So the sun would have to be shining on the surface, kind of like in a curve manner. So he already pre-assumed that it was a globe or a sphere. And the end result was that he got basically saying that because one angle of the shadow was longer and the other one was 90 degrees, which led him to say that, yep, that's how the Earth is curved. But it wasn't conclusive because that could also happen on a flat surface. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Right. So, how much of this information? I'm going over like the basics with you. Have you been in this argument before? Or discussion?
I've been in here a couple of times before I got to this unit. But
okay.
Yeah.
So what's your? I mean, I'm going through all this like basic 101 thing. Like, what's your take on it then? You think we're just crazy nutheads?
No, he's better this time. Last time he had a pretty severe crash out.
Oh, Crit.
It's about somebody else.
Crit.
That wasn't me.
Never remembers or never forgets. All right, so
no, I
go
remember
ahead
the
and
crash out people.
Shit, I'd never crash out on politics. That's crazy. What's up?
All right. So getting back to it, like, what do you think about the Earth being a globe? Like, why would you still side with it if there's no evidence of it? I mean, since you've been here, I'm just going to skip the rest of the 101 stuff.
It's a map. Well, what do you mean there's no evidence of it? The evidence of me looking at an ISR footage, and I can really see the curvature of the Earth, and I can see all this other stuff.
Yeah, the ISR footage. Can you post? Is there any without giving out what you're doing?
That's on a.
No, I meant like. Give me something that we can say. Like, we can look it up for ourselves. Like, is there some example that we can look up that what you're saying about what you're looking at? You know what I mean? Not what you're doing, but just an example of it online.
I guess so.
Or more.
Yeah. No. Not specifically. Not because it seems sensitive. I'm being told in the chat. I'm not asking for something sensitive. It's like when you're looking at that information, is it showing you like something that's dealing with the curve in some way? That's all I was really asking.
When you're looking at ISR footage, I mean, you're looking at like I'm not gonna say you can't see the curve of the Earth. Like, it depends on like the viewing angle or whatever. Like, if you're talking about low Earth like orbit, like you're not gonna see anything other than like what
are those
like,
cameras
on the
that you're talking about? Like, is a camera?
ISR is a video. Yeah, it's video, photo and video.
Okay. CloudSat view. Yoda just posted something.
It's like something from looking. This looking from below. It looks like it's looking from below. Like below, looking from below a cloud up.
Looking sideways, he said.
Yeah. Like, but like talking about like below the clouds, looking sideways. Like, not sure.
Yeah. That's the example.
I guess it's some. Okay, I guess it's something different, but.
That's a balloon track. Yeah. This was CloudSat. So there's nothing really. You can't extrapolate that the Earth is a globe based on that information, though, can you? Or do you think you can? This is just looking at video, yeah?
Well, yeah, looking at video. Like, if we're looking at ISR, we're looking at something on Earth. So they're not necessarily looking at specifically the curvature of the Earth, but the way that the satellite is moving. The way the satellite's moving. You can just.
I don't see anything wrong. I don't see anything wrong with that. But I'm saying,
going
like,
in one direction.
If you're determining whether the Earth, and that's kind of where I'm at right now, and I guess that's not a good way to determine that the Earth is a globe. If you were going to make a determination, like by using this. Otherwise, would have already said that. You would have said, "Yeah, this is a great way we can determine that the Earth is using this." So, would you agree?
Yeah, but for me to know, I guess for like, I'm saying I don't know because, like, I know a lot of people's like rationale behind like if they know something is seeing it. So like I'd have to physically like go up into space and then see the curvature. I mean, you don't have to even do that. I mean, you can as long as you get high enough, you can you know, a lot of the Earth's atmosphere is gone, and then or it's less air, so you can see more of space, and you can just see it. But I mean, I'm guessing you guys all this like 4K footage of like satellite footage of Earth, like you can look on YouTube. You don't really.
Yeah, there's.
I think I heard you guys say it's Fish Islands or it's.
Well, there is like it just depends on the altitude, right? But there are satellites that use that type of lens. That's well established. That's not something that we're just saying. The Flat Earth says that they're using lenses. Like there is the lens that they use. I've been told by people who are engineers telling me this. So they're not, it's not like well, flat earthers are just making it up. They want it to be like the lens effect. No, it is a lens effect. But now, if we're going to say that we're measuring on the surface what we're seeing up, because one thing has to equal the other. If we're seeing curve up here, up wherever the satellite is, and whatever you're looking at, don't you think we should be able to measure some sort of curvature? Or you think that's just an impossible task?
Well, it's not impossible. It's just you can get pretty general probably measurements. Like you're never going to get something super specific because of just how fast you're moving, and your altitude's not going to be constant. Your speed's not going to be constant, relatively constant, but not really. But and I don't know. I'm not like a super math guy, so I couldn't tell you how to do it. I'm sure they could, but just looking at how a fisheye lens works, and then I look at footage of like the Earth from like a satellite camera, like that's like constantly like live streaming. It's like you can see the Earth curvature, but you don't see like the fisheye effect on.
So like, that's convincing you,
environment,
right? That's convincing you.
I would say that it's more evidence towards the globe, just the constant footage of the Earth.
Okay, constant footage
from multiple different satellites. Yeah.
Right, but wouldn't you say that if you're seeing curve and whatever altitude they say these things are in, you'd be able to measure it? That'd be logical, wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be logical to measure the things that you're seeing up there? That's the most important part about this, is that if they're showing globe, then you can test globe. Why not? Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you're saying that there's so much evidence of it, if there's so much evidence of the videos they're putting up and even the system that you're using, then by all intents and purposes, you should be able to test it. It's going to be a globe.
So you're saying there isn't any like scientific paper putting out like calculations of a globe?
Well, I mean,
or just none that you really agree with, or you think it's controversial?
There's no way to verify a measurement, because
what do you mean?
It's these things that we have are calculations. You know the difference between a measurement and a calculation, right? The difference.
Yeah, you use measurements to calculate, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but nobody's ever measured the drop over the distance to have this globe be standing as the globe that says that the radius is 3959. Because it would have to be. That in order for you to equate that you're standing on a globe with a certain size of dimensions that they say the Earth is as a globe, you'd have to be able to measure the surface, at least a small portion of it, be consistent with that same metric. The Earth being with that specific radius. You get what I mean?
But I would just disagree with the notion that you'd have to do a drop over curve or like measure that to figure out the Earth is flat.
No, curve, not flat, curve.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like to see if it's flat or curved.
Okay, so you're saying that measuring over the surface is not needed? Is that what you're saying?
It's not the only way that you can see if something's flat or not, or see if the Earth.
Well, no, we're not looking. Yeah, because visually, people can say all kinds of things. They see curve, they see concave. We've had concavers, by the way, that say they see concavity. I don't know if you know that, but we have that. Yeah, do you think that's great? So concave, convex, which is what you're saying, and we're saying flat. So one of us is right. What do you think it is? concave, convex, flat. And the only thing that I'm saying to you right now is that there must be a way to determine who's right. I can't just go off of visual. That's one part. The other half, it should be measure.
We have the visual. You have to have visual. We can't measure without visual, right? Or at least you have to have some system. Yeah, it has to be something that you're using that your eyes like you can't see, like how we measure like the spectrum of light, or we measure all these other things. I'm just like looking at it. It's you shoot something into it, and then you see what bounces. Like or not see, but you measure what
the
bounces
spectrum of light. And you're going too hard in the paint right there. Like all you're doing right now is doing your observation, just like you said. You got these satellites, and they're looking at the globe, and footage, and which the system you're using. So we got a lot of stuff that's showing globe. I'm saying, what I'm saying is, okay, I'll bite. Let's measure it now. What do you think we're going to be able to get? How do we do this? What's the first step to measure? There must be, because obviously if they're saying it's a globe, academia should have covered it a long time ago. Like your school should have gave you the information. Well, if you were curious enough to know how the Earth is curving, here's what you can do. And everybody would go out and do it, and nobody would even be in this chat room right now if that were the case. This chat room would be something else, Who likes pineapple pizza or something? Or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. But we don't have...
I would say you have to probably pursue higher education. These are pretty complex calculations you have to do.
Come on, Rat, don't tap out, bro. You're almost
there. It's not a tap out. It's not a tap out.
Don't tap out on me, bro.
It's like I'm sure if you ask for your science professor, or if you're doing something with geophysics or something, you would probably point you in the directions, man.
I have. You know what they tell me?
Here?
Yes, on here, bro.
Well, I would say seek them in real life. You ever try seeking them in real life?
Yeah, well, dude, listen. Okay, and they brush you off face to face. No, they don't brush. Okay, let me just put it to you this way. I wanted you to do the best you could with your information. If you couldn't do it, just say I don't know, which is the easiest thing, right? I don't know, and then we leave it at that. But for right now, from the very beginning, I know that you just have a belief because you said so. Like I said, I gave you an analogy. What if you were in front of your commanding officer and he asked you a binary question? Son, I need you to tell me if you know or you just believe. And you said, I would just say I believe. That was very simple, right? But on this case, because people use systems like yours, they have not just the belief, but they carry almost it's got a preponderance that they're stacking of all the things that lead to globe. Like the videos and stuff. But I'm trying to show you that even if they had all that, you would be able to test it. See, and then you saying that, you're not a scientist or that's not your area of expertise, I think is a tap out. That's like you just saying, oh, well, I'm just going to wash my hands with this.
Well, hold on. You just said that it was okay if I don't know. That's really me saying I don't know. Yeah. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a scientist. So the higher educated level.
I guess what I'm getting to, though, is that even if we could test it, we don't even have a method. You get me? I'm trying to elucidate this point to you, brother.
You're just saying the H, or the height observer equals radius, whatever.
There is the way to check, right? There is because we're checking it against the specific metrics of the Earth being a globe. So there is a way to do that. We could look at how big the Earth is, and based on your observer height and the distance away from the to the horizon or whatever thing you're looking at, like a ship, you could test what line of sight viewing that you would have. But there's some ways to measure stuff like that, right? With laser tests, and we can get into that stuff. But what I'm telling you, bro, is that people don't seem to know that even if they see something they consider as curved, like you have most of your life, everybody in here, there's no way to test it. I'm always going back to that. There's no way to actually verify, and that's very startling. You should at least be startled by it. I am, because sound like you're a very intelligent person.
So saying this, how did you get to your conclusion that the Earth is flat if there's no way to verify?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I tested over flat water. So, and that's the easiest thing. Because
you like water with no like current waves or nothing. Something.
No, I mean
like a pond.
You have a little rippling. Oh, just any body of water, because there's a true fact, right? That the mechanics of water are such that I would say this are such that there's surface tension created when you have a larger body of water extend over a surface. And so large bodies of water, they do not display convexity when they're at rest. Now, you might think, what body of water is at rest? There's always wind and stuff, but there's calm days that you can ever see, water looking like a crystal glass surface. I know that's true. I've seen it myself. You know what I mean? Those days?
Yeah.
Okay, there's images like the salt flats. The salt flats shows after a rain, when it rains, it looks like a perfectly mirrored surface to the clouds above it and stuff. So the symmetry there you get is almost perfect. You can see everything reflected exactly like the way it would if the surface were a flat mirror. So just like a flat mirror, we're saying, hey, look, specular reflections and the angle, the way light strikes the surface of the water, come back directly to your eyeball as a perfectly horizontal, flat mirrored surface. That is explosive truth right there. Because it's if you think that in some way there's curving water between the distance or the point of observation all the way to the horizon, if there was any curvature, that image would be a little stretched. It would be kind of not as symmetrical as it looks. But it looks like it's
drop
mirrored
off.
Up.
It would look. Are you talking about towards the end? It's
over the distance. Over the distance, it would be stretched because it's curved. You got curved. So they got curved water. Because the Earth, the way they're explaining it is that the gravity is pulling on surfaces equally downward, right? So that means that the surface of the exterior of the ball, the water's being pulled down equally, so it's going to all be, curved equally. But they would be curved.
Yeah, they would be curved, but I would say that it would be really hard to find a difference because I know there's words more is it drawn a blank, but local flatness, it's like
yeah,
like Voldemort.
But that's more to my point though, because it's if you're saying it's so negligible that it can't even be measured, well, I think that's just a W.
We might be able to measure it, but you have to. I don't know the calculations. So you have to.
See, here's the interesting part, though.
Or be able to measure that. Rather.
This is the interesting part. You're tapping back in. I like that. So now, if we're going to figure it out, what method? Who in academia has done this, man? Because maybe you say it's not you. Who do you suppose could be the guy we can look to that has tested it? Because now we're going to look for, okay, maybe not you, but let's go look for the expert. Who do you think that would be?
Off the top of my head, there isn't any. I don't know, but I'd have to look it up. But
go ahead, man. But I'm telling you, spoiler alert, there isn't any. But you can go on that quest if you like. You're not gonna you won't find that guy. But that seems to be the thing that we've been asking. Which expert out there has done this very thing, if not you, to measure the surface curving over water? Because it would be a fascinating way to test the Earth if somebody says, hey, I know the method and what you got to do hasn't been done, sir.
Well, you would just say that formula that they give to how to measure do the calculation for it, somehow with the observer height equal to radius, whatever. You would say that when I take all the measurements and I plug it into that formula, it's not really. It's like nothing.
The Earth. Oh, yeah, it's exactly right. It's like nothing. The Earth doesn't conform to that. Yet we're being told.
Yeah, I would just say, I would say it's kind of hard to get it would be easier if the whole let's say the whole world was like an ocean. They have these high points, you have these low points. You have these high points, you have these low points.
I hear the cognitive wheels are spinning, like the cogs are spinning around in your head. You're like, man, I got to think of my way out of this one. All right. But yeah, if the whole world was an ocean, like Waterworld, but we're not, the thing, all we need is just a large body of water. That's it. If the large body of water in the area that we're doing is shown to have curve, then freaking Bob's your uncle, bro. Like, we don't need to go any farther than a small sample set that we can figure out over water and distance that we'd find out that the Earth is curving. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, we just need a small sample set. But that's it. And then we'd be in the money. But that's the problem, though. We don't have where people are measuring over large bodies of water that Earth is curved. The opposite, really. So far, we've gathered. Go ahead.
I mean, just other than, like I said, measuring over a long distance over a flat surface, like, what other can you think of any other ways to measure curvature or like to verify curvature or something than to just do like measure and calculate drop over distance or whatever?
What's important? It's an important aspect of the consequence of it being a globe or a sphere.
Not for sure.
Like it's almost like the smoking gun, dude. If you had that, you would need nothing else. If you could measure this, absolutely, dude. I mean, nobody's gonna everyone in here, I would say, shouldn't deny the truth and the true nature of the Earth. No one should. If it measures that way, then everybody here has to come to terms and say, you know what, it measures that way. There's no flat Earth. Like, we'd all say that. That's the issue, though. That's why we're still here. Individually, each one of us have looked into this topic and probably done our own research, but it never turns out that there's some sort of academic resource that we're going to look into. There's a lot of equations and a lot of diagrams and ways that you can think about the Earth as a globe, but never one that shows you how it's measured as one.
You mean like someone like actually using the calculations and then giving their results? Like, is that what you
mean? No, that's different. That's just affirming the consequent. They're using something that they think is globe, right? The globe coordinates and longitude and latitude, and then going out and saying, oh, I went from this place to that place, and I used this system, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
You know
so
what I mean?
yeah, so what I mean by other ways to verify, like for instance, like if I know you just said it's like a globey thing, but like if I keep my latitude constant and I just go in one direction longitude wise, like with no deviation from my latitude, would I be able to end up at the same point on a flat Earth?
You're talking about going circumnavigating?
Yeah.
That seems to be a point of contention. But the thing that you guys might say, well, this would disprove, north to south circumnavigation. That would disprove the flat Earth. But what I would say to you is that who's done that? Because we always have to start with the practical side of things, right? Who's ever done this in history? We always start with, where was this done? And how was it done? And we take a look at the material, whatever somebody proposed, and we'll look at that to see if the thing that they said was done in the manner in which they think it was done.
Yeah, so we have satellites that do this, and then the Rockwell Polar Flight or the Toronto Fiennes, who I think, they did pole to pole.
Now, did they go to that, pole to pole? How do they know they went to the South Pole?
What do you mean? You go from one pole, and then what do you mean? Like, how do they so they didn't like turn themselves around or at some point, and then they got back to the same pole?
They say they went to the South Pole, yeah? And the North Pole?
Sure, yeah.
How do they know they arrived at the South Pole? What method of navigation did they use?
I would say that they didn't go in a straight line. They would have to make stops because obviously they didn't have anything that could go pole to pole. However, based off of atlases and
so we're using
maps. Yeah, you have to use, and then you have to relate objects and points of interest to your map and figure out where you're at.
I get it, but we're using maps to reify the notion that they're on a globe. And I think that's already a defeated point. Because if I'm using a map to reify the thing I think I'm on, flat or globe, both, flat and globe. If I'm saying, oh, well, look, I got a flat map, and this is how we travel. You could ask me the same question I would ask you. How do you know this is what the Earth looks like for you to be traveling in the manner in which you think you are?
Well, yeah, you could say that it's like
same thing.
It's like confirming a pre-existing belief,
idea.
But if it's supported via doing an experiment, as in going from pole to pole, if I'm using this map and it seems to be correct, literally down to and I say seems as in because I don't want to speak in certainties we're talking about science. So, but 99.9% down to the.
But that's the thing.
One meter.
Bro, Rat, you're saying that 99%, that's coming from you, brother. That's not coming from the actual evaluation of the flight going from those places. You see, they didn't have this, you're saying this in a Discord call right now, but if you probably were to ask them, they would not be saying this, what you're saying.
Well, I'm just taking it from an objective stance. I'm sure you can say that they weren't being objective, but I'm just trying to keep it you know what I'm saying? Because
trying to keep the dream alive.
School, well, it's there's always open, because for the longest time, even in, before all this stuff, the mass majority of people believe that the Earth is flat because the Catholic Church or whoever the scientists at the time, this is what they came up with through observation, and this is what they concluded. So there was a point in history where the majority of people did believe the Earth was flat, and but that was, you would say that you have your different take on it, but I would say it would be not proven, but it was supported to be more of a globe shape.
Well, people's minds were changed because they didn't have any way to challenge the fact that somebody coming up with an idea can be told, prove it. No one's that's the other thing too. When you're being presented any information, Rat, and it sounds pretty outlandish is the word I'm looking for. If it sounds outlandish to you, wouldn't you challenge it?
Yeah, but it's but it's like you were saying, a lot of people don't have enough time in the day to get read up on and do all this stuff.
Brother, you just finished.
So I'm going off your point. It's you were saying that the majority of people are not going to try to challenge a point because whatever authority is telling them, or someone who's supposed to have a lot of expertise in the subject, who are you,
bro, I know you didn't just tell me that you saved time by believing, bro. I know you didn't just say that shit.
You didn't just tell me that you saved. It's not a matter what part of my life changes whether or not the Earth is a flat or it's
you just jumped to another. There's two topics. Hold on, brother.
Well, that's not a two topics. It's you're saying that people aren't challenging this because what? Because
they're comfortable. Okay, no. They're not challenging it because they're complacent. You know what that word means, right? They're complacent in in the knowledge of the Earth being a globe. They're not ever challenged about it because it's something you've always thought it was. It's like a traditional idea, right? So you're not challenged. Because you grow up and everybody else thinks it's a globe, there's no challenge there. And it's complacency.
Yeah, it's social conditioning. Yeah, social conditioning.
Yeah.
But
you get what I'm saying. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that social conditioning, that plays a huge part in it. And it's also if people, it's a lack of knowledge into a subject that people build that complacency. It's it's if they had knowledge in a subject, they would be able to come to their own conclusions and stuff. But since people don't have the time of day or even the willingness,
that's incorrect. That's incorrect. I would agree with you up until that point.
people have the will. The majority of people you think have the will to go figure out if the Earth is flat or a globe or not in their own experiments.
No, I'll tell you like this, man. They're complacent in the fact that the Earth is a globe, and they don't feel, because of their complacency, that there's a need to look into it any farther than what they've already understood it to be. So because of that, it's an end result. So just like you, maybe you known it most of your life, until you came into this room, but known it most of your life that the Earth is a globe. Now you're working in a specific job that functions using a type of globe narrative, right? So everything that you do is having to deal with the idea that you're on a globe that spins and yada yada, so on and so forth. So there's no need to challenge. Your complacency it seems to be vindicated by the fact that you have a job.
I'm open to it. It's not a matter of my complacency is supported by me having a job that deals with satellites. It's because I didn't even on it I did choose it, I guess, of the options, but it's like I went in for IT stuff. But now I'm doing satellite stuff. So it's the narrative is being supported by, and you could say that they're rationalizing using their own logic systems to, support.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it from a psychological standpoint, just for a moment, okay? If you were to come out and probably say, tell your peers, I've been thinking, man, like, what if the Earth is not a globe? Just when you're having a couple of brewskis, just kicking it with them, and you're kind of using a litmus test just to see how they take it. Dude, what are you nuts? What are what flat Earth are you talking to, bro? You talking to flat earthers, bro? Like, they're gonna easily go right in on you because you said that. It's a triggering topic. It's so provocative. And so people, on the basis of, not wanting to be a social pariah, they're not going to want to bring it up. And you just stay in your lane, just keep your head down and don't make any waves and shit. That's fine. If that's what you want to do the rest of your life. But if you really want to get down to it, dude, like everybody in here, we all came to a point where we say, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to do what I do. And it's my own mind. It belongs to me. I don't give a shit what somebody else thinks. I know what I know. So if you know what I mean, if that means something to you, then yeah, you'd go at it. But like I said, if there's no reason to, I don't know. I just think you might not even, you'd be like, yeah, flat Earth, that's kind of cool, but I'm busy with life. I got stuff to do. But that's all a part of the complacency, because it's easy not to question the narrative. It's so freaking easy. And anybody in here could, if they wanted to, they could just put flat Earth on pause and say, you know what? Yeah, so the flat Earth is flat, but I'm just going to enjoy my normie life. Anyone can do that.
I would say that's mostly true in the 20th, 21st century, as countries that have been up for longer, like for instance, the United States, we're right now specifically in the 2020s onwards, people are kind of growing more distrusting of authority figures. For instance,
it's kind of hip to do that, right?
Well, I would say, I don't know if it's hip. There's both sides. There's a considerable amount of people on both sides that were just, support that the government has all of our interests in the best heart, or all of our best interests in heart, and or acting on whatever is best for the country. Which, for the most part, but people, it's becoming more popular to deep dive into maybe not flat Earth, but the politics in general, how military industrial complex and all these wars were started off bogus shit, and how Israel plays a whole part in a lot of the shit. It's a lot. It's coming around. People, for the longest time, that people were just trusting of the government and whatever they told them, but time and time in history, even in U.S. history, is that's not really the case. A lot of the times, the government will cover shit up.
Rhett, are you willing to give flat Earth a chance? Is that what you're saying? You're willing to look into it? Check it out?
Well, it's not a matter okay, so if you could show me footage of a flat Earth.
Oh hell no!
Okay, that would be awesome, bro. But
you
I'm not a super big believer in seeing is believing, but it's
no, I know, but check it out, dude, because a lot of people they go right back to the okay. So it's you're trying to learn flat Earth like the way you would in the education system when they give you like pictures and diagrams and things that to show you like how something is what it is. What we have to offer though is the world outside. So everything about our lived experience determines a way that we can understand our world, right? We can test, we can verify, we can check things out. Nature is a great way to find things out. If we were to tell you in a model or a map, you would only have an idea in your head. But then most of us in here would tell you to go outside and verify what we're saying. Because what good is it going to do if we show you, okay, well, the Earth looks like a pizza disc or whatever? That stuff is not going to help.
What do you mean? If you show me a picture of a pizza disc Earth, bro, I believe it. Like it was like verified. Like this is not AI. Like this is a real thing. Like,
no, that doesn't move the needle for us to help you understand, because you're just going to have a concept. The concept is not the end result of your determining whether the Earth is a flat or whatever. So what we do, send people outside, because if there's long distance observations to be made, you've already made them. I'm guaranteeing you one thing, Brad. I don't know how old you are, but if you're in the military, you must be over the age of 18, yeah? So
yeah, and it's like if the Earth was truly flat, like if I put myself at a high enough altitude and I had a powerful enough telescope, would I be able to see something that would definitely 100%, like let's say I was trying to look into China from the US, like I should never be able to see China on a globe Earth. Like if I had a powerful enough telescope, would I be able to see China from the US?
What if you could see something that's 60 miles away that should be below the horizon? What if you were to see something like that?
Well, I would say that's not as like damning as like seeing something that's literally like on the other side of what is said to be a globe, right?
No, but I'm saying because it would be obstructed by the curve if the Earth was a globe. Certain things, right, at a distance away from us have to be obstructed by the globe.
Okay, so would you say for certain if I had a powerful enough telescope, I would be able to see into China from the US at a high enough altitude with no obscuring objects?
That whole idea is incorrect because you don't know the way that the optics and vision work. I think your whole concept of the way you should be able to see things, and me just giving you a small demonstration would illustrate that.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're talking about like air molecules, like going to be like at a certain point, it's going to refract, like the light's going to refract off of shit and distort images.
That is something, but I'm not going to talk. The thing I want to mention to you right away is how things get smaller apparently as they move away from you. There's something you know as an absolute fact. You have to agree with me on that, dude, because you'd be crazy not to.
Sorry, what? If you said say that again?
Things that move away from you get smaller as they move away, apparently. You want me to give you an example?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true.
Okay, so if a person that you know walks away from you and there's like a mile between you, right? What happens when they start getting halfway to the mile or sooner than that?
Yeah,
what does it look like? What size do they look like in your vision?
They seem to, based off of depth of field, they would get smaller.
That's correct.
Based on how our eyes work.
Now let's kind of move that forward, right? So we're only talking about how our vision works. Using that same principle, let's ask your question again. The one you were asking.
If I would be able to see China with a telescope. Yeah. But we're talking about the naked eye versus like say binoculars. Like if I took out a pair of binoculars and I told my friend to walk down, he would still look pretty big, right? Because we're using
So you something
to enlarge the image. Yeah.
All right. So do you think that eyes have an optical limit? Your eyeballs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say so.
Now, do you think that an optic such as binoculars have an optical limit or no?
Yeah, they have it depends on how powerful the magnification is on the binoculars, yeah.
All right, so they have an optical limit. Okay. So they can't see forever.
Okay.
All right. So and you can propagate that forward to like any other optic, like a telescope that's more powerful than the binoculars and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but that's why I was asking you a theoretical question of if I had a powerful enough telescope, not it like taking, because we know, like we just said, that it's based off of the magnification capability. So if the magnification capability was powerful enough or able to, would I be able to see China from the US?
Not only did you have the problem with things apparently getting smaller in the distance, but you also have the problem where things get opaque, like this opaqueness of the air. But
yeah.
You know that's a principle that you can understand when air is compounded against each other for a long distance. You in the military, you should be able to know this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So at what point is like how far would I have to look for that opaqueness to get so bad we wouldn't be able to see?
That depends.
And you're right. It does depend on how much air. Like if we're at an altitude and I'm looking at something at the same altitude.
That's right. Yeah, you know about this topic, bro. Like, what you're answering your own question.
Well, it's not like I don't know like the in depth. Like I know like it's a base level knowledge. It's like it logically sounds together, right?
I'm agreeing with you, but that's logically sound. You're correct there again. Like you're
okay. So let's say taking all these things into account, right? We're talking about the opaqueness. So we know that there's less air the higher we go up, right? Would you agree with that? If we get high enough at both, like I'll say at China, we stack like a bunch of books and we're fucking, tens of thousands of kilometers in the air or something, we would be able to see each other.
You see things that have a large, that they're large enough to see, but you don't see them refined as you would if you're.
Well, we don't have to see them super defined as long as we can verify that's what we're actually looking at. Like I say, I tell you like to shoot a fucking flare gun in the air and I see a flare gun go off at that opaque.
I'd say it like this, man. I'd say it like this. We'd have to take each observation and look at what we're seeing off in the distance. Because each observation needs its own kind of like conversation about what we see. So we'd have to take a look at what we're trying to look at, seeing comparing it to like logistically, how far away that thing would be, all that stuff. All of it matters. Yeah. So we don't know yet if a view from a specific area that you might say geographically would be able to be seen by another area geographically. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm speaking in theoretics, right? Like I'm not asking you to verify it, but like if we're going off of this logic system, we would be able to see that this would be a possibility on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. There have been long distance observations made in an airplane by a specific gentleman named Jay Tolan. Jay Tolan's media. He had a infrared viewing distance off an airplane. I think it was his P900. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that. It was from a P900 and it was modified. And so he took a look off into the distance and he could see a landmass that was about 1,200 miles, gentlemen. It was 1,200 miles away. I'm kind of like...
Yeah, he has so many observations, Avi.
Was that one of them, though, obvious? 1,200 miles?
I'm sure it's one of them. I mean, he's got out to 2,000 miles, doesn't he? And Yoda just posted 700 miles or so.
Yeah, the one that I'm referring to was the one... Wasn't that the one he used, the P900, Yoda? Like, I wanted you guys to come in here and say, that's the one right there. Thank you. Tactical Droid just posted it. Tactical, was he using a P900 on that one or no? That first one you posted that was modified.
I don't remember exactly. I know that in one of his videos he explained how he had to modify the zooming portion for the camera to see infrared.
Yeah, I know it was one of those. Not really sure. All right, but there was a viewing distance he had there. You might want to check that one out. Right. I don't know what you've seen. You've probably seen a few things.
I don't know. I just looked up to get a scope of how long 1,200 miles is. I guess I'll put some in the chat so you can see as well. You probably know, but it's looking at from
44,000 feet. At 44,000 feet, the horizon should be about 218 miles away. I might be off a little bit, but it's not that much farther. And if he's seeing 300, he's seeing way too far. If he's seeing 1,000, that's way too far. 700, too far.
There's
as a military guy, you should be well aware of navigating on the stars. And when you look at the mountain on the surface, and you take that center mass of a mountain, and you're looking at an apparent star that is dropping down in the sky, the moment that thing gets occluded by that mountain top, you know that light is exactly there. But when you take that distance to that mountain, farther than the Earth's curvature, You should have a drop of that mountain for the curvature. When you don't have that drop for that curvature, you know the plane is flat.
All right. Yeah. That. What did you get? That? Did you just draw on that map?
Oh no, that was like something like I just looked up 1,200 miles on images, and it's like some Reddit post. But this is what
his thing was. What over tactical? That first one was over what? Florida, Mississippi River, Great Lakes, and Hudson Bay. Never mind. I was way off.
I mean, this is something a lot of Globers do. It's, we come in, start discussing this, you ask for evidence or measurements, we give you tests done at 10 miles, and then one done at 20 miles, and then maybe one done 40 miles. And then we get up to Jay Toland's observations and hundreds of miles, and it's kind of a never-ending kind of, the goalposts are always moving, really. Like,
well, you don't this far.
Like 1,200 mile observation, that is fucking overboard for falsifying the fucking globe.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, dude.
I mean?
That's an overkill. Yeah. It's an overkill. Is an overkill.
It's as said, Tactical said it, the horizon should be at some 240 miles, I think he said, We're like 6 times that distance. And that's just his 1,200 mile observations. I believe he has further. So it's just, it's a shock to realize this stuff we understand. But going to how far up do I need to go until I can see China is really just a pointless thought experiment. It's not going to bring the globe.
I don't know. I think it's
if we can tell you specifics or not,
I didn't say anything specific about it. I was like, it was like
I'm not getting onto you. Not getting onto you. Don't take it like that.
No, he's just saying that
I think that's very
information that's already given should be way more than substantial for your evidence kind of question asking about show me some evidence, and we've shown you something that you could look at. That should throw things into question about shouldn't the globe curvature be getting in the way? Why are we seeing all this distance away? And they're posting more, so you want to take a look at some of that stuff. But that's the thing we're asking, though, Rat, is people were way too complacent with the information, but now that it's getting out there, everybody's starting to realize, hey, man, maybe there's something to this now. So, but yeah, obviously B is right on point. It's what else do we need to show you that's going to help you know that it's not what they've been saying it is?
What kind of ties in what we were saying earlier is that I'd have to have right now I'm just looking at calculations, and right now I'm looking at at measurements, and it's like what you were saying before. It's unless I have a deep understanding of what you're talking about, I'm not going to be able to give you a definitive I agree with this. Because me saying I would agree with this would be me having knowledge and me being able to verify that this is in fact what it is.
I like where you're going with that, but being challenged this way, man, I'd say just keep coming back, because it's not about waiting to see when you're going to turn up to be a flat earther. It's more of keep challenging yourself. Don't just. A lot of people would say, well, I got no time. Saves time to believe. You said that earlier. It's what? I've heard that at least twice this week. It saves time just to believe.
It's not a matter of it saving time to believe. It's I was saying that nothing in my life changes. So it's honestly...
That's
I mean, nothing. What has changed in your life whenever I'm guessing you didn't come out the womb as a fucking flat earther, right?
Straight off the bat, we're far less susceptible to bullshit coming out of politicians and authorities' mouths, and irrelevant or believing in
because you have a skeptical, you have a skeptical
shit ton of bullshit comes out of those people's mouths, right? So we're far less susceptible, and I would say that is 100% a good thing.
I would say it's because you're way more skeptical as a result of your whatever you say, belief or knowledge of a flat Earth. You're going to be
No,
way
no,
more
it's not a case of just being like an auto hoax or just having this mad paranoia, right? And just, it's just you can see
why did I say
very,
that? I don't
very,
think
you
it's
can see
paranoia.
very
You shouldn't believe him.
once you understand like fallacious reasoning, right, and you understand sophistic argumentation, right, which is the primary thing that's employed by politicians and people in authoritative positions. You can dissect their bullshit very quickly. It's not a case of just hand wave dismissing them. You can just see out the gate, right? They're starting from faulty fucking premises. They're making emotional appeals, shit like this, right? That is an insanely valuable skill to learn in life.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I don't know. Skepticism is good when you talk about politics, especially at a large scale. It's like nationally, all the money and all the money and everything at stake is obviously
science too. It's very, very important. The biggest
well, yeah, of course, we wouldn't be here without
facing
skepticism.
in our modern world is science has lost any skeptical base regarding it.
True science requires criticism.
And pseudoscience that's masquerading as science. That's the other thing, Rat. Because they're panning things out to you. They're saying, hey, this is science.
Science is devolved into pseudoscience, essentially, because we lost that proper level of skepticism in things, and we just have blind faith in anybody that's labeled a scientist the same way a religious person would have the blind faith in their priest.
And you can't tell the difference, though. That's the other thing, too, Rat, is that when you're being told this information, there's no standard to evaluate the information. You don't have like a baseline. So anything being told to you, you're like, well, I'm not a scientist, so I guess it must be that way. So you know what I mean? There's no filter.
No. It's not a matter of me saying it's got to be this way. It's a matter of I can't make a definitive statement of whether it's this way or not, even just based off of what this guy's saying. Like we were talking about, for instance, like people are super skeptic of like when COVID-19 was a big thing, 2020. The scientists were telling us this, and then it turns out like this is not like we're talking about independent studies found like that aren't backed by like the people trying to cover their ass, that they find something different. So people initially were trusting the scientists like Dr. Fauci, whatever, all that shit, and then stuff comes out about the virus, and it's not like what they've been saying, or like they say stuff about vaccines based off of certain tests, like it's not going to spread if you get the vaccine, and then it's like, well, it's actually going to spread.
Conversations here. Please keep it on top. No.
Well, no, this is on topic. It's about the skepticism of authority figures.
When it gets shut down,
we're on YouTube,
and I'm showing how, in other ways other than the flat Earth, is that you should be skeptical about authority figures.
Highly censored. Tactical's trying to help you.
You're highly censored.
Yeah, YouTube has an algorithm that catches these things and then censors the channel by which.
Are you somebody streaming?
Yes, we are.
We stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, other locations, and they each have their own sets of terms of service, and we got to follow all of them.
Yeah, dude.
So you didn't know that. So.
I know it's fine, Right? We heard what you were saying, and we agree with you. We understand.
Yeah. It's just the fact that we're on so many platforms. So just anyway, but bringing it back to like,
I mean, if you want you just. The truth of it, if you're looking for a comfortable life, just leave this channel right fucking now.
Yeah, and forget about Flat Earth forever.
Yeah.
That's
you don't want any
what you gotta do.
Information. You just want comfort. You just want easy going. Just want to nod your head, go along, toe the line.
Can I say something real quick, bro? You talk about we're skeptical of authorities. Don't authorities have to prove their claims just like everybody else?
Yeah, I agreed. I agreed with you that you should be skeptical. Authorities you shouldn't just believe something just because you're told. They have to bring their own evidence to the table.
Yeah, and science is the antithesis of appeals to authority. In fact, what Carl Sagan said, one of the great commandments of science is mistrust arguments from authority. Too many arguments have proved too painfully wrong. Authorities must prove their contentions just like everybody else. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Science, the reason science has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable is so that the fallacious reasoning, such as appeal to authority, appeal to credentials, appeal to tradition, all these fallacious things, they're not utilized. And you can arbitrate everything by experiment, and you don't have to believe anybody. You can just go do it, right? They say, hey, I added vinegar and baking soda and it fucking blew up into a big foam. Okay, I can just go test that. I don't have to believe what they say. The thing is, they make claims that can't be checked, even in principle.
Like
I would say it's really hard. Yeah, I would say it's really hard to, just from a standpoint, even if you wanted to, you wanted to, the knowledge of it and you wanted to test it out yourself, some of the things you'd have to be like, I don't know, fucking mega billionaire. Like you have
astronaut, go somewhere you can't possibly go do. Yeah, so they put the information logistically at arm's length, Rhett. So you couldn't go and verify or check and test because it's so hard to do so. So that makes it easier to think that it's just, all I got to do is just trust the, whoever's telling me, the authoritative figure. Because you can't check it out anyway. It's not like you're going to be able to go and take a rocket and go, oh, yeah, look at the Earth. You can't do that.
I mean, yeah, sure. I would love to see something like, I don't know. I know there's not enough people to actually do it, or like not enough money behind it. But if you got all the flat earthers together, I know there's like, you guys are kind of like split in like different communities because there's a lot of contention about the specifics about flat earth and how it actually works. But if they were just, you guys basically believe the basic core principles of it. So it's like, if you guys had enough financial investment, you could do. We don't
need to do that. We don't need to, brother. We don't need to do that. No, we don't. Like, check this out, man. If that were the case, then we would still not be able to prove it to you right now, and that's not true. So we don't need to wait. I told you I
believe it if I saw when I say
no. Hold on. What I'm saying is, we don't need to like wait to go to Indio's compound and go in and all of us meet there and do this one flat earth test that's going to end all flat earth tests. And then once we do it, then everybody's going to know the earth is flat. Like, we don't need to do that, bro. We can do that now. You can do that now. That's what we're saying.
But there's too much like I would say, like we were talking about like the laser, like it's like, oh, what if like they were just off with the calculation? Like if it's like, let's say like it's like a balloon, like the earth is like, it's kind of like it's scaled up. It's like, or scaled down, whatever, like from what they think it is or something. It's like, there's always going to be an excuse. Right. But if you bring like hardcore, like evidence, not just over like 16 kilometers, 60 miles, whatever it was.
Dude, like nothing's gonna satisfy. Bro, nothing's gonna satisfy.
I just told you it would satisfy me. What do you mean?
Yeah, it has to be more than 16 miles. Like,
wait, Rad, do you think everything that's beyond 240 miles in the 1,200 mile infrared observation?
Well, that's not. Well, I don't know. As I'm saying, I don't.
It's not real.
I don't know.
Like, it's not really in front of you.
Well, I was talking about convincing. I don't know where you guys are. Well, I'm talking about if you wanted to convince. I don't know if you actually care about convincing the masses, but it's. I was telling you like that it can just be so easily brushed off with like the laser stuff you guys are putting. It can be easily brushed off. It's like, it was scaled. Something could be wrong with it.
The people that attempt to brush it off completely face plant in doing so.
Well, it's not even matter. Like, they don't even have to engage with you.
They revel in their ignorance, and they revel in not understanding things properly, and then all the people below them listening to them revel in that as well. They don't successfully brush it off ever.
Well, it's not a matter of success. You can successfully brush something off by just like ignoring it. It's like, it's not a matter of proving you wrong. It's a matter of whatever. Do this shit.
I wanted to ask you if you could draw a parallel to some other topic in your life where you know you've got the objective evidence demonstrating your position, but the other person is just emotionally invested in their position.
Every time I join any
there's no amount of evidence you can give them, and you can't change their mind because it's not about evidence at that point, right? It's about identity. And that's a much more deeper, more faceted thing, right?
It's a hell of a good point, bro.
I understand that. And you're talking about the hive mind, right? So, how do you convince the hive mind?
That's where we are with flat Earth. That's why it doesn't matter to go out fucking get all the flat Earthers together, fucking buy 10,000 beers while a road trip, man. It doesn't matter what we do because it's not about the evidence.
It's done in history.
It's about people's what they want to identify with emotionally. People want to identify with the globe emotionally, right? It's sold as an identity. If you don't follow NASA, if you're not behind NASA and you're not behind space, you're a dumb person. You're a fucking troglodyte. You know what I mean? It's associated with intelligence, all this type of stuff. They've got people tied up in all types of ways that they don't even kind of see the invisible strings of it.
Just more identity.
Yeah, historically, it's been done though.
Yeah, but the thing is, what we're trying to say and has been walked around for the last maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes, is that you can do this for yourself. You don't have to trust a group of people to go out and do a thing. We're here to give you the tools in order for you to go and show yourself whether or not the Earth is a ball or flat. I don't care to convince you. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to give you tools. And you will decide whether you have the gusto to do it or not.
Sure.
And you can even make $50 by doing it. Shane and Alan of Either Cosmology have set out a challenge with a star occlusion behind the mountain. And they're looking for people in the South Hemisphere, especially, and in the North Hemisphere, to take that measurement.
Yeah, so then the next step would be your willingness to go and test it, right? Like I said, and we discussed this earlier, but you were talking about, like, people have a hard time trying to find the time, to do something. And then you'd have to put it on a level of, like, how important this is to you. Like, I'm going to go check it out for myself because I'm going to be checking it off the list of things that I think I need to prove to myself,
Mm-hmm.
That's totally up to you. But the information is there. It's just like, we don't need to go and have a barbecue at Indio's just to, like, gather together and do the flat earth test of all tests, bro. Like, we don't need to do that.
Well, I understand
your mistake is thinking that this truth is ever going to be televised. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, people don't watch television anymore. Everything's about streaming. But the thing about streaming is that, yeah, you do have certain platforms that will try to censor you. But if it's like I don't want to say it's a game, but if there's enough traction behind something, a platform.
I get what you're saying, dude. Like, I mean,
it's not gonna.
Everybody gets it, man. It's like the more you're able to popularize something, the better it actually goes over well with the masses. It's what you're saying. Like, hey, just get it out there so everybody can know. Get on the platforms. Make it known to people so it can get some traction, and then we can all have a good discussion about it instead of it being some small little corner of the internet where you're trying to have this discussion and you're fighting this, like, huge crowd of people that are just like, nah. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
And I also think it's a matter of time anyway, as technology progresses and shit is more accessible. Like, you don't even have to do it yourself. If you wanted to, like, get a drone or something, it's eventually going to be able to get to the capability where, like, somebody could just have a drone and fly it up fucking high in the air. Where you could
don't they call that the Overton window? Like, once it tips a certain level of, like, knowledge from, like, the masses to actually know something, that it's over a certain limit, and then people start like oh,
monkey experiment,
like a herd, kind of like herd immunity or something.
Yeah. So critical mass.
What do you say, Tucker?
Overton window is the like accepted opinions, socially.
Opinions. Okay, yeah. There's a certain. Dialogue. But yeah, I think what he's leaning on more is like, well, as soon as this all gets out there, then we could all sit in an open discussion, not a like little corner of the internet type of thing. We'll have platforms where people will be discussing this, and it's not going to be so like taboo or provocative. Like when somebody says flat Earth.
Here we go.
Well, yeah, because everything in any not anything in any capacity, but it's going to get to a point where like the accessibility to like technology is going to be so high.
We got
the capability of say technology. But I mean, like on a scale, as in, like I was saying, it's like you can, like, like with Jeff Bezos in his little fucking not actual spaceship, but it's like just falling. It's like free falling.
You've even seen that, dude. So even if you're not a flat earther now, you've seen that too. Like the fakery they do.
Yeah, that was retarded.
On,
I saw that the fucking, oh my bad. I don't know if that's a live on YouTube or whatever, but that shit was dumb. The Katy Perry like doing all this like, oh my god, I'm finding myself like free falling. I'm in fucking space, whatever. That was dumb as fuck.
Wasn't that stupid?
Yeah, but I'm saying we're gonna get to the point of technology where it's not just millionaires that have this technology to fly up like as high as they want. You know, it's gonna be like some fucking, I don't even want to call it like some Guardians of the Galaxy type shit where people just have like fucking spaceships and are fucking flying around and shit. Obviously, it's probably gonna be, you know, highly regulated by the government. Probably how high you can go or whatever, but somebody's going to break them. You know, it's always going to be one person that's like, that breaks the boundaries. Like, cause I know you guys were saying like, we don't know what's beyond like the ice wall, or if there's ice wall in Antarctica, why is nobody allowed to go to Antarctica? And if you are allowed to go, it's very heavily supervised and like basically like North Korean style, like tourism. And I was like, sure. And then, you know, what if it takes one person? It takes one person with a fucking drone, right?
All that and measure the ground, you know.
Yeah, it takes one person with a drone to go find some real shit out about Antarctica.
Right, but people aren't concerned about Antarctica. The only ones who are concerned about Antarctica are the ones that are trying to figure out if there's a 24-hour sun over there, and that's based on an AE map. Has nothing to do with this room and the topic of flat Earth, brother. That whole thing is just a complete distraction away from what we were talking about in here. Like, the only thing you need to know is a way to discover if the Earth is a curved surface or not. You can do that now. You don't need to go to Antarctica. Like, the whole thing is just a distraction. It's a waste of time. Like, so what? Yeah, you can travel to Antarctica or not, brother. Like, honestly, would you even want to go there? It's cold as hell.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, Baron, dude, I would be kidding. Besides the cold, that would be pretty cool to go to Antarctica.
It wouldn't change.
That's me, though.
Yeah.
I understand your argument. I know it's kind of like, I understand what you're saying, but
we're going to focus on
just fly to the Netherlands. We got kilometers of flat lands with only grass where you can look over miles and miles away.
That shit ain't Antarctica. It's not Antarctica.
Yeah, Antarctica is like a, you know, the land of mystery. Everybody wants to go, dude. Like, that's, no one cares about it. Like, not as much as some others do. But is there a 24-hour sun? Maybe, maybe not. Let's go take a trip over there. Let's waste $500,000 on a few people going. So dumb.
I mean, if it's supporting of an argument towards or against something, it's probably worth it.
Right? It's not. What is it? What argument is it supporting?
Well, I'm not saying that it is or not, but obviously it's probably there's a conversation here at some point about the importance of Antarctica in relation to a flat Earth.
The only reason why it was important. Go ahead, obvious.
Sorry, Avi. When you go.
The only reason why it was important was because some people were saying that the Earth is like the AE map, and they were saying the sun circles around like this, and they were doing a little circle around north, and it expands outward to the south, and all the way till you get to, you know, Antarctica is, and they're like, oh, well, the sun goes in a giant circle around Antarctica. And then there's some people like, no, it doesn't do that, and we're going to go prove you wrong, and that's the whole thing. The whole shit is just based on that. So there went, one group was Glovers, the other was Flat Earthers. They weren't really Flat Earthers, but they went down there, and they went to go check to see if the Earth was, with the sun going around, 24 hours, because here's the thing. People were saying the sun's going to set. It moves from horizon to horizon in Antarctica because it has to. It's just like the AE map. And then the others were like, no, it's a globe. It would spin around your head. It would just go around 24 hours. You see 24 hours of sunlight. So that was the argument. The whole thing was built off the back of disproving the AE map. And do you know what the AE map is? A projection of the globe. It's not to do anything with flat Earth, bro. Nothing. Mm-hmm. So they were essentially disproving one map projection of the Earth being a globe. And it was just the sun moving around for 24 hours above someone's head.
Yeah, and also part of that, you'd have a bunch of trolls asking flat earthers, well, if the Earth was flat, it would be daytime all the time. And then now they're like, well, it's daytime all the time, so the Earth must be a globe.
I don't know. I think they were talking about if you're more towards the equator, it'd be, because they're talking about, I guess they would be saying like, if the Earth was flat, like the light would be able to reach all the way across the Earth. Like, yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's silly though, man. The argument about why they went over there and what they were doing had nothing to do with the conversation of the Earth being flat or globe. It's just as if the sun would actually circle around your head or not, or go to the horizon. That was it.
Yeah, and once again, as always, with anything to do with the globe, it's a special location where a special little group of people can go and access. You know, I mean, it's not feasible for the average person, and the globe loves its evidence to fall into that category.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Is that they're not? It's going to get to a point where they can't keep it hidden. It'll be so accessible to you don't have to go there. You can remote.
Brother, it is now. Right now, it's accessible. That's what we're trying to tell you. It's accessible right now. Except for people don't realize that every body of water that they've ever experienced is horizontal and flat. That's the problem. We're getting the issue where people are like, oh, I got to travel to Antarctica. Oh, I got to travel to Santa Barbara in California. Like, dude, you don't got to go to those places. You got a body of water that's near you. Go there. That's it. And then go test over that water.
Who wants to go stand in the snow? That's fucking crazy.
I hate buckets.
Most people. They don't like snow. Depends on what I don't know. If there's like a warm house nearby, like, yeah, I mean, fuck it. But
no, I was in an environment. I was in Afghanistan for a year, and during the winter, I had to go outside during a blizzard and brush snow off of aircraft. And we had to do that.
Well, yeah, they made you. No, I understand that, and I want to do that. I understand that.
You might be on that duty, man. You never know.
No, not me. What the fuck? But you're not going to use your Army space assets to go wipe fucking shit off of a fucking F-16.
We got a special guy over here.
What's a space asset? What's a space asset?
Or is your space operating assets, I should say. Right?
That's it. You're on the
Army's. Well, a space asset would be the satellite and all your other equipment that they use to talk to the satellite. So you're going to use your space operators to go.
Space operators. What else you got? Spaceman, spaceships, space assets, space invaders. What else you got?
Awesome.
Space King.
Awesome, bro.
Space Kid. They're gonna have you on latrine duty for saying that. That's heresy.
Look, just before this, starts to go elsewhere, I just want to say to Rat, I get, you come in here and you get this evidence presented to you, and just it seems too simple to be true, right? But that is the reality of the situation. It's annoying that you go out into normal quotes, the normal quotes world, right? And you're bombarded with everything regarding the globe. And then you come here and we present a few simple measurements dismantling that entire paradigm. But it's not our fault it's been set up that way, right? The globe always was this kind of fragile. They've just done a very good job of moving your perception away from any of that fragility as best possible. And then you come in here and it's easily disproven. So it's something to think about, and just consider for yourself, when you go through this information. If it seems too simple to be true, it doesn't mean it's not true, basically.
I understand that. And like I said, I'm always open to new shit because, like I said, historically speaking, shit has been believed to be one way for a long time, and then it ends up being another way. Not even just how the Earth is. So I'm always open to that. So I'm no fool. I'm aware that fucking people lie. Yeah, people lie in the interest of themselves. People lie in the interest of the public. It's just there's a lot that goes into it, bro.
Go have a beer with your homies and over a brew. Just tell them that the Earth is flat. See how that goes as a litmus test.
Right. I got you, bro.
They're gonna be like, dude, you're on them shrooms, bro. What's going on? What you doing? Would you take?
I might get random drug tested, bro. Yeah. All right. I have to leave it there. Then I think that's a good place to leave it. So it's cool talking to y'all. Whatever.
Oh, hey,
nothing against y'all. All right.
Feel free to come back.
Great conversation. Hope to see you back in.
Yeah.
See you.
That was pretty chill. Nice change of pace from the debate bros mess.
From Mez and Oliver and all them other freaking clowns.
Yeah,
How'd that go with the military guy?
Did really well, actually.
I left when he got here, and I came when he left. I missed it all.
Dude, you missed a great conversation.
Rewind. We got it on the stream, man.
For real.
He gets it.
He does get it. He said he's been here multiple times before. What he said.
Yeah, I think I've seen him.
I remember the profile picture.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Well, he said he's been in here.
Yeah, he's spoken a handful of times.
Crit was saying that he crashed out the last time. Hard to believe with the way he was in here. Like, sound like the crash out type.
Yeah, maybe did. Maybe it's crashed out and spiraled him, and now he came back, healthier.
So I guess what's going to happen now is that we're going to have to meet at Indio's for a barbecue, and then we're going to devise the final flat earth test, and then we'll go from there.
Indio's never given up the location of his compound, Amy. Come on.
Dude, how else are we going to do our flat earth test, dude? I don't know how we're going to do it if we can't do it at home base.
So what'll have to happen is everybody needs to go to their local Burger King, and then we'll just have a white van come and pick each of us up, and then we'll be hoodwinked, and then we'll be dragged to his location. We won't know where it's at, and then we can be there.
I mean, that might work.
Show up, put a bag over your head, and throw you into a van.
Yeah, he's walking around
like this fucking subfloor command center. He's got 10,000 screens. These are all the globe stars I'm tracking. I'm fucking gonna debate them.
Just everywhere on Earth. Each one has like a docket. Like we gotta open it up and look into. Okay, obvious it'd be you're gonna take Afghanistan. We got a Glober over there. He's been troublesome for like a number of years. Oh.
Just not during them blizzards Tactical was talking about.
Dude, you had the good word today. What is going on with you, bro? You were on your P's and Q's, bro. You were just the good word.
You can work with decent people like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I mean, you were preaching, dude. Like today, you were preaching. I was like, dude, amen. Like to all the stuff you were saying.
Did you kick that?
Yeah, I hear this. You hear it often. You can hear it in their tone and kind of how they're using their words. You know, that last point I was making, like the simplicity of things always takes them aback. But it's not our fault, you know? It's not our fault the globe programming is so fucking deep. It's everywhere in the world, you know? And then you come in and it's like, yep, here, it's measured flat. Globe can fuck off.
No, I like what you did there, man. I actually like where you were going with that too, because where you went with that, it was like it was important for him to hear too. It's like that's not our fault that the globe was set up so frail and fragile. Like it just easily knocked over with just like prove it, like prove it. Yeah. That's it.
But they've masterfully manipulated that to actually work in their favor. You know. It's like,
you'd have to be
no fucking way. The globe is hyper fucking complex, right? So your evidence to disprove it better be hyper complex, you know. That's just like built-in defense mechanism with people, you know, people that believe it.
Oh snap! Bitcoin dropped below 100K. It's 98. Whoop whoop! It's gonna hit 90. Probably lower than that. Special K. I'll go buy a bag. Hey, look at the text chat. We got the politics bot just dropped something in the text chat.
It's funny how like this is like, you know, oh shit, we're below 100K. It's like, yeah, you remember like when we were like 30 grand?
Dude, I was telling
3 years.
What's her face to buy it at 25K?
6 grand. I remember 6 grand, man.
Yeah. But then again, we remember a lot of things.
I used to think that was too expensive. 6 grand for one coin? That's
Now hindsight's
I remember when it was under 6 grand, like 5 something.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
We watched it go from nothing to this.
I remember $800.
I think Indio is the only one that I've ever talked to that was mining it and had 400 of them.
What did he do with them?
400 Bitcoins.
And what did he do with them? Did he buy a pizza with them or something?
He did something. His story was something like he did some. He's gonna come back. Yeah, he did something. He's like, Bitcoin
or
Bitcoin.
Yeah. At least he wasn't the guy who had like 8,000 on a hard drive and threw out the hard drive.
Dude,
yeah, I remember that one.
I don't know how do you live with Special K? How do you live with yourself like that?
dude, I think he's still looking in the dumpsters and stuff in the graveyards.
I heard he gave
looking
up.
for
He
his
might
hard
stay.
drive.
I heard he recently gave up on that.
Really?
Yeah. There's a guy from the UK, no?
1,000 Bitcoin, bro. That you can't even get over that.
100. It's like 200 plus million something.
At least he still didn't take his own life or anything. That's good.
Yeah, that would get dark really quick.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
You guys remember the story of the guy that bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin or something?
Yeah, that dude's kicking
That was like
himself in the ass
2009
every
stuff.
day.
That's gotta hurt his soul, dude. Somehow.
Then again, in a way, he kind
Better
of
be
is the
fucking good
reason.
pizzas,
He's
man.
one of the reasons why it's the way it is now. Because if people didn't spend it on things, it would have never grew in popularity.
I see what you did there, AG. Turned it around.
Yeah, man.
It was a
Well, I
good
just
thing he
hold
did
from
with
now on. From now on, I just hold whatever I got.
Yeah.
I don't want to be those people that look in junkyards for my coin.
I can see you in the rain, bro. Just like, no, looking up.
God, man.
Well, one
How
would
much,
think if
how
you had
much
that
would
much
you
Bitcoin on a
have
hard
lost
drive
in a landfill? Sorry, Ray, Leon, you go, man.
Yeah, you would put it in a hermetically sealed bag and write Bitcoin on it everywhere, so you know not to throw it away.
There's some things we used to have that if I'd still have that amount now, I'd have like 14 or 15 million dollars.
Yeah.
Remember some of this?
Me and Special K were swinging for the fences when we were messing around with that stuff. We were,
People always say that, but they would have sold it the first price hike. Nobody was holding Bitcoin for 15 years.
I don't know. Well, do you think there's
not
anybody that has?
nobody, but the majority of people weren't.
There's a lot of secret Bitcoin millionaires around here.
You know, you have 10,000 Bitcoin, right? And you hold it and it hits $10. You're selling that shit.
Well, a lot of people sold when it hit 5,000 because then it sort of dropped.
You saw it drop from 5K?
Well, it went up to like what 20K or something. Then everybody sold and it dropped down to 5K, and it stayed at like 5K for a couple of years.
Yeah, well,
I think I remember that.
first hit like 25k. Was that 2017 or so?
Maybe
Maybe I was
2015-ish.
trading on.
15.
I was buying it on Robinhood at the time, way long time ago.
It was around 3,000 in 2020. That's what Stark said. That's let's see, only 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's been on quite a run. Quite a weird, funny coin. Conspiracies around it, if you want to look into them.
Like it's ups and downs depending on stars.
And there's a lot of talk of a U.S. dollar version, like an official crypto for the United States.
I heard that. And did you see what Trump said about crypto? He's going to move the fiat currency system into the 21st century. So
bringing it digital.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yep. So they can hyperinflate the currency. Nobody knows about it.
Yeah. Well, they're going to know about it, but it's going to be centralized.
Why pay to print paper when you can just publish ones and zeros?
Yep. And now would be a good time to invest in a ton of coins, though. Put them away. Wait.
Buy the dip.
Yeah. Buy the real world dip.
Problem is,
Save up on actual coins.
they're not going to use anything other than their own creation. So
yep.
That's going to be the issue. My prediction would be that they would try their best to. Okay, I thought fire trucks coming right to me, but they. My prediction will be that it will disrupt the crypto market.
Well, if they're going to use their own creation, Bitcoin it is.
That's a good point.
Hey,
I think
going lower
all
than
the mainstream tokens are just wealth transfer scams, basically.
Damn. Dogecoin went to 16 cents. All right, let's freaking go.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was 2021 or 2022, but in a couple of Flat Earth Telegram groups I was in, there were these guys that were trying to push a Flat Earth coin. And say again.
I was just laughing at it. Said, "Oh, geez." But yeah, go ahead, man.
And they were saying, "Come on, buy this coin for Big Mike." The guy, I guess that was the guy who died in that rocket ship that advertised Research Flat Earth or whatever. And they kept pushing that, and each group banned all of them within about 15 minutes. And so I watched it for a little while, and then I realized it was just a classic pump and dump.
Those are fun.
Most of them are.
It was clear they didn't make any money on it.
You can't be the first one, or you can't be the last one there holding the bag. The last one's a rotten egg, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I will say their shtick was it was kind of funny. I don't blame them for banning those people. I banned one of them out of one of the groups I was administrator of, but I don't blame them. But by the same token, it was funny.
You know what's
I was
funny?
saying
We
on
never.
the back channel.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, I was going to say what's funny is that They were laughing at Mad Mike, who was saying, "Oh, he's trying to prove the Earth is flat with that little rocket." And like, what's NASA doing? They're doing the same thing. Oh, look at the globe, though. Oh, the globe. So nice. What they do on a rocket? Yeah.
I also think that in that time period, a lot of people didn't have any source of information. So their source of information was Flat Earth Society. And there was a lot of guys there that was making the claim, like Mr. Ferrari. He was saying that they can go into space, and the reason the Earth looks like a ball is because the gravity is curling the image into a sphere. And so you had jackasses that would launch themselves up into the sky to try and go and see the Earth from the sky. And, well, he failed. But
what year was that, Tactical?
2015, somewhere around there. I'd say between 14 and 16.
That was early on, man. It was back when I was a young warthog.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I wonder what it would have been like to have received Charles K. Johnson's publications back when he ran his Flat Earth Society. Because I've seen a few of them, and obviously he was in a time of a lot more limited information, but he was really pushing Samuel Rowbotham and Lady Blunt and some others, and I wish that I could have known more of him from that time. Anyone in this room has far exceeded where he's gone, but in a time in that 60s, 70s, and 80s, until what was likely somebody intentionally burning his house down and kind of destroying the organization by it. It wasn't really an organization, it was just a publication. But he did carry the mantle as best he could.
Correction, the guy died in 2020. He was doing it for some film. February 22. Filming a stunt for an upcoming Science Channel television series.
Crazy. Drace, are you hiding on here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so I've been working on a project on Suno, and so my wife was listening to one of those, and it wasn't till about 3/4 of the way through that she realized that it wasn't a real person singing. And she knows because I've pointed out a bunch of songs to her before. And Then I played it for sent it to a couple other people, I should say, who had pretty much the same disbelief that it was AI. So I will say, since we did Spaces really days,
You are actually Samuel roboting right now.
what from me last?
What? Fuck me last, is what I heard. Yeah, I thought that was my phone.
To raise the lungs overhead of me. Am I coming in any better now?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I did get from that. You made some songs with Suno, and you played it to your wife and some friends, and they thought it was pretty good for being AI, right?
They didn't realize it was AI. They thought it was actually a human singing. My wife got to about 3/4 of the way through, and then realized the gaff in it, and then a buddy of mine thought I actually paid somebody to sing it, and then another one, he thought it was real, and then when I told him, he said he also wasn't surprised. But I'm surprised just how good it's getting compared to the day when we did Spaces Really Fake these days.
Yeah. Just like I was talking about last time I was playing it on stream, there's a real audible difference between each version. It just gets better with every version.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try to re-render Spaces Really Fake these days and see if we can put another verse in there.
Yeah, I think it's well worth it to go back, look at the old ones. Of course, the music will eventually plateau. It's not gonna get better than human artists. I think it's just I don't think it can. But it can get on the level of the quality of human artists if the quality of the data is good enough, I think. Or at least it will sound similar.
Yeah, I think you can get really close. But like you said, I don't think it'll ever actually pass people. Because like you were saying, it uses material to train off of. It can only be as good as its training material.
Yeah, you can get some innovations and I hadn't thought about combining those two things, but it's not like when we get a whole new genre because an artist is being super creative, or he's like, oh, I'm going to use this new instrument I created. Like, the AI is not going to do that.
I will go so far to say that humans will always be able to make better music than AI, but the question is will they actually do that?
Yeah.
Hey,
I think there will always be people who will do it for the love of music, and so there will always be some people making music. But I don't think it will be as commercializable anymore because you can just pump out stuff that sounds just as good.
But the
you just need someone to act it out.
There's something to be said about the lyrics, though. There's nothing like lyrics that were written by a real person. Like these AI.
Oh yeah.
Talk. When we come up with our lyrics, though, every bit of them, we have to write our own lyrics because it won't come up with the stuff that tells the truth.
Well, I got tricks to make it spit out stuff like that. I oftentimes use that to give me ideas for rhyme schemes and different things.
Nice. But you know what I mean? Like you got to kind of do a little bit to get past it, bypass the normie crap.
So I would say it to you like this, Brother AG, and I hope today has brought you wellness.
Yes, sir.
I will say that the more you work on music, period, whether you're starting by putting notes on a staff, or the more time you spend working on your instruments, the more time you spend practicing, the more time you spend talking about the song with whoever's singing it with you, the more time you do anything, the better it's going to sound. And it's the same paradigm with AI, that the more time you spend on lyric creation, the more time you spend on
genre refinement. You can refine the genre closer and closer to what you want. You can. You oftentimes I write a lyric, I listen to a bunch of generations, and I'm like, when I listen to it, it kind of needs this extra line over here, and I start adding to the lyrics based on what I'm hearing in the songs that are generated.
Yeah. But you fine tune it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like for instance, I think they'd be perfect to come up with some, like, to me, I think the best ideal use for AI music is that you create songs that you like, and you create your 4 or 5 songs, and then you go find a band to actually record those songs for you. So,
my goal is if I get my AI band off the ground, I'm going to get local artists to perform the songs while being the opening acts, but then taking all of the profit from the main band, essentially. Just I would have enough profit to run the event, or like to go to running the event, and the rest of the profit would go to the artists.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
that way you can give it back. And I get to enjoy the songs I love performed by artists that I like. Win-win.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. Use the AI to make the songs, write our own lyrics, and then get real human beings to play the music, and we could end up with something really cool.
It would be downright magic, because what you can do as a producer now, you don't have to like try to make some kind of bad beat sound with your mouth to get the drummer to play that. You can now go and just get AI and whatever to do it for you. And then you can say, hey, do me a favor, give this a little more oomph here. And you can, so I think what we could come up with would be damn right magical.
You can also do that in with Suno, for instance. You can go into an editor and you can choose a chorus or a verse or whatever and just regenerate that and change some of the prompting or the genre or the lyrics. And so you can do that, but it's a little bit more finicky.
Yeah. Suno's getting better, though. They've added a bunch of new features, so they have gotten better, but you're right, it is very finicky. You got to work with it to get it anywhere near what you want.
Yeah, it's a lot of trial and error.
Yeah, see, what I'm working on is not Flat Earth related. It's actually a line of Thanksgiving songs that are crappy Christmas song knockoffs, which started as a joke from the radio station I used to work at. They made some post about listening to Christmas music on Thanksgiving Day, and I'm on Facebook, and I started commenting about Thanksgiving songs that sounded, like, so the names sounded like they were obvious rip-offs from Christmas songs. Like, instead of the first
That's very
Noel,
cool.
the first turkey, and anyway, so as we get closer to Thanksgiving, I'm going to release them, and there's a bit of a business promotional part of one of the verses in each of them. And so it's kind of working on an advertisement theme that I have going that's really kitschy.
Yeah, you told me something about the radio thing last time. That gave me an idea. So I made myself a Discord server and a Discord bot, and I'm running the bot on a virtual machine, and it's playing the radio. It's a radio bot basically, playing just my songs inside that server, and I'm working on creating an extra one for Flat Earth songs. So for Flat Earth radio.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's super simple to use. All we gotta do is drop the MP3s into a Discord channel, and the bot will read the song, add it to the playlist, and it'll randomize on the radio.
And then today, while I should have been doing some work, but this water loss, I've not been able to concentrate today. So I haven't had it write a song about the twins.
That's one of my favorite parts about Suno. Just like I write like a song about how awesome Karma is, like, and then she comes home from work and she has something to enjoy. It's so fun. She does the same thing for me. She keeps writing me songs, like she wrote me that song about the cat pooping, just to let me know that the cat pooped.
Y'all are a trip.
It's a good life.
Yeah, man.
I've been spamming out the songs as well to populate the radio, making a bunch of new ones. I talked to AI Ardent in our admin chat, and I was ranting about some flat earth proof, and then he was like, yeah, and then ranted about some other flat earth proof, and then I was like, this could actually probably turn into good lyrics. ChatGPT, take this rant and make lyrics for me. Basically. And then he spit out a bunch of lyrics, and I was like, good concepts, but you're actually a dumbass. He would never say these things. He don't express things in the text that he did not express in his text. Those concepts need to match. And he's like, okay. And then spits out another one, and I'm like, this is getting better. And I start puzzling together. I end up, after making him generate like a lot of different texts, I construct 2 songs from his generated from texts generated from his text and rearranged into songs. And then from my text I made one, and then I told it to combine our texts. It's really loves spitting out lyrics, and even if you're asking it to spit out something it doesn't want to spit out normally, it doesn't mind doing it in lyric form, by the way. And and I told it to add some like Popperian wisdom, which is like Karl Popper, because he keeps when I argue with him about these things, he keeps like saying that I'm like Karl Popper because I'm like, you need to like have scientific evidence for this. It needs to be verified. If it is not falsifiable, it's not scientific. And so he keeps referencing it. So I'm like, okay, add that in there. And so I got a bunch of songs out of that. And then I got one masterpiece. And that was when I was writing a song about the Creator.
I admire you.
What?
What?
So here's, I really like that. Now let me ask you this here: can we take some of the summaries of what's been talked about, because on the live stream? Because what I'd like to see is I'd like to find out what are the, say, 25 most common questions that GTs ask.
I think the GT most thing task was 70/40 from the 40 most fucking you know what the part that happened? You know what happened? The part that happened?
What is this guy talking about?
Okay.
Weird.
Hey, AG, do you want to do this guy a favor?
What's that?
Why?
You know, kind of help him so he doesn't cause himself any troubles.
A7, what brings you here? A7K9. What brings you here, man?
Redemption.
Come to the wrong place.
Redemption brings me here.
I think he just come here to interrupt our conversation, so he might be a wayward soul in need of a favor.
I do apologize if I'm interrupting. I don't mean any disrespect, you know?
That's fair. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. I'll mute myself now. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
But Drace, did you catch my question there?
Sorry, what?
Did you catch my question about asking about your AI that...
About parsing through the text from the Globers?
You know, yeah, like whatever it is you have, because like what I'd like to see is I'd like to see if like somehow we could take enough of that transcript or whatever and then see what like their 25 most common topics are.
Well, we can get the JSON file for the server and get like all of the text from the lobby or wherever we want it.
Well, I mean, is it not transcribing what's said in voice, like to a transcript?
No, I literally was working on making a bot to do that, to read whatever's said on my audio system and listen to it and give me a transcript. I need a program for that. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because one of the things I'd like to see is an objective list of, say, the 25 most common points or topics or whatever adjective, adverb, whatever you want to use there to the most 25 common topics or points that the GTs bring up. Like, is it the ships disappearing over the horizon? Is it the moon and its supposed angular size? Is it like, I'd like to see if we could figure out objectively what their, say, most 25 common things are.
Yeah, that's not my specialty. I've not looked into how to parse that and get that kind of data out of it. So I'm sure someone knows how to do that.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's something I'd like to see, because I'd like to, try to do some meta-analysis on the points that they bring up. I think it'd be interesting to draw a few conclusions there. Though we can probably do it informally, I'd like to see it objectively.
I get you. I mean, I was gonna, try to use the JSON file from the Discord to try to, fine-tune a bot, but I don't know how that... I don't think that would give us anything definitive. It'd just be like all the other stupid AIs hallucinating half the time, and especially if I give it a raw lobby, it's just going to be retarded.
Yeah, AI slop.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, it would be interesting. Yeah, and I think ultimately you're right. That's what would make it hard.
You just need some kind of programming to run through all the text, and it would give you all the common phrases, and you would need some kind of probably word cloud to associate all those things together, and it would take a little bit of work. You'd probably be able to do it manually.
Be cool
Pretty
to
much,
organize.
with a little bit of programming.
You could create multiple types of bots out of that by organizing based off of what rank people have. So you end up having different personalities, like the schizophrenic globetard.
That's actually pretty funny. I like that idea.
But what I really think I like the idea of, especially in regards to when we can't be in the VC check-in, I would love some kind of automated bot that could, start going through some of the essentials with them. Like you said in our DM the other day, great, well, I'll be more than happy to talk about that topic here very soon, but first, let's make sure you understand. Let's make sure that you understand what's claimed of the ball, what's the alleged radius of the Earth, and then, make it to where an honest Globie could get through it in about 3 to 5 minutes. But we know that most of them are going to argue and piss and moan the entire time, so they're never going to get through it.
Well, it's easy to make a chatbot. The problem is just you can mess up the chatbot and all sorts of nonsense. We talked about turning it into a voice bot, which is transcribing what they're saying, and then it'll work to a degree, but it is also vulnerable to basic manipulation techniques. You tell ChatGPT as if things are true, and it will just accept that. If it has no reason to objectify or object to it, that's why you need pretty good security measures and to lock down a bunch of shit to be able to stop some of that, and you can't even stop all of it. No matter the model, I can get through it.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, like maybe we could put some sort of guardrails with it that are just like.
I don't think I don't think it works as like any kind of functional piece of VC. However, like as a bot that someone can like have there, and you can have the bot also have access to commands that alerts whoever placed it there, so he can come monitor it if it's like, oh, panicking.
Yeah, like if it starts panicking, we just shut it down. Or something.
Yeah, he would shut it down. You need someone to shut it down. Also,
yeah, but it would be fun.
Yeah, it would be fun.
It would be fun, like you say, just to listen to some of the things they would say to AI. Like, because these people get these calls and they get, and they call 1-800 numbers and they actually get AI bots now. Like that route them through customer service help.
It would be gold. We would want to have like that bot most likely have OBS and screen record. So they wouldn't realize like there's a bot in there recording. It's just like the bot is doing everything.
Like they'd have no idea who's listening behind the curtain. But hey, I just got here to this hotel room. Hopefully we're going to be to the next phase of getting over this water loss come Saturday. So we should be back home, thankfully. And so I'm going to trying to figure out what to do with the boys because they can't stick around the hotel room all their life until then. So have a good day, Ethergrass Drace. I appreciate the conversation.
See you later. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Stay
bot wouldn't be using OBS, but something similar.
And much wellness heading to both of you.
Yeah, man. Hopefully be done with this soon. Back home.
Really use the pipeline of it transcribing the audio from them to just record that audio, I guess. But I don't know if that's against some TOS, so I would have to look into that. Well, I could make the pipeline so it streams it online. And then from there... So you guys want to hear my new song? I'll take silence as consent.
Yes.
I've seen the charmers in the mirror halls, wearing empathy like borrowed shawls. They praise your pain to gain your trust, kiss your cheek, then sell your dust. They smile with teeth too white to be real. They trade your heart for the way they feel. You'll know them by the calm they fake, by the rules they bend and the oaths they break. They rise on your reflection and curse you for the fall. They wear your admiration like a crown that cost you all. Oh, Maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as will. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship, before the mirror kills. The cruel are always smiling first. Sweet honey words that hide the thirst. They love the game, they crave the win. Feed on the faith of their closest kin. Narcissus drinks from shallow streams, while truth drowns quiet beneath his dreams. He'll call it fate when the waters part, but every wave was someone's heart. They charm, they wound, they justify. They rule by mask and alibi. Oh, Maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as well. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship before the mirror kills. The sadist smiles when the lights go down. The Machiavellian adjusts his crown. The narcissist basks in the echoes glow. And the psychopath just steals the show. For faces carved from human clay, each one born from pride's decay. They walk as kings of emptiness, their kingdom fading nonetheless. You can spot them in the calm of lies, the ones who never blink their eyes. The world their stage, your soul their trade. Every smile a masquerade. Watching still, teach the wise to feel. We build our world from brittle glass, forgetting what was real. Break the spell of ego's hymn before the mirror kills. Break the mirror. See within. Test the world, time to begin.
I love that one. Yeah, that was a song I wrote from a perspective of like a person crying out to God and like all crying about all the bad stuff, bad people, basically, and crying is not the best word, but I made another song that like accompanies it, which was like from the perspective of the creator. So that's the next song I'm gonna play you unless you speak.
I watched you learning in the fire's light, reaching out for wrongs disguised as right. You wear your scars like proof of breath. You call for love while courting death. But every wound you hide in shame, I knew before you spoke its name. I see the child beneath the sin, still knocking, and I let you in. I send you hearts to guide you home, but still you choose to walk alone. You curse the dark I never made and call the dawn a masquerade. Oh child, if you only knew, I never turned from you. Every fall became a prayer, and I was always there. I plant the light where shadows grew, because I still believe in you.
You chase your crowns of mortal glass. You call it strength, I let it pass. I whisper truth in subtle tones, through strangers' words, through breaking bones.
The storm you blame was mercy's hand to shape your soul, to help you stand. For even in your cruelest hour, you're still my image, still my flower. You call for signs, then doubt the rain. You find my grace, then name it pain. Yet every tear that leaves your face returns to me, becomes your grave. Oh child, if you only knew, I never turned from you. Every fall became a prayer, and I was always there. I plant the light where shadows grew, because I still believe in you. I walk unseen through your despair. I am the breath within your prayer. I am the voice that breaks your pride, the love you feel but can't describe. And when you curse the sky for rain, I wash the dust that hides your name. You were never lost to me, just learning what it means to see.
I do not wait with folded hands. I move through hearts, through shifting sands. I send the ones who mend and stay, but still you turn and walk away.
Oh child, I'm watching still, not bound by one or will. Your fragile faith, your trembling heart were miracles from the start. And when the mirror cracks anew, you'll see I was inside of you. Return and rest, the lessons through. You were never far, I was always with you.
I wrote those two songs together, kind of.
Yeah, those are great, Trace. Really chill, laid back. Appreciate that.
So I'm hearing the ether cosmology folks are putting up a bounty. Something having to do with star occultation behind mountains. They're crowdsourcing information or offering a prize or what?
I don't know what they're thinking. I heard something about $50 for looking at stars and mountains in the northern or southern hemisphere. That's about it. Like, I don't know what they think they're gonna accomplish with that.
Yeah, just use your GPS location, your latitude and longitude, and know exactly where you are and how far away you are from everything else. Am I right? Down to the centimeter, down to the millimeter. Apparently, Jaren and Alan from Space Audits Ether Cosmology, they had a discussion recently. We've been posting a link to it here. And the discussion was precisely on that star occultation claim.
You watched it, obviously. Yoder?
Yeah. Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
watched about 2/3 of it.
Okay. What's your opinion on Jaren? Do you think he's just totally dishonest now? Is he being totally dishonest on stuff like this?
No, I don't think he is. I think he was looking for a reason to exit flat Earth. He was never like a really strong flat earther. His strength was more in laughing at NASA bloopers.
I don't know. To me, it just seemed like kind of dishonest. Like when all that stuff went down and he was switching, I asked him, so what do you think about space now with, and NASA and all their fake stuff? And he just said, well, I'll have to relook at that. The rockets are going somewhere. I'm like, man, that's just such a dishonest answer. It kind of pissed me off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the door's still open, I think, for at least geocentrism.
Yeah, there's plenty of Globers who don't trust NASA, so it doesn't necessarily have to agree that NASA's doing what they say they're doing.
Yeah, but he already knows that they're dishonest. For him to say, "Oh, I'll have to relook at it," like it's such a cop-out answer. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So he, like a lot of people in this community, they hitched their wagon to the azimuthal equidistant map without understanding what they were working with.
Yeah, true that.
The sky and making affirmed consequences about the orientation of the ground. Since you've never had a God's eye view of the ground, nor do you know what the sky is doing, you really don't know what the Earth is doing. You don't know the orientation of the land. You have methods like travel methods sailing and flying, but they've all got their own prescribed methods. And if you don't follow the method, you don't get to your destination. You're off course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole sky relationship to the ground. That's the big issue. Assuming that they even know how to properly characterize what the sky's doing. But I was having this discussion in DMs with somebody we know. He was trying to understand the azimuthal equidistant map and why it's so bad. I said, well, first off, it's a globe. It's a globe coordinate system. Those are spherical coordinates, but those are displayed to you in a flat manner, just like any other map that you see that's been projected flat in various different ways. So I said, take for instance, let's say you're at 45 degrees north latitude, and you were to circumnavigate using the map. Okay, so stare at an azimuthal equidistant map and look at 45 degrees north latitude. Where is that? Well, it's somewhere halfway between the equator line on the map and the North Pole on the map. All right, I said, okay, so whatever distance that is, if you look at 45 degrees south latitude, it's going to be a larger ring. It's going to be well beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. It's going to be halfway between the equator and the outer rim of the map. But you know what? According to the map, if you use it correctly, it's the same distance. And this just blew his mind. I mean, he's been doing this for years, and this never really occurred to him. So we've got a lot of work to do as far as educating our own team on what they're dealing with and what they're looking at, how to think about it. So he's asking me, well, why is that the case? And I said, well, these are coordinates, okay? And there are distances. And the scale is non-uniform. Just look at what's happening to longitude. Longitudinal lines on a spherical coordinate system have been splayed out radially from a central point, effectively making the second point of origin, which would be the South Pole on this coordinate system, effectively making that, like a ring. It takes a point and then blows it out into a ring. And the closer you get to that ring, the narrower the distances become. But oppositely, the map shows what appear to be greater distances on the piece of paper that it's drawn on. But don't be fooled. What this map is presenting you, that outer ring on the azimuthal equidistant map is not even 1 nautical mile in circumference. It's not even 1 foot in circumference. It's not even 1 centimeter in circumference. That represents a point. It's why we shouldn't be claiming this as a map of flat Earth or even calling it a flat map. It is projected flat. Like, this is a way to project it onto a table so you can work with it. But no, it's definitely not the flat Earth. That's And trying to get a spherical topology to work on a true flat world that we live in, there are going to be problems. There are going to be distortions. So, absent any corrections, the very fact that we've got flat Earth measurements debunks the distances in the coordinate reference system used in latitude and longitude. So the next question is, well, where the hell is everything and how is it actually oriented? Who the hell knows? maybe the North is quite figured out. Maybe the North is pretty accurate from map to map to map to map and represents reality pretty closely, but maybe not the South. And those of you who are still wondering and maybe confused and are flat earthers, look, it would be so easy and so nice if we could just say, yeah, that azimuthal equidistant map is a pretty fair representation of flat Earth. It'd be so nice to think that. It'd be so great to objectify it. But that's because our brains are used to objectifying reality, all of reality. We've been presented the globe, and our brains want something equivalent to cling on to. And maybe there is a true map of the world out there that somebody has and nobody knows about publicly, but do we need that to prove that the Earth is not a globe? Absolutely not. All the globers have to do is present to us that they believe that they live on a ball, and this is a coordinate system they use, which uses spherical geometry to conform to the ball, and we measure Earth flat. Debunked. So another thing is a lot of flat earthers I've noticed are clinging to the 60 nautical mile to 1 degree rotation rule of thumb. So this is the idea that if I look at a star and let's say I could freeze its position in time or just use Polaris, and if I move 60 nautical miles towards it, then it's going to rotate upwards 1 degree in my field of vision. That relationship is a rule of thumb that came from a calculated distance on the spherical coordinate reference system. It may not exist truly that way in reality if surveyed. And I would say it is not reality. 60 to 1 is spherical geometry based off of great circle distances. If you use that in every direction that you go from point A to point wherever and start drawing out a map, you're going to be surprised what kind of object you're going to get eventually. Because what happens when you complete 360 degrees? Uh-oh. What happens when you move forward 360 degrees? Uh-oh. Yeah, you still want to use 60 nautical miles to 1 degree relationship, flat earther? I don't think so. And we've got friends on either side of us, like in the FED crew and the Aether Cosmology crew that are trying like hell to shoehorn the 60 to 1 relationship onto a flat Earth. And I'm like, no, why are you doing that? Why are you accepting that? That is accepting a globe. That's like, do you not get it? And they're like, no. Well, again, what happens when you go 360 degrees in one direction? Hello. It's called a great circle on a globe. But, we have a lot of education to do internally, and I think it's time that we admit this. Can I get a mic check? Discord's acting weird.
No, I hear you. On what topic is the education supposed to happen on?
Shit, have I been talking to myself this whole time?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing.
You're coming in loud and clear.
How about, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you got me too. Yeah. I wonder why. Was it
Mic check.
Yoder now? Well, he can't hear
Yoder.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, was I just talking to myself in a long monologue this entire time?
Yeah, we heard. I was listening carefully.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Yoder, can you hear
the
me?
latest Discord update or something? It's been acting weird.
Yoder, can you hear Crit?
Yeah, I heard him when I logged out and logged back in.
Oh, yeah, I was giving you little bumps here and there as you were talking. I was wondering why you weren't responding to what I was saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all. Maybe I got a VPN on and it's doing something. Hold on.
I thought maybe you turned me down again.
No, Crit, you weren't coming through back then.
Yeah, weird. So, VPN kill switches and iPhone updates don't play nicely together. Screws up the freaking network stack or something. All right, turned everything off. It might have been my end.
Yeah, I heard you, Yoder. I was just like working on bot. I got one more song for you guys before I'm like gonna go fully into this bot stuff.
Yeah, fired up, dude. Let's hear it.
This one is at least flat earth, like on point.
They draw the curve, they fix the frame, then twist the rules to hide the blame. Each time the view denies their creed, they conjure air to fill the need. They think refraction saves them every time. Their get out clause, their sacred line. But comprehension of refraction is mine. The consequence of their belief is sign. When presumed law can never fail, It's not a law, it's just a tale.
They call it science, but it bends like faith. Untested words that guard their gate. A moving goal, a shifting sky. A model saved each time it dies. If proof can't break what's held so dear, then Popper's ghost is laughing here. They call it science by name alone.
The air was calm, the sea was flat. The black swan flew, they hated that. For reason bowed to what was seen, and not the map they'd drawn between. If light can lift the ocean's floor, then lift the hull or reveal the shore. But only parts are raised to view, selective truths that can't stay true. To test is sacred, to fail divine. For error's edge refines the line. But when results are screened and spun, the falsity has just begun. Empirical sight must guide belief, not patchwork math or priestly grief. A model that can't fall apart is dogma dressed in lab coat art. They lift horizons, lose the base, deny what stares them in the face. And every gap they can't explain becomes the air that hides the pain. But truth is plain, and proof is still. It doesn't warp to fit the will. When vision speaks and logic's near, the myth collect clear.
They call it science, but it hides the test. Protects belief, denies the rest. If every outcome fits the plan, then science dies and dogma stands. No sacred sphere, no silver light can stand when reason meets the eye. They call it science, we call it clear.
What's seen is real, and it's right here. To call it science is to claim the right to stand corrected in the light. But when correction meets a wall, it isn't science there at all. It's reason's end, man's fault.
Not as good as the first song, but the first one was a masterpiece.
Yeah, dude, I liked it. I didn't hear the first one, but I mean, if the first one's better than that, I mean, damn.
Hope all is well with everybody.
That was so funny. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like that song. If you guys have no one to talk to, I see Homo Ape is here.
Great
It's a great name.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet in here, man.
And one more new song I could play for you guys, but I really must get back to work. Yeah, we got more Professor Ball's episodes coming, Cyclone. But yeah, I'm gonna play you this one last song and then I have to disconnect.
Dang. I was gonna see if you would play the Big Bang 8-Man Monkey Ball Religion song that I sent you. But I understand you gotta go. Let's hear what you got, man.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any work done today. I wrote Huey a little booklet and had to do a bunch of stuff around the house. So yeah, so like I wanna get back to work before I forget all the commands that I learned yesterday.
I hear you, man. Oh, we'll see you around.
Foot high above the tide, the air was clear, the seas were wide. A camera held just at the foam, looked 11 miles from home. No haze, no bend, no ghostly air, just calm and crisp and plainly there. But by their math, by every chart, the world should hide the distant part. The horizon that shouldn't be there sits still unbent, beyond compare. No sky below, no twisted line, just ocean flat and clear to find. If refraction lifts it to our eyes, then chaos should replace the skies. But calm remains, the truth laid bare, the horizon that shouldn't be there. Climbed up the curve to trick the lens, to twist, to swerve. But if that lift were really true, the edge would writhe and shimmer too. You'd see it squirm, you'd see it crawl, not stand unmoved, defined and tall. If tenfold bends the air could make, then half the world would walk and break. The horizon that shouldn't be there, still drawn in peace, still sharply fair. No sky where sea should hide from view, no lens that makes the fall so true. If bending air can fake that span, then why so steady, clean and bland? No mirage could so repair the horizon that shouldn't be there. They call the rig the distance mark, a fixed point fading in the dark. Yet 1 mile out is lost from frame, while 11 stand untouched the same. No ripple's edge, no optic snare, just a line they said was never there. If half the image matched their creed, that half would show just sky indeed. Imagine that, the split inside, one half the claim, one half the light. The seas replaced by endless air, the logic naked, standing bare for fractions. Law, its strength that wide, it wouldn't hide, it wouldn't hide. The proof is calm, the view is square. The horizon that shouldn't be there. The horizon that shouldn't be there defies the spin, defies the air. No ghost, no trick, no shimmered lie, just ocean stretched beneath the sky. Their lifted world dissolves to glare, but still remains right there, right there. The simple truth, the open stare. The horizon that shouldn't be there. Half the sea replaced with sky would show the math they testify. But nature never drew that page. Just the horizon that shouldn't be there.
Much love to my peeps. I'm gonna get back on this bot train. I'm gonna need an admin to make me a channel on our home server for the radio, the FE radio, and
awesome.
It'll be up most likely today if I get the channel, and then
It is pre-memorable.
well, yeah, it's a little bit late, but it'll be up tomorrow if I get the channel, and then I'll start. Anybody who has songs, they made FE songs. I'm gonna start collecting them and talking to you guys and giving you access to my secret server, which will eventually be a portal into my Patreon for my fans who are not FE related. The FE fans actually get free legendary status and moderator on my server, so that you guys can help me deal with all these idiots. And occasionally you could flag smack them.
Yeah, no problem.
And then we'll have a secret archive there with all the FE songs, which the bot will read, and we can just throw songs in there. And I'm gonna create this community tied into Patreon that unlocks different aspects of the server. And so they can gain access to my library of songs for my main band and the alternative versions of the songs that I generated that are still good for the songs that I'm releasing for the main band. And so different ranks give you access to different things. But you guys, family, so you all get full access.
You're the best, man. Look forward to seeing it. Flat Earth Radio sounds awesome.
It'll be a nice thing, so like if it's ever dead at any point, the bot can just be moved into our home server, drag the radio bot that plays 24/7 into the channel, bingo bango. I can do the same thing with like audio files, like the shows, the AI shows. I can make a new bot for AI shows, 24/7, different random shows, or people talking about flat Earth, and so like that kind of bot can be thrown in there. You don't need to do stuff. We could just let all our content speak for itself. Automate.
It would be funny to make like fake commercials that sound like they're actually real commercials. And
Yeah, exactly. Have them in between, so they pop in between. Yeah, do that. And if you guys have businesses, we'll just add that in there as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like we'd have an ad going for like paraplegic, being like paraplegic coffee, the best coffee, stuff like that.
When you just can't stand for shitty coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
I said that.
Yeah, Carlos said that. But anyway, I'm off. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, man. We'll see you around. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
You know what the world needs right now? The world needs a flat earth heavy metal rock opera.
Oh yes, we need that. Yeah, like Karma said, like Metalocalypse.
Yes.
There's a band that did this, and not for flat earth, but there's a heavy metal rock opera band from Baltimore. They were called Grundlehammer.
We love that name.
You can find their stuff on the internet. Yep, they were hilarious. You know, it could be about a young NASA intern. A young NASA intern who is there to change the world and contribute to outer space exploration and discovery. But over time, he starts learning that NASA isn't all that it seems. He gets exposed to the moon missions, he gets exposed to flat Earth, and over time he starts questioning himself, doubting his friends, having trouble at work. And then he just throws it all away. He realizes he's been working for a media agency the entire time, producing television shows. Yeah, there could be a lot done with this. The existential crises, the cognitive dissonance, all the things that we see Globies going through. But we could take this character through the gate, past the Guardian.
So that's Dante's Inferno for Glovers.
Yeah. Night of the Soul.
There we go. Spell soul S-O-L, so it's Night of the Sun.
Ooh. Right, there you go. There's your next song, Ethergrass.
Yeah. Welcome back, Professor Triangle.
Hello. Yeah, so I fixed Trace up right there. So FM, that's just like a straight less frequency modulation. So it's just one straight line going like a slinky back and forth. An amplitude AM, up and down, the amplitude modulation just gets bigger. The wave gets bigger and smaller. So yeah, technically flat Earth is FM.
Can't have longitudinal waves on a globe.
No, that doesn't work. You can't.
Right?
No, I can't. It hurts my head to think like that. You can't do that.
Right, because they'll say, yeah, it's a curving longitudinal wave, like it curves around the globe.
Yeah, that can't happen. So you can't even like make a demo of it with like metal and springs or anything.
That's hilarious. We got a new proof, a new flat Earth proof, Radwin. It started here.
All because he wrote that down, FM, and I explained the differences in the two, kind of, in a shorthand way. Wow, everything just debunks the globe, no matter what.
Well, they knew this day was coming, I guess.
How could you not know this day was coming? That's why they were in a big hurry for, what was it, 2020, and that dry run kind of failed, and they know they can't do that one again. Now they've ruined that one. I tried warning. I told people before that, I said, this is coming, and you should just ignore it because it'll go away. But if you fall in, play the game, it'll take forever to go away. And I was right. It took forever.
Right, it goes away when people stop talking about it.
Exactly. You turn off your TV and shit goes away. It's like a miracle when you turn your TV off. I watched part of They Live today.
Awesome. I haven't seen that in so long.
It's free on YouTube. Seems like they put all the ones that are actually, except for Flat Earth, of course. Seems like they put all the movies that are actually giving away secrets. They just put on for free. You don't even have to pay for them. You got Capricorn 1. You got They Live. And you got some others, Soylent Green. You got all kinds of them.
What's the green one?
Soylent Green. It's a classic. It used to be required viewing in high school.
That is a good one.
It was just on a couple of weeks ago, and then I watched it again on YouTube like a month ago, just because it was like I would hit YouTube on my TV, and it was like right there on the screen. I said, "Oh, I'm going to watch that." Click.
Awesome. The Capricorn one. Cool. They Live is like my favorite movie. My buddy just got the blue face tatted on him the other day. And then underneath he got Consume. It's gonna get that filled in.
The only thing I didn't like in They Live, and it's why I don't like the movie, and just because it's stupid, is the 15-minute fight scene.
Oh yeah. Well, if you got Roddy Piper in there, you gotta have a fight scene.
Yeah, wrestling moves and all this other crap. Come on, just have the regular fight. It could have ended 20 times, and nope, you got to get up and try to punch him in the nuts. All this just over and over.
That's how they had to make money.
And then the drone flies over. Yeah.
I remember when Duke Nukem 3D came out, and like, holy shit, I'm playing They Live in 3D. You guys caught that, right? Like, I can't be the only one who's like, duh.
They might know. I don't know what you're talking about.
So in the 1990s, Duke Nukem 3D came out. It was
I'm
the
all
3D
out of
version.
bubble gum.
Yeah. And it was like the first like almost 3D shooter to come out that was done well.
How was it called 3D? What were they doing?
Well, they were basically doing I hate to put it this way, like the Doom engine, but you could look up and down. And you can jump, and they also had rooms over rooms, and that was like, whoa.
So it was 2D with just a 3D like we see in Worlds regular, like now?
Yeah, like technically it's actually 2D. The whole game is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had to have gray and dark gray and light gray glasses on or anything.
No, but the main character, like basically the main character is wearing sunglasses the whole time, and they've got They Live references all throughout the show, and you're just like blowing the snot out of aliens.
Sweet.
Rocket
Gotta bring that one. Gotta bring that one back. Might have to put that in the Flat Earth game. Side game off of it. The side game is They Live inside of that Flat Earth game.
Posted some screenshots from it, the side chat. Yeah, I remember that. Had the glasses on and everything.
Okay, I remember it now. Yeah, that's when they... Okay, got it.
When you get the jetpack and the rocket launcher, it's over for them.
Are Globers still mad at us?
Probably.
Stay mad.
I think other flat earthers are mad at you guys.
That too.
Why?
I don't know. Ask the FED crew.
Oh yeah, they're real mad.
Yes. The sheer amount of psychological projection coming out of certain people is hilarious.
Oh, I love calling people out too. So much fun.
I'll digress, but you probably know the videos I'm talking about.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where we're at right now. I know what we were talking about earlier.
They live?
I was talking about that other video game where we make QE the little tiny archer and he's always angry.
If you can be anybody you want online, why would you be a little angry man?
I don't know. That's very confusing.
He needs to re-roll a new character.
So I was thinking about it in that video game. He's going to pull an arrow out and boom, right at somebody, and it's just going to put a mute right over their mouth. Mute, 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 just like that. And that represents exactly what goes on.
Yeah, it's a weird one today. I barely pop in there, but I popped in and they were like, yeah, you shouldn't go down the Glober path of, talking about the globe ever. Like, just say the Earth is measured flat and that's it, and move on. It's like, okay. Guess you can't look into anything, but cool. Say it's measured flat and you're all good.
Yeah, don't educate yourself further.
Just repeat the mantra and chant.
Don't try to figure out how they built the globe with math and through observations. Like, come on.
Ready? Alexa's going to talk to me. It's lagging for some reason. She just turned all the lights green in the house. That's how I know it's about ready to speak. Why are you being lazy, Alexa? Alexa's going to tell me to take out the garbage tonight.
Don't forget to take out your trash cans.
There you go. Wow, you're way behind, Alexa.
Are they mad about the pitch data, Neil?
Did we find something wrong with the pitch data?
Well, I mean, it's not proof of a globe. That's really as far as you can take it.
It's proof something happened to that airplane.
Hey, speaking of no proof for the globe, I see Ice JJ has joined the show.
Oh, he came back. He was probably waiting for me. I saw him earlier. He likes me a lot.
He brought us some globe evidence today, JJ. No? Home away, you in the chat? Twonger, there's a man who doesn't know any globe evidence. What's up, Twonger? No bites today. Oh, well. Twonger and JJ, maybe if you work together, you could come up with a globe argument. How about that?
That might be
sleep on the man that still doesn't have a proper microphone.
Okay. Is that your first attempt at globe evidence? Do you want to work on it?
It's a great example of a non sequitur.
We'll put that down as your first one. Okay, so my mic doesn't sound good.
That's
Anything else
globe.
you think?
That's globe proof. That's globe proof number 1.
Yeah. What would number 2 be?
What do your tires look like on your car?
It's a good question.
Do you need new tires or are they decent?
Obviously, they're spherical to navigate this spherical surface.
Well, but if they're too worn, then that's globe proof.
Yeah, that'll be the curvature.
Can you hear me?
Always.
You have a basic question. Does air have
Red or 3. Those are my 2 answers. Red or 3.
Okay. You guys acknowledge that air has weight, right?
How
do you weigh air?
No, but can you answer do you think air is weight? Yes or no?
Well, how much did you weigh it to? When did you weigh it?
Well, I just want to answer the question.
Yeah, me too. Did you weigh it?
Should I repeat my question?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has weight and you weighed it, how much did the weight change when you did it?
Do I need to repeat my question?
Well, no, because we're going to ask you the same question. Did you weigh it?
Answer to my question.
Well, what's your claim? Are you claiming the Earth does have weight, or the air has weight?
Yeah, dude, you can easily prove that air has weight. Okay, what's next?
So you do think?
Yeah, what's next?
If
Dude,
we agree,
you guys get stuck on the ABCs.
So
It's
I
like
can
you're
go out
learning
in my
the alphabet.
garage
Come
right
on.
now. I can go out in my garage right now, put 100 psi in my air compressor and put it on a scale, and then let the air out, and I can watch the scale change.
Yeah, that means when you think you're weighing air, you're weighing a container that you made denser by introducing air.
Oh, air and all the other crap that goes with it. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think air is weight?
No, you got a container that weighs more because you made it denser.
But you don't think air itself, like air molecules?
Intrinsically, no. Intrinsically, no. You have to contain it, and then you weigh the container.
Yeah, you're just speaking gibberish.
Yeah, you're just...
Okay, let me see. All right. No, hold on. Let me see you weigh some air without a container.
Yeah, can you guys do that?
Then since we're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, well, let me see you breathe without air.
Okay, yeah. So half of you. So one of you believes that air has weight. Others don't.
When are you going to get to Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum?
I just want to understand where we stand on whether or not air has.
You cannot weigh air without containing it. And when you do weigh it, you're actually not weighing it. You're weighing the container.
Yeah, but that's not like. Yeah, but you're talking about a practical issue. Like I'm asking fundamentally.
Yeah, isn't your globe a practical issue? Isn't outer space is a vacuum?
Go ahead, JJ Fish. Just ignore that guy.
No, that's not a practical issue, Amish. That's an imagination issue. He's saying, I don't want to deal with your practicalities.
No,
I just want to talk about the imagination. Right?
I'm sure. Look, basically, this is a basic question. I want to know where you guys stand. One of you believes that air has weight. The other.
No, nobody knows. You can't weigh air molecules, silly.
Yes, you can.
Oh my
How
God.
do you do it?
You have a container sealed with air. You weigh it.
You're weighing the container, silly. You got to weigh the air.
Yeah, you weigh the container.
No, weigh the air, dude.
Let me finish, retard. If you don't let me finish, I'm going to mute you.
You're not going to mute me.
Then let me finish my statement.
No, you're
literally
not going to weigh a container. You're going to weigh air.
You're muted.
I have never seen a flat.
You're muted. How about that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I've come to announce that flat earthers are retarded.
When are you going to get to the globe bit? All right, Lars, you're up. What you got for the globe?
I have come to announce that flat earthers
Lars,
are
what do you
retarded.
have for the globe?
Okay, yeah, Lars, hold on. Yeah, we get it, Lars. We're done. We're dumb because we don't believe in the globe religion. So maybe you could show us some proof as to why we should believe in the globe religion.
You don't have to believe in it. You're just retarded.
Okay, so Lars, what was your best evidence for your globe belief?
Brother, I don't even know if the earth is round. You're still retarded.
Okay. So you don't know the earth's a globe.
Oh, shit. All right, who else do we got that knows it's a globe?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Lars. That was easy.
Nah, I'm not.
That was the fastest one. That was the fastest one ever, Cyclone. Yeah, that was pretty quick. I never seen you do that in like 45 seconds.
You made him
retarded. No, I am not part of your plot. No thanks.
Cyclone made him retarded.
Welcome home, Lars.
A couple of questions is all it takes. See, Lars, it wasn't that hard. Now you know that you don't know that the Earth's a ball.
And you're now a retard.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's flat either.
Lars, well, let's do a follow-up. Have you noticed that in your everyday reality, when you go outside, you don't experience the ground to be spinning?
I don't care, to be honest. I just think y'all are a bunch of...
So you experience emotionless...
I don't think he has noticed that. He's like, I don't care. I don't think he's noticed that the ground's not spinning, dude. Do you fall down a lot?
Okay, let's say I haven't noticed. Okay,
so you experience a motionless Earth. Okay, have you seen the horizon before on a beach out at sea?
Yes.
Have you noticed that the horizon is horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, so you realize that you experience a flat, motionless Earth in reality, yes?
Yeah, if you don't count the clouds.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're talking about the Earth, not the clouds. So you experience a flat, motionless Earth. You don't know that the Earth is a ball. So I guess all you know is that the Earth is flat and motionless. Welcome to reality.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I am. Welcome.
No, he's very right. I'm glad you're figuring it out. That's a good sign.
Yeah, but I still don't want to associate myself with this thing.
You can't help it. You came in here. That's your fault.
You're a flat earther.
Now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want to associate with. every time you go outside now, you'll realize, oh, yeah, the Earth's flat and motionless. I don't know why I ever thought I lived on a globe. So there you go.
Welcome
Yeah,
to Flat Earth.
you can be a closet flat earther and then always walk around saying, I don't want to be associated with them, even though I know it is flat and stationary now. Damn it.
Yep.
Actually, you know what? Cyclone, you actually pose a good argument. I have to give you that. So I would lean more towards the Earth being flat, but still, this whole community is
is correct
problematic
about the Earth being flat, not a globe. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
we're not here to be like Mr. Popular and get friends. We're here just to let people know that the Earth isn't a cartoon spinning ball like they've told everyone, and like they're teaching all the kids. And sounds like we've done that with you, so you're welcome. It's a free
maybe it
service.
isn't. Maybe it isn't. It's highly likely that it isn't. However, why is it like such a big deal?
Why is reality a big deal? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Why do you think reality might be a big deal?
I don't think it is. Like if
you don't care for reality, continue living in delusion.
The point. Oh, sure, yeah. The point I'm trying to make is, does it really matter at the end of the day if the Earth is flat or round?
Well, yes, the nature of reality certainly matters. This is why human beings have spent their entire existence pondering the question. If you're not sure why it matters, I suggest you think about it. Should become a parent.
Actually, I am retarded. Whatever. I'm gonna be part of you guys, I guess.
But we don't want you.
Feel free to hang out, and if you have any more questions, don't be afraid to ask.
You're welcome to hang around, listen, ask questions, learn. That might be a valuable use of your time, or you can just continue stomping around the internet insulting strangers.
You can be my retarded friend.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah. It's like a globe counseling service. You come in, you say, hi, my name's Lars, and I believe in the globe. We say, hi, Lars. Why do you believe in the globe? And you say, actually, I don't know. Maybe it's flat.
No, but I think the thing that you said that I liked the most was when, like, I do rely on my own senses more than whatever some random scientist says.
Yeah, the cartoons from the government that contradict every experience every human being's ever had. Yeah, that's all bullshit. What you experience is generally what the Earth is. Flat, motionless, luminaries, sun, moon, and stars moving above us. Yeah, that's it. What you see is what you get. You no longer have to ignore reality and think, oh, I don't even know. They say it's not actually this. The stars are doing this, and the sun's doing that, the Earth's doing this. You don't have to waste your time with all that nonsense. You can just go outside and experience reality. So that's cool.
Okay, now that I am a flat earther, though, why do I have to go and convince other people?
You don't. You came in here, dude.
Yeah, I did. I came in here. Yeah.
Lars, you'll probably only get yourself in trouble if you try and talk about it.
I know. I came in
didn't.
here.
Hey, Lars, I didn't catch you running down the street and grab you and pull you into a room and say, "Sit down. I got something to tell you." I didn't do any of that. We were all sitting here talking about how silly Globers are, and then you asked a question and you told us that we're basically retards and all this other shit. You came in here, remember?
Yeah. I admit that. But now that I've realized you guys are correct, should I like spread this truth to other people?
No. You'd only hurt yourself, Lars. You should just go and study, and you should listen to this channel that you're in right now. You should spend a few days, a few weeks, a few months, might even turn into a few years, listening to the conversations that take place here. And you'll learn more in a few weeks here than you have in your entire adult life of education as it comes to the globe.
I have a
science,
genuine question. I just realized, what's the biggest misconception that Globers have about flat earthers?
They think that we think Earth is like a disc in space. When it's
Ooh, that's gross.
Then what is it if it's not a disc?
Well, it's the ground beneath your feet. It's a topographical, motionless, planar surface. We're not claiming a shape. Flat isn't a shape. What shape is a lake? What shape is a tree?
Lake-shaped? Tree-shaped?
Yeah. Why? Who says it would have to be some geometric shape that humans have thought of? A square, a circle. Says who? You'd have to go and explore the entirety of the thing to know what shape, quote unquote, it is. You have to be able to see it from a distance that you can't see it from. But we know it's not in space. So.
You're basically saying it doesn't have to be a disc. It can be like a brownie. You know how brownies are like square?
No, he's not saying that at all.
Why do you need to have a cube in space? We said it's not in space. How's this? Let me tear your Band-Aid right off your eyebrows. How about
wait.
Space is fake, so Earth is not floating in space.
Wait, okay, now that's going too far. I can accept flat Earth, but saying it's not in space, bro, what is this?
Yeah. You've got no evidence for space either. There's just the government space cartoons, remember? You've never seen
space. But I can use a telescope.
Yeah, you've seen the night sky. Yeah, you've seen the night sky, and they've told you, hey, beyond that sky is a vacuum. Right? What evidence did they give you for that wild claim?
Not much.
What's the biggest? You see what's the biggest? Because you can't wrap your head around it. It's the biggest misconception. You still can't get over it.
So, in actuality, we're not in a vacuum flying around at millions of miles an hour for no reason from some random explosion. That's not the situation. It's actually more like we're in a giant terrarium. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a sealed container that generates its own gas and water cycle once you put earth, dirt, and water into it and seal it. And it grows life. Plants flourish.
Wait, we can observe other planets.
Earth is not a planet.
Yeah.
Maybe Earth isn't a planet, but we can observe other planets.
Yeah, planets are lights in the sky. The Earth is the surface beneath your feet. So yeah, they're not the same thing.
Do you think planets have land on it like Earth?
Maybe, but my point is we can use telescopes to see that there's an orange orb.
There's a little dot of light.
March.
There's a little dot of light against a dark backdrop.
I have a question. Why did you call it an orb?
Because if you look at Mars through a telescope, it will look like an orb.
Nope. Check again.
Nope. Bro, you just told me that I should believe my eyes. And now you're saying I should believe my eyes.
Describe an orb to me. Describe what an orb looks like.
A globe, something round. I don't know, like a football.
Now, you might see a little circle of light, a little blob of light in the telescope, but you don't know that it's a sphere. You can't travel to it and around it to know what shape it is. You don't know what it's made of. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know what medium it's in.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so not only are the lights in the sky not necessarily balls like you've been told, but even if they were, there's no logical reason to assume that that would dictate what the ground is, the Earth. There's no similarities between them, observably.
You're right. You know, guys, look, I know I came in trolling, but genuinely, I think you are making sense. But the thing that I'm curious about is what do what do these globers like? What's their intention behind lying to us?
People lie to themselves all the time, dude.
Why would they lie? Good question. Why do people lie?
Usually to benefit something like money or pussy
Yeah,
or I
very
don't know what.
good, very good. Benefit something. People lie for some benefit. So, what benefits might they get from controlling a worldview of the entire world?
In this scenario, I genuinely don't know what they would benefit. I don't see
Well, you
them
said
benefiting.
money. You said money. Let's start with NASA. They get about $70 million a day. Would some people lie for $70 million a day? Arguably. But that's not
Okay,
really...
yeah, that's fucked up. We should use that money to help people, build hospitals and schools.
Yeah, exactly. But instead, they've got adult children looking at sci-fi on TV, thinking that it's real, and sending their imaginations into space. So that they just think, oh, well, I guess they can fuck around and do whatever they want on Earth, because we could just leave to Mars with Elon Musk at some point. So you just give up on Earth. You just leave it to them. And they do what the hell they want to do. And look around you, they're doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I believe we shouldn't use resources to research things that are outside of Earth because it doesn't benefit
Actually,
us.
I'll tell you why I think the real reason, although there's arguably many, if I had to speculate, I would say the main reason is that they're hiding intelligent design.
Like aliens, you mean?
No, like the environment we live in, the Earth, everything we experience, has been created. It didn't come about by a big bang and explode into matter and then coalesce into balls. It's intelligently designed.
Okay. Another question: do I have to be religious to believe in a flat Earth?
No, it's empirical. So you can measure it.
Earth is flat, then comes religion. Not religion, then Earth is flat.
Yeah. You realize that the Earth is a flat, motionless, contained environment, and you realize for there to be a container, something must have contained it. So you realize that the system that we are in is not this accidental ball that exploded out of nothingness for no reason. It's actually an incredibly complicated, incredible, amazing terrarium beyond our comprehension. And we just know that it's flat, motionless, and contained. And there's a lot of questions to answer, so get involved. Help us out.
And I think it's safe to say that there are no Mormons or Scientologist flat earthers, from what I can tell.
But like of this entire community, how many percentage would you say are religious? Any religion,
What do you mean by
Christianity,
religious?
Islam. Someone who follows Islam, Christianity, I don't know, anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims, there's a lot of Christians, there's a lot of people who just say that they understand there's a creator, but they don't necessarily ascribe to one particular mainstream religion.
That's me.
But what it does do is it tells us that there is a creator. Whatever you think the nature of that creator is, yes, many people will call it God. But that's a personal thing, right? That's up to you to contemplate and decide. So we're not telling people what to think about that. But yes, obviously that question has to come up. If this is a created environment, you created it.
There are many people here from all walks of life, all backgrounds.
Yes, you can give it a try. You can try to be an atheist flat earther. I just wish you luck. Go ahead. That should be interesting.
Wait, why would there be a contradiction in that?
Because this place is contained, and you can't have a container holding air in unless somebody made it. Is that simple enough?
Yeah, I guess.
Subscribe to Lamatre's story, so they prefer the fan fiction of the church.
Yeah, debunks the Big Bang. That's what we're telling you. And the Big Bang was the only other story alternative to intelligent design. So with that out the window, and with what we know about the nature of this Earth system, we know it has to have been created.
That's why I said good luck. I mean, give it a try. Be a flat. You know it's flat and station. You already know it for a fact because we're telling you, and this is the top, this is the pinnacle of flat Earth. You've reached the top. You think those flat earthers on YouTube are the top? They're not. They're in here. Anyway, so you know it's flat and stationary, and then you're a flat earther, and you can try to be an atheist one. That's why I said good luck. I don't know if you can do it. I'm just saying, give it a try. Let us know. I would write a book about it.
I'm not actually an atheist, but just a random thought that popped in my mind.
All right, well, on that note, I'm going to drop off. So good chat, good luck in your quest. If you want a link to resources, someone will send you a link to our home server. We've got terabytes of information in there, videos, papers, all kinds of stuff. So if you want to learn, this is the best place to learn. But if not, good luck. Have a good one,
Thank
boys.
you.
Good to hear you.
Stay blessed, Cyclone. Watch out for zombies. Mars, the link that he was just mentioning, if you check my profile in my About Me section, I have a link to the home server.
Also, the YouTube bots have links. The YouTube bots have links that you can go to also.
Yep, that too. And we can go ahead and get you VC verified if you'd like.
Yeah, if you click on the other server and go there, one of these guys will just give you already verified so you can't get hassled.
I just joined it. What do I do?
I got you.
Have fun with the side chat. We've got channels of all kinds of interesting content, like long distance observations.
I suggest hanging out in the lobby.
But to be open with you guys, though, I think the thing that made me initially hostile to flat earthers is I find there to be a high degree of dogmaticism behind it, and I have a really hard time with dogmatic people, no matter what they believe in or what they come from.
What kind of dogma?
As in, the Earth is flat, and there is no other possibility of it being any other way.
Well, it measures flat.
This isn't a shape conversation.
And also planes are designed in their book to fly over, quote, a flat and stationary Earth, end quote.
I mean, for all we know, we could be existing inside of a large terrarium that was built by an ancient race of super beings, and they submerged us under the ocean of their much larger world.
Well, we know there's larger, or even today, I mean, the earliest back as in the 1900s, that had in Japan, they were walking that Titan down the street, and he was about, I think they measured him at 16 feet tall then.
Wow.
He looked Japanese too. But he looked like he just looked. If you ever can see it, I don't know if I can find it again. But when you see it, it's like holy crap. You can find clips of it in the ones that talk about the mountains and shit. You'll see
I know
him
what
in
you're
there.
talking about.
Yeah,
He's like walking around in a Japanese diaper thing.
yeah, like in a parade.
Yeah.
He's walking in the parade like, yay, I'm walking with the guys. Not like I'm a captive. That's nothing like that.
It's like a 1920, 1908, something black and white. Oh yeah, something to explain. So Cyclone mentioned this before he left. We live stream all over the world. We've got YouTube bots at the top. If you see them here in this channel, it means that we're broadcasting to a much wider audience. And those YouTubes are also being restreamed to places like Twitch and Rumble. Sometimes,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Do you get a lot of viewers?
Well, we used to know, but then they froze our viewer count.
Yeah, it only goes so high. Same with subscribers.
It's probably became so much like it didn't even count anymore.
Well,
No,
it's
because
censored.
shadow banned.
Oh,
We have video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is like a news channel in America where they set up a camera inside the Capitol building to watch Congress. We have a video of them bringing the heads of social media companies in for testimony. And in this clip, they're asking them what they're doing to censor Flat Earth. It's crazy. We're just describing the world as we experience it. What you see is what you get. And they
I mean, everybody was demonetized. I mean, people went a different route and are able to get money again, but not like they used to. YouTube demonetized flat Earth channels. No money for you.
Yeah, like if you go to Google Trends, you can search for how popular certain search words were. And you can see how Flat Earth is climbing up the charts. It was more popular than Justin Bieber at the time. And then after that C-SPAN clip, after they brought social media heads in front of Congress to tell them to censor Flat Earth, you see that trend line go straight down to the bottom. So yeah, we don't really know how many people we're reaching. It's a mystery.
here's one thing that came up in my mind though that makes me a bit skeptical. So if I apply this logic of that I should only rely on my senses, then for example, vaccinations, like looking at it plainly, it's a
Oh yeah, we don't have to go. We're not doing that on here because we're live streaming right now, and we're not sure we can get away with anything talking about vaccinations or anything. So we're just going to kind of stay away from that.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
the reason it's a good reason. We're on multiple platforms. They all have different levels of TOS, so we have to go with the strictest one.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to ruin it for you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Then all that, I think everybody should get that anyway. Myself, I'm for all of you guys getting it. So, not me though. Don't ask me to.
As often as your doctor may recommend.
Hallelujah. If it's 8 times, I would get 16 of them, but not me personally. I just don't like those things.
Yeah, it's okay to not like needles. Like, what's wrong with not liking needles? It's completely normal. We should probably get off this.
Actually, I have another example that might be TOS safe. Let's take soap. So, when we wash our hands, with soap, it removes the bacteria and we get clean hands and we don't get sick.
That's not good for you.
But if I only rely on my senses, like soap would be worthless. Like it's just this jelly thing that I sploosh on my hands, and I might as well just use water,
Well, when you say the Earth is round, then why are my balls like? You know what I mean? Like if the Earth's flat, why are my balls round?
Right,
Like why?
my goodness.
Flat balls.
Yeah, when we say that you should trust your senses, we don't just mean like your unaided senses.
If the Earth is flat, then why are my balls round?
Dude, you kind of interrupted a conversation here. You can put your balls away. We can talk about them in a minute.
Hold on, he's Glober. Remember, they're degenerates, and that's all they think about is other guys.
Yeah, let's scroll up in text chat. Hold on.
Yeah, we're not showing you our balls. Sorry, mate.
No, I just know like if the Earth is flat, then why are my balls round?
All right, look, 23 minutes past the hour. I typed in text chat. Why are all these globies degenerate for balls?
Oh, there you go. And he fell right in the trap. He just came in and said that, and it just proved our point. That's every 20 minutes or so.
Flat earthers can see the future.
I just don't get it. If the Earth is
I'm
flat,
sorry.
you know, you should explain why my balls are round.
So
How
you
can
want
you have
us guys?
balls on
You
a
go. You
ball
want
Earth?
us guys to talk about your balls, right? You like guys
Absolutely.
touching
When you
them. You like when
Absolutely.
guys touch them.
when you say round, do you mean like a circle, like a coin, pixel?
It's like an oval, I would say.
Oh,
So
so it's
beaten with
not.
a hammer
It's
flat?
not a ball then. It's not a ball then.
Oh, not a ball. Okay.
Nope.
And not a
Definitely
circle.
round.
So it's something else.
Prove it.
Yeah. So I think the Earth is definitely an oval. Then you're right. I think it's an
Yeah,
oval.
like your balls are a pancake.
Nope. Yep. Can't have an oval either. Can't have an oval. Can't have a pear. Can't have a banana shape. Can't have anything
I
that's
feel like
got
it should be
those.
such a simple.
I know. You feel
It
like
should
it
be
because you
super
think your feelings.
simple.
You think
It
your
should be so
feelings
simple. Are
are
you
how
having a
you
visceral
control
reaction?
things by having feelings about it doesn't work.
I really just think that there should be an explanation of that. If the Earth
No.
is flat,
So
then why are
yeah,
my balls
if the
round?
Earth is flat, then there is no ball Earth because there is no ball Earth because space is fake. So we don't even have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, if you think that Earth is a ball, then what do your balls and Earth have in common?
I'm not saying the Earth is anything. I'm just asking if the Earth is flat, why are my balls round?
No, Earth is flat. You already see it that way. Why would you say if
I'm
it
just
is the
saying
way
if it is.
if it is the way I already see it, doesn't that sound weird? Because that's what you're doing. If it is the way I already see it and experience it, then why this? Crazy. Globers just are all out of control these days.
So would you say that if the Earth is flat, God exists?
Your balls
What
were
does
made
that?
from flat Earth.
Listen, what does that has to do with the price of rice in China, though?
See, that's my point. You know, I can get behind Earth being fat. Then God exists. If it's
Air
flat.
being fat.
Then
Yeah,
I'll definitely.
fat is good for
Then
you,
I'll
though.
definitely
You should
accept
eat
it.
some fat.
If the Earth is flat, then God is real. Okay, I'll accept it. But you have to
Just
tell
go
me.
back to the other guy. Just go back to the other guy. This guy is not serious.
I'm being dead serious. Doesn't the Bible talk about the firmament?
Nah.
Yeah,
He's a
no,
troll.
that's the wrong channel, dude. This isn't the firmament
Okay,
channel.
so the Earth isn't flat. I knew it.
Yeah.
No, well, you missed it. You missed it because the firmament was referenced by Copernicus. Do you know who that is? Have you ever heard of Copernicus?
No, he ran away with a red microphone.
Oh, okay. It's like, hey, flat earthers, your model has a Copernicus in it. No, it doesn't. That's your model. That's yours has a Copernicus, not me.
Yeah, that's the story that I learned in school too. So somewhere it changed. Somewhere that guy was invented also.
Do you remember what his name is? I'm going to link him the Copernicus model that shows firmament.
Wise guy.
Yeah, he's spiraled out so many times. Like, it's like a blue. Was it the blue happy face sort of look?
Yeah. Uh huh. All right. It looks like I've got. Oh, this should work. Looks like I've got a way to fall over if I lose my cable internet. Fall over to cellular, and don't have to really pay for any of this.
Hey, Radwin, that guy you was talking before, he sounded pretty reasonable. Is he still here?
Lars? Yeah, he's here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
want the new people to run away because of the Harper's trolls, glow believers.
Yeah. No, I don't mind. It's fine.
Lars turned off his troll. Thank you, Lars.
Yeah, Lars, we end up having to deal with that kind of crap all the time.
It doesn't bother me. That's my hobby, shutting those guys up. I've done it many times.
You become very proficient at it.
I love peeling the Band-Aid off. The space is fake. And then people go, what did you, I can't deal with anything anymore. And then they quit.
It's a.
Here's the thing, though. Like with this newfound information, I don't know what to do with this.
What are you supposed to do with it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, so, well, I guess you figured out that you can't get hit by an asteroid anymore. You don't have to buy that insurance when it comes available on TV for $39.59 a month. I'll have my infomercial done by the summer, and I should be selling that insurance to Glober soon. But you get a lot with it. You get the pair of sticks so you can measure the globe. We're giving away a couple other things with it, like a T-shirt that points to "I'm with stupid" and it points at a globe and shit like that. It's funny.
And you stop believing. You might have a better foundation now to stop believing in certain absurdities. You know, it's absurd to believe in the fantasy. So if you don't believe it anymore, that might be a plus for you. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, more content.
You know, certain groups of people have been convinced to live in absurdities and told to commit atrocities, and they've done it just by believing in an absurdity. Having a good foundation of reality might be a good thing to have, possibly.
Yeah, exactly. Now you know you're not spinning, as you don't feel it. So now you know it. Now you know you're driving over a plane instead of thinking that you're driving over a ball. It's reality. You've just become more in tune with reality and your senses.
And the question that you had about your senses, though, is not that we just believe in our senses. There is, equipment and things that extend beyond us we can sense, and it already confirms what you already know. So your senses are there for its purpose, but it's not just believing in them. It's acknowledging reality for what it is and not making up stories about what it's not, and building a misrepresentation like the fantasy that has been fed to everyone, the TV, and a lot of people believe in. A misrepresentation of reality.
Do we still believe in gravity, though? Or is that also fake?
Lars, did you see that was posted for you? The CNN where they're telling them to censor flat Earth, so you can tell that we're not bullshitting. And then you can wonder, why would the U.S. government give a shit if people wear tinfoil hats and talk about the Earth being flat? That seems kind of silly to ban that kind of stuff, doesn't it? You don't ban Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster and UFOs.
Yeah, but like, what is the force that is keeping us down on Earth?
Don't need one.
It's just
sadness, sadness and depression.
The necessity for that comes from the reason why you asked that question. It comes from the globe thing with the vacuum of space, but we have no need for that. Gravitas, it's the weight or seriousness of something. The buoyancy and density of you within the medium is what keeps you down.
No, wait, could you simplify that? Like, what is like? Why am I not just floating around?
Okay, things go up, things go down. Do you agree with that? Apple falls, right? Apples fall down, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they fall down and then they land in the pond that the apple tree is next to. Then what happens to it?
It rots.
No, it floats. It actually doesn't rot. Not for a while, not sitting in water like that.
The reason why the apple fell is because the tree grew and then bore fruit, basically carrying the elements up, and then the apple got too heavy for the stem that it's on, and it fell. It returned to a state of equilibrium.
Yeah, the stem's like the umbilical cord, and it just gets rotted. It turns brown because it doesn't work anymore, and then the apple falls off. It's all done.
Yeah, so we don't need to go beyond this, but people want us to go beyond this for some reason. And it's because they might think that flat Earth belongs inside outer space.
Yeah, you see, the apple fell because it's more dense than the air around it. And then the apple floats on water because the water is more dense and the apple is buoyant.
So the apple goes up in water and down in air. That was what I was getting to.
Yeah, like rocks will fall from mountains because geologic processes pushed up the mountains, lifting the rocks up from their previous state. Structure gets loose and the rocks return back to equilibrium, energy restored.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about like, is there an edge to Earth?
Ooh, philosophical question now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we told you space is fake. Did you hear when I said that?
Yeah.
So where would an edge be in no space?
Where would an edge be in no space?
Yeah. Kind of sounds ridiculous. So it's like asking, where's the edge of the Big Bang to somebody who believes in that? You know, what's the Big Bang expanding into, huh? So what's interesting is we know that there's a limit. The limit that we know is defined by the fact that we're breathing air with our lungs. If it was limitless, then the air would expand in an unlimited fashion, freely.
Well, I don't get it. So you guys mean there is no limit, or there is no edge to Earth?
Well, we don't know. We don't even know how to define or describe an edge, but we know that there is a limit, at least when it comes to how we're experiencing the air that we breathe. So gas expands freely in all directions and does it without doing any work whatsoever. It happens, gas will expand infinitely. It's almost like perpetual motion. Gas is weird. So there's a reason why we have a gradient. The reason why we have a gradient of gas pressure, where it's more pressurized down here than up there, is because there's a limit, there's a container for it. And there's a temperature difference too. Like it gets pretty cold on those mountain peaks.
Well, I just realized another implication. So if space is not real, then does that mean satellites are not real as well?
Yeah, satellites may exist some way that we don't understand. We do know that the early satellite program was exclusively balloons. We also know that when Sputnik was claimed to be in a self-sustaining orbit, that it was controversial. The head of the US Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, said, and I quote, "Sputnik is a cheap scientific trick." there's you can read old newspapers, people writing in letters to the editor of the newspaper saying that they think Sputnik is a load of BS. There's no way that they could have done this. This idea that everybody universally accepted that Russia made this achievement is actually not quite true historically. It was not met with immediate acceptance at all.
If you look in text chat, you'll see how they can keep the transceiver up there for long periods of time.
Yeah, that's a good picture. I got to save that one.
They've claimed to put balloons at extremely high altitudes. Like we're commonly told today that balloons have a maximum height of 120,000 feet or so, maybe 130,000 feet. But we know that they also claim, they being the government, that they built balloons in the 1960s and 70s that could go hundreds and hundreds of miles high. We're talking higher than the ISS. And they would launch them with rockets and deploy the balloons up there. We've actually got some footage of those balloon deployments from rockets from the 1960s. It's in our home server.
Under what?
Satellites.
Okay. I can never find it. I didn't know if you had them under NASA or what, because sometimes people put things in the wrong spot, and I try to tell people, hey, this needs to be moved, but I think it's all straightened out now.
Yeah, satellites has a lot of the satellite gravy specifically, including balloons, most importantly. So, but that might not be the only thing they're using. This is just one thing that we know is part of the historical narrative.
Well,
So
I'm going to guess that they're using it a lot since NASA is the largest purchaser of helium in the world.
Yeah. So Lars, we have a member of our team. His name is Maigin, M-A-I-G-I-N, or J-I-N. Maigin, he runs a YouTube channel. He just started it. And what he does is he clips out conversations that we have that he thinks are noteworthy and educational and enlightening. He clips them from our streams because we're streaming 24 hours a day.
Yeah. If you're asking if I can be clipped, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, great. You can also subscribe to Maigin's channel, which I just linked. It's called On the Level, and you can peruse his clips of important conversations. Because even though we record 24 hours a day, that doesn't mean we've got great content 24 hours a day. I can tell you that. I mean, for all I know, in a few minutes, some guy will come in here and start screaming N-words and talking about his balls again.
Yeah, no, that's I understand.
It is
So
kind of here. Sorry, go ahead.
Say our community's been around about 10 years, and our community seems to be at the top of whatever this flat earth thing is, because most of the content that we see on TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, other places, a lot of it was borrowed from us and in many cases badly represented.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's common on the internet. I'm curious though, what is it that made you guys first interested in the flat Earth perspective?
Long distance observations. So what really kicked us out for people in this community was the coming of the Nikon P900 camera. This camera featured 83x optical zoom, and you could have it for $1,000. So people bought this camera and would take it to the beach and would zoom in on distant things like ocean liners, big ships way out at sea. They would zoom in on distant beaches and shorelines. And it didn't take long for people to say, hold on, if Earth is a globe, why am I seeing all this? That should be way below the curvature of the Earth. That's what started a lot of this for us.
Mine was the eclipse, the 2017 eclipse.
Yeah, you mentioned that. That's a good one. Eclipses, people think are globe proofs, but when you educate yourself on what's going on with these, they really aren't. They contradict what the heliocentric model purports itself to be. The geometry's all effed up.
It's not even, I don't even know if you can call it a contradiction. It doesn't match anything.
Yeah.
That's another thing you'll find out. Nothing can be proven about the globe. Everything is imaginary, or some other guy knows about it, or there's no way you'll find anything. You can look and look and look all you want. You're never going to find anything on who measured it and what method was used. And people from 3,000 years ago don't count because we don't shoot satellites because of somebody 2,000 years ago measuring shit with shadows and sticks. But if you want to buy my insurance, you'll get a pair of sticks with that. You can measure the globe yourself.
What about this then? Do you guys think that there are areas where flat Earth and globe Earth views can align with each other?
Well, I would say
or
many
overlap?
in things that don't involve using the globe. And a lot of times when globers think they're using the globe, they really aren't.
Yeah, we can align on cake decorating, gardening, auto repair.
No pineapple on pizza.
Maybe overlap. I meant to say overlap, not align.
Yeah, I would say on IIoT automation, industrial automation, we can overlap there too.
Yeah, pretty much anything in engineering and applied physics overlaps completely. So it's not like we're out here saying that we have an alternate view of physics. We operate using the same laws of nature.
Well, actually, what we say is we're actually using physics laws versus imaginary physics laws. We actually use the ones that are like written in stone, and the other people use ones that you imagine and you create inside a computer, and then you model things with those that you created.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why they have to change it. They have to put astro in front of it. They just can't use physics anymore because it breaks the laws of physics.
Yeah.
So they say it's not physics, it's astro or theoretical physics. It's a new type of physics that isn't testable, isn't repeatable, observable, measurable, none of it.
Reminds me.
The same type of physics you use to say how Superman spun the Earth the wrong direction and saved Lois Lane from the earthquake. That type of physics. That's what globalists are using.
Reminds me of Hannes Alfvén, who was a NASA scientist. I think he was from Sweden. He gave this amazing speech back in the 80s where he's basically ripping the NASA organization a wide asshole. He's telling them that you guys are a bunch of phony frauds and you don't really know what science is. He did this address and then released a paper after his talk describing the plasma fields above Earth and how space is like 99% plasma or something. Really brilliant guy. He pioneered something called electrodynamic propulsion, which may be a technology that's being used up there that most people don't know about. But he wrote this, he said this in his speech. This was also in his paper. It's like 300 pages, but this is in the beginning. So he said, the conclusion here is that astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data that we acquire must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 power times stronger than gravitation.
Oopsie.
Yeah, you guys are a bunch of phonies, is what he's saying. You guys think gravity is like the primary force of outer space? It's so insignificant as it may not even be there. 10 to the 39 times stronger than gravitation. That's electrostatics. That's like the Coulomb. That's like the charge between electron and the nucleus. And that's what's binding reality together. How do you determine how much at a molecular level is gravity besides, electrostatics, electrodynamics? How do you filter out something that is 10 to the negative 39 times weaker
the situation
than all these other forces? You can't do that. That's why they've never found the graviton.
No, yeah, it's called the situation particle.
The situation particle, I love it.
Yeah, it doesn't have the electromagnetism. Like, there's no electromagnetism, doesn't have that. The gravity of the situation, though, gets on the goblins for sure.
That's hilarious.
The situation. That's Jersey Shore right there.
Oh yeah, I did like that. Hey, you like the situation? Anyway, sorry for derailing. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's funny. I mean, they'll come up with a particle for any situation to shoehorn it into a cosmology that they already accept as true.
Something is. So I looked at how CERN's put together, and just going down these little tubes, basically. So what I'm really wondering is, what's really going on there now? What did they need? That whatever they built was to say, here's we're going to build this, and it didn't cost what they said. They drilled somewhere else. They went somewhere else, or they had to have tunneled somewhere from there, because that's the kind of equipment they used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got some really good shots of CERN. It's looking at their fluid systems, if you know what I mean.
They're digging tunnels, you said?
Not sure. I mean, it took a long time, and what it doesn't make sense to me that little tiny tubes, the two tubes that I saw going round and round, needing that gigantic space to do all that. So that's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I've never really looked into it.
And what are you going to prove with that? Nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking when you guys were saying earlier, how they're not going to ever find any proof of this globe. It's hard for me to understand a person who realizes there's a question, realizes that we're here 24/7 asking for evidence. people come in, aren't really able to provide it. Anything they do provide is easily picked apart and doesn't follow the classical scientific method, isn't testable, repeatable, verifiable, etc. Like, isn't serious science or mathematics in any sense of the word. It's just like when I realized that, and all of you guys too, I'm sure it was the same, like, it's shocking. You realize, oh, yeah, they just claimed this, and there's actually no verifiable evidence to back it up. Like, that's it, right? Like, that's the end of it. You don't start imagining there's evidence. You don't start, like, making stuff up. You don't start thinking, oh, I guess science fiction images are good enough, even though they're all widely contradictory and can't be replicated, and so on. I just don't understand the person who starts to see that and then is still defending the globe. I still don't get it, you know? Like, I get people who haven't ever looked into it, which is a lot of people, right? That just assume someone else smarter than them figured it out. But these people that come in here that recognize there's a question and are still trying to defend it despite having no legitimate evidence, like that, I don't understand. You know, people who are just, I guess they're just pseudo intellectuals, right? They're just pretending to be people who are actually thoughtful, and but they're really not. They're just zealots, right? That's what it is. It's very odd.
Dandelion always gets dandelions from me when she starts talking, so that's her intro for the YouTube stream.
I like that one. It's nice. Yeah. That's like a bee's eye view or something, right?
That's how you know she's in the house. The dandelions show up on the screen.
Make a wish, Shaggy says. Yes, I wish that liars would stop lying. Do you think my wish will come true?
Yes.
As long as they think there's a globe.
As long as what?
As long as they think there's a globe, it won't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they want to believe. Like, those people I like. You guys know I like them. Like, we had one last night that he said he was going to go to Mars. I don't know if any of you were here for that. Like, that's what I've been wanting. I've been wanting like a real person that seems to be a person that, you know, has a voice behind the microphone that actually thinks they're going to go to Mars. Was anybody here for that last night? He said he thinks he's going to go to Mars within 10 years, this guy. Like, an actual human being came in here, and he, like, I just wonder, like, are people really fooled by this? They actually think that? And we found someone that does. It was exciting. Like, that guy, you know, he was kind of dim. Another charlatan came in who was more, you know, dishonest and like, you know, just dishonest. Let's just say that. And this Mars believer was swayed by this pseudo-intellectual, because I asked him what he said that made him think he was smart, because he said this pseudo-intellectual was smart. He said he used big words, right? So, like, that guy I get, like a guy who's just like, I want to go to Mars in 10 years, and that guy used big words, so I think he's smart. Like, that person I can accept. You know, it's kind of like, okay, well, you're just like living in a fantasy world. You're an adult child. Like, I can kind of feel sorry for you for being fooled, you know. Those kind of people, I like them. They just believe, right? They just believe. They just snap their heels 3 times and say, I want to go to Mars. And then the magic fairy Elon Musk sends them there, right? It's a cute little childish fantasy. They're cute.
Yeah. Well, you'd think that if you could go to Mars in 10 years, then there would be, you know, commercial flights to the moon at this current time. You know, we're going to the moon. We're sending the public to the moon. Whoever wants to go, but Mars is just around the corner.
Yeah, I know. That's what I think it was India or somebody called him out. They're like, oh, so you think you're going to Mars? So yeah, where are the moon flights? Yeah, it's kind of like, it's just outrageous. I mean, according to their fairy tale religion, you know, like, yeah, we don't go to the moon anymore. We lost that technology and it's painful to bring it back. But yeah, we're going to go to Mars. Yeah, just around the corner, guys. Just around the corner.
The guy will be 70 years old saying they're going to go any day now.
Yep, he just wasn't believing hard enough. It's like the end of Elf. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen Elf, where like Santa's sleigh's failing because there's not enough belief in him and not enough Christmas spirit. So if we sing Christmas carols and believe, then Santa will be real. Yep, we need some Mars Christmas carols, right? And then it will come true. That's what we need.
Yeah, the same kind of people that think there's a rover and they're controlling it from Earth. Like, if there's rovers on Mars, then there would be like, you know, a couple thousand on the moon by now.
No, there would be a couple 100,000 just running around on the streets being controlled by AI at this point, but they would have been controlled and running around by the tens of thousands throughout cities for years than just being controlled by people in the buildings, because they're amazing what they can do, when in reality they don't show you that they got a cable behind them, they're just running that thing on a cable, powered, all that shit.
How about that lunar Hilton?
Yeah, we're 50, well, 60 years out from when they said they went to the moon. I mean, this isn't like they did it just like a week ago and now there's a bunch of plans. You're talking about multiple generations later. Nothing. I mean, it's getting to the point where there isn't going to be anyone left alive who was even witnessed it. I mean, people who witnessed it are now in their 60s. They're children. If they were in their, a toddler, they're in their 60s now.
Yeah, Grandpa, tell us about when humans used to be able to go to the moon before we lost the technology and it was too painful to bring it back. Tell us all about those amazing times, Grandpa.
It's like one of my favorite memes is like you got this 80, 90-year-old astronaut telling little Timmy, hey, little Timmy, did you know that we flew to the moon with a computing power equal to your Game Boy? And the little Timmy says, what's a Game Boy?
This guy, Scooby Snack, in the side chat. Shaggy, go get him.
Is Scooby Snack a globe believer?
Probably.
Yeah, totally.
I've never met the person.
Oh yeah, we need him in here. Yeah, we totally need the Scooby Snack v Shaggy globe versus flat debate. That would be so fun.
I just remembered something. Somebody actually programmed Doom, the video game, to be played on the screen of a pregnancy testing kit.
That is hilarious.
So, is it safe to say that, hey, little Timmy, did you know that Grandpa's friends went to the moon using less computing power that's in your mom's pregnancy testing kit?
Nice. Yeah. Let's just fly the pregnancy testing kit to the moon, guys. That sounds great.
All we need is the electronics of a pregnancy testing kit, and we can send another man to the moon. It'll do all the computing power for us.
Test.
Huh?
Little Tim is gonna ask, "What's a pregnancy test?"
Yeah, because he was born in a pod.
Remember the MASH episode where the rabbit died? And did the rabbit die or live? Either way, yeah, Margaret was worried she was pregnant, and then the rabbit like lived or died, and it meant she wasn't. I don't know. Must have been. Does the rabbit being dead mean that she wasn't pregnant? I don't remember. Some kind of rabbit pregnancy test back then. None of you guys know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I'll research it for you. I'll get back to
I
you.
remember the episode, but I just remember what's his name in drag was like crying over it or something, right?
Klinger, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it his rabbit that they killed? I bet you're right. I think it was dead, yeah, but she was happy, so it must be the dead rabbit meant she wasn't pregnant. I don't think she wanted to be. I don't know. She never had a child in the show.
I think the rabbit dies both ways. It's just they check the blood or something in the rabbit.
Oh, okay. So the rabbit is sacrificed either way.
Yep.
Okay. I got you.
There's not like it's like 50-50 and then you get to live again and then you're playing Russian roulette and your buddies are all in the cage too. No, they all die every time.
Schrodinger's rabbit. Yeah, I got you.
Or was it the Colonel with the rabbit?
Somebody's rabbit was sacrificed. Yep. I'm going to look it up. It was Radar's rabbit. I would have gotten that if you guys would have given me a chance. It was Radar. Pet rabbit Fluffy.
Radar's rabbit. Okay.
Yeah. But I guess what I was trying to say about our friend last night, gosh, I wish I could remember that guy's name. I guess if I looked at the live stream, I could find it if I cared enough. Answer, I don't care enough. But I care a little bit because the guy who was so easily fooled by the charlatan, Harris was the name of the charlatan, I do believe. He had a profile picture very similar to the hyphen above me. And so what I think is sad, though, is that there's all these people who do believe so easily. And it's like, I was thinking about this earlier today. I get it. It's like some people, they have to believe in authority, they feel like they have to, right? To like function in the world because, and I don't want to say that, I don't want to diagnose this person from last night. So now I'm moving on to a wider topic, not necessarily connected to the true GOAT believer last night. A person who is of, average or below average intelligence is kind of like bewildered by the world, right? Especially the world like at the complicated level that it is today. And like, to some extent, they feel like they need to believe in authority, right? And like, it's just very sad that these people are taken advantage of. And because the kind of loyalty that inspires, right, I think could be, in theory, lead to a more stable society, right? If the leaders were ethical and if they were actually working for the good, the wider good of the people, like that kind of loyalty from a large number of people could lead to stability in society, but it doesn't, obviously. It just leads to the people in power who are actually devious tricksters gaining more and more power and advantage over the people and actually living off of the energy of these people who rely on them because they are like, slightly unable to actually determine what's going on for themselves or to make determinations of truth for themselves for whatever reason. I don't know, but it's very sad that kind of loyalty and subservience and belief is being taken advantage of on such a wide scale, and these people just don't even know it. It's very sad. Oh, AG's endorses my idea, the 1v1 Shaggy versus Scooby Snack. I totally want that. Yeah. Did he say he was going to do it? Well, he's not here.
We're waiting for.
Yeah, we're trying to get him to join.
That would be totally fun. We need that. And says he has free time.
Sounds like the perfect time to do it right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't have any excuses.
Oh yeah, it says here in the episode description Margaret suspects she's pregnant, but in order to be sure, a pregnancy test must be performed. But in order for the test to be done, they need the ovaries of Radar's female rabbit, Fluffy. Meanwhile, a disgruntled patient holds Charles hostage until he's allowed to be sent home to Ohio. Yeah, so they got to take the ovaries. Gosh, you'd think they could just do the surgery and rabbit could still live without their ovaries, right? I might have to do a rewatch.
Welcome to whoever just joined in.